QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for a 3-game series that'll get underway tonight at 5:15. Zach Gallen will be on the mound and be looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out, and the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series. As always, you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB season before it even starts. And last night, the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves in a 118-103 win, and Shea had 38 points after being named the league's MVP. In Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be tonight in the Garden as the Knicks attempt to even the series, and the Pacers will have plans of going up 2-0 and heading back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, wait, who's better than Van?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be Chevy.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Business Vince. Okay.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. If you are on your way to work, you are only hours away from a 3-day weekend. Let's freaking go!
Look out weekend, because here I come.
Because
weekends were made for fun.
Unless you work in retail or something like that.
Yeah, we're not talking restaurants. We're not talking to those people, Jared.
Yeah.
Weekend.
What a weekend it's going to be in Indianapolis this weekend. You have got a Pacers home playoff game and the Indy 500 going on the same day. In fact, they are selling T-shirts in Indianapolis that say, "Beat the Knicks, kiss the bricks."
That's a great T-shirt.
Yeah.
Man.
You could buy one, Sammy.
I'd buy that, cut the sleeves off, wear it to the gym. That screams good times.
It does.
You don't want to make the Knicks fans mad, though.
No.
They might throw garbage at you, Sammy.
It's okay. I'm pulling for the Knicks anyway.
I just noticed that our imaging guy, JV, sent me a message at 12:21 a.m. that we have a new open to the show that I didn't play.
Oh.
Should I save it for Monday or should we?
No. Hold on. He sent it to you to your email?
No, he sent it on Teams. Yeah.
Okay, play the new open.
Good morning.
Sounds like the last open.
So
far, so good.
Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
That's Jared.
And Sammy Sepulka. I believe it means little onion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work.
All right. Sammy's in the open.
There you go, Sammy.
I made it.
You have officially arrived.
Wow.
You're What's the
rite of passage, initiation?
Initiation. Your initiation is over. You're officially in.
I was a little nervous after yesterday's show with the country music. You know, I was waiting to get a nice text being like, yesterday was the last day.
Well, it's good that we want a little different energy from you. So
Sure.
Being a young country music fan is different than us for sure.
By the way, you know what else is happening in Indianapolis this weekend?
What's that?
Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever have a home game tomorrow against the champion New York Liberty.
Wow.
This might be the biggest weekend ever in Indianapolis sports.
I read that even though the Indiana Pacers might win an NBA championship, Caitlin Clark's team still outrates the Pacers. Talk about a freaking phenomenon. Everyone she plays with hates her.
Everybody.
Why do you get all the attention?
Vic, everybody knows people are watching the WNBA for Angel Reese.
Yeah, the queen of the double-double, 11 and 10.
Not last night. I didn't make a basket last night.
She was 0 for 8 last night. That's right. That's right. What a terrible basketball player she is. Seriously. I could go on for days about this.
Yes, you could.
All right, we're going to have a lot of fun today. No matter how tired and beat and mailing it in Jared sounds, we're going to have a lot of fun today. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
After a day off on Thursday, the Diamond Snakes Ball Club continue their road trip tonight in St. Louis. They get their first look at the Cardinals this season. D-backs come in at 26-24 on the year. Redbirds 27-23. But they play in a bad division, so they're in second place. D-backs have won only 4 series in St. Louis in their entire team history. Couldn't believe that when I looked it up. Zach Gallen on the mound tonight for Arizona against Cardinals right-hander Miles Mikolas. I always mess his name up. First pitch is at 5:15. Pre-game coverage starts here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 4:30. And later on, if you're at a sports bar and you want to watch the Diamondbacks on TV, here's a fun little exercise for you. Tell the bartender to put the Diamondbacks game on and tell them it's on Apple TV Plus and watch their head explode. D-backs also option right-hander Christian Montes de Oca to AAA Reno on Thursday. The move clears the way for right-hander Justin Martinez to return from the injured list. Martinez has been on the injured list since May 1st. Montes de Oca was called up last Friday, did not get called on out of Torey Lovello's bullpen while with the big club.
Poor kid.
2.37 ERA and 19 innings with Reno, though.
Poor kid.
Right?
You get the call up, and you don't even get the ball once.
Imagine your whole family probably traveled
from across the globe.
What kind of organization
are the Diamondbacks running here? Crushing the dreams and the spirit of young men.
Keep a stiff upper lip, Christian Montes de Oca. The Oklahoma City Thunder took a 2-0 series lead in the Western Conference Finals, a 118-103 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Thursday at Paycom Center, OKC used a 25-6 run at the end of the third quarter to put the game away. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, on the same night, he got his MVP award in front of the fans, and OKC had 38 points and 8 assists. Jalen Williams had 26. Chet Holmgren added 22. 2-0. Again, Oklahoma City leads Game 3 of that series tomorrow in Minneapolis at the Target Center. Can Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals live up to the thriller of Game 1? We will find out tonight when the Knicks host the Pacers at the world's most famous arena. Tip-off 5 o'clock on TNT. That Game 1 had about 100 times more intrigue and entertainment than the first 2 games of the Western Conference Finals combined.
You wonder if the Timberwolves' spirit is broken already by this team.
My spirit.
It's broken. Sure looks like it.
This is the regular season Thunder that we're finally seeing these last 3 games.
Yeah, they weren't all that impressive in the first 2 rounds. I agree with you, but they look like they're on a different level right now. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Denver Nuggets, as expected, are removing the interim tag from David Adelman's job title, making him their permanent head coach. Adelman took over for the fired Michael Malone with just 3 games left in the regular season, and then helped the Nuggets advance to Game 7 in the Western Conference semis before they were beaten by Oklahoma City. This ensures that only the Suns are currently working to fill a head coaching vacancy. Our own John Gambadoro reported earlier this week that the finalists for the job appear to be Miami assistant Chris Quinn, Micah Nori of Minnesota's coaching staff, Jordan Ott from Cleveland, and Dallas assistant Sean Sweeney. Defensive Player of the Year Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers highlighted the NBA's all-defensive first team announced on Thursday. Joining Mobley on the first team are Atlanta's Dyson Daniels, Lou Dort.
What a Dort!
Of Oklahoma City. Draymond Green of the Warriors, and Houston's Amen Thompson. The second team comprised of Portland's Tamani Kamara, Minnesota's Rudy Gobert, Jaren Jackson Jr. of Memphis, Jalen Williams of Oklahoma City, and Clippers big man Ivica Zubac. The Phoenix Suns yesterday announced that rookie forward Ryan Dunn is the winner of the 2025 Dan Marley Hustle Award. The award is given to the Suns player who personifies the same hustle, grit, and determination that Suns Ring of Honor member Dan Marley displayed as a player.
Well, it must have been a tough vote. It took this long to get the results. The conclave took less than this.
The accounting firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe really had their work cut out for them, counting those votes. Bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. Starting veteran cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting placed on the reserve non-football injury list, which will keep him out for the entire 2025 season. He had started 15 games for the Cardinals last season, his first as a Cardinal after 1 year in Tennessee. He had 3 interceptions, 5 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and 52 total tackles last year. Lions star defensive end Aiden Hutchinson told media he's been fully cleared to return for football activities. Hutchinson carted off the field last October 13th after suffering a fractured tibia and fibula in a 47-9 win over the Dallas Cowboys. Year 2 of the 12-team college football playoff, moving to a straight seeding model this fall, to further appease the SEC, the Big Ten, and Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's it.
Conference champions such as Arizona State from the Big 12 and Boise State from the Mountain West earned top 4 seeds and first-round buys in the first year of the system last year, but that's no longer the case.
Well, and people really didn't like that, Vinny.
Yeah. Boise State gets a bye. What are we doing? Arizona advances in the Big 12 baseball tournament. The 4th-seeded Wildcats beat 12-seed BYU 4-1 on Thursday morning at Globe Life Field, and now they will take on top-seeded West Virginia in one semifinal. TCU takes on Kansas in the other. That tournament champion will be crowned tomorrow night. Mercury in action tonight, first road game of the season. They're in Seattle to take on the Storm. Tip-off is at 7. You can catch that on Ion TV and in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which roll on with the conference finals. Last night, the Florida Panthers scored a 5-0 victory over the Carolina Hurricanes to take a 2-0 series lead. In the Eastern Conference, Western Conference Finals resume tonight in Dallas. Stars hosting the Oilers for Game 2. Dallas leads that series 1-0. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, May 23rd, on the doorstep of a 3-day weekend.
Love it.
Coming up next, new blood, new stars, and a potential new dynasty. Another Thunder blowout has us asking, is the rise of OKC good or bad for the NBA? We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know you gotta go big, as in big screen televisions, because these athletic events and sporting events we love so much, you can't watch them on laptops or phones. They need to be larger than life, and my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance have everything you need to take your fandom to the next level. In fact, if you want to go really big, Waltz has set up a new 115-inch television in their theater room. Go check that out. They've got 110-inch televisions in stock. You won't find them in stock anyplace else. Great selection of television. All the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of outdoor television, and you should see the quality of pictures with outdoor TVs these days. It's sensational. They've also got an incredible array of audio components, from soundbars to top-of-the-line speakers, and when you put the right TV with the right audio component together, you will have magic. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do exactly the same for you. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Make sure you drop my name. You get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. Or you can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at dbacks.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season. And we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Jalen Williams gets it into the front court. The Thunder survived 7 games against Denver and 2 impressive second halves to open up the Western Conference Finals. They beat Minnesota 118-103, and the Thunder will take a 2-0 series lead to Minneapolis, Game 3, Saturday night.
Mark Kestisher, final call on ESPN Radio, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals last night. Not a whole lot of intrigue, especially after that run at the end of the third quarter by the Oklahoma City Thunder. They win it comfortably 118-103, and I think comfortable is a good way to describe how Oklahoma City looks and feels in this playoff series right now. Vic.
Yeah, and again, it also makes you rethink what the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic were able to do, pushing Oklahoma City in the second round the way that they did. Because I'm watching last night's game, and what the Thunder are doing to the Timberwolves looks exactly, to me, like what the Timberwolves did to the Suns last season in the playoffs.
Yep.
Just crushing their spirit with relentless defensive pressure. Stop, stacking stops, getting out in transition, and you can look and you just see the belief leaking out of that Minnesota team.
Yeah.
And for all the people who claim Anthony Edwards should be the face of the league, Anthony Edwards refused to meet the media after Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals.
He didn't want to get fined again.
Okay,
for cursing, he's going to get fined for skipping out.
Okay, I get it. Maybe you're ticked off that an F-bomb cost you $50,000, right? In a day when Pat McAfee and others swear openly on national television. But if he clearly doesn't understand the responsibilities that come with being a big-time prime, and I love the guy, but he doesn't get it. You cannot duck the media in these platforms.
No.
It's a bad look. It tells it tells me he ain't ready to be that dude.
No, I've been saying it for a while because and I've joked about it for a while too, is this media push or the league's quiet push to make Anthony Edwards the unofficial, it's not an official title, the unofficial face of the NBA. He's playing against somebody who plays basically the same position in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's a better player, who's a much more responsible teammate and leader.
Yeah.
Why can't Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
be the face
of the NBA?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have the flashy personality and he doesn't give you the
He's not American.
The saucy quote.
And he's not American. Come on, don't you know? America first.
Here was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander about the win in Game 2.
Early, I just wanted to lean on my teammates. I thought about coming out and forcing the first couple shots, but I was like, nah, it's probably not the way to go. I wanted to just let the game come to me. Like I said, lean on my teammates, play through them, play off of them. I think my first basket was a back cut from Hart. So I just didn't want to force the issue, let the game come to me. And then, I'm pleased with the way we guarded tonight. We held them to 100 points, I think. And obviously they're a really good offense. So, yeah, we did the job defensively.
Yeah, Minnesota got better contributions from a couple of their bench guys. I mean, Nickeil Alexander-Walker was better. DiVincenzo was better. Naz Reid still hasn't made a three-pointer in this series. Anthony Edwards was 1 for 9 from 3, and Julius Randle.
Oh,
what a weird night for him.
Picked a bad night to have his first bad night.
Didn't even play a second in the fourth quarter when they're trying to come back in that game. So, your synopsis of their spirit being broken, it certainly looks that way. They're going to get energized by the home crowd, but Oklahoma City just might be too tough.
I came into this series, and I really believed, and I said this before the series began, that this was going to be a difficult task for the Timberwolves to find any rhythm on offense, and it might take a while before they get into the series. It really felt to me before this series began that the Timberwolves were going to have to do what, to me, is one of the hardest things to do in basketball, is to go down 0-2 in a series, go home, and win both your home games. Suns famously did it against the Nuggets, and it was one of the more probably the most heroic moment of the Devin Booker, Kevin Durant era. Those two home games where they knotted the series. So I really thought that going into this, that Oklahoma City was going to win the first two games, and then maybe Minnesota figures something out and gets into the series. I don't know if I believe that anymore.
Yeah.
They just look like they're afraid to dribble. They're afraid to put the ball on the floor. You got an extra defender coming at you all the time. Oklahoma City, they might be among the best teams in NBA history at creating turnovers versus not committing turnovers.
Yeah. When you can do that, you're going to win a lot of games. And it leads to the runs like they went on at the end of the third quarter. Zooming out, looking to the future, there's been so much talk. We talked about it earlier this week about the parity that the NBA has achieved, if that's what they were going for. It's going to be, an 8th different champion in the last 8 years this year, regardless of who wins it. Are dynasties dead? Not everybody thinks so, because the Oklahoma City Thunder are set up to be a dynasty. Here's some thoughts from Chris Canty from ESPN Radio on that subject.
I mean, over the last 4 decades in the NBA, every one of those decades has had a dynasty or two. Every single one of them. We have not had that in the 2020s. If there's any team that we could point to that we think is possible that they can do that, it's this one. The average age of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren, 24 years old. They're not going anywhere. And if they get that reinforced belief after winning a championship, that confidence that comes from demonstrated performance, who's to say that this group can't get better? Who's to say that they won't be better next year than they are right now?
It is a scary thought with the patience that they've shown, with the assets that they've racked up, and with the development, their player development. I don't think it gets talked about enough, the job that Mark Daigneault and his staff have done in Oklahoma City. And you got guys like Cason Wallace playing big roles, Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins. These guys are like second-round picks. And they develop them into Oklahoma City Thunder players. This could be, I agree with Chris Canty, they could reel off, a run of 2 straight 4 out of 5. That's how good this team is.
And Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, watching last night it through a different lens, really looking into his ability to foul grift, if you will. Man, is he tricky at this. There was a play when Jaden McDaniels lost his mind and pushed him to the ground. Right before that happened, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, with his left arm, puts it behind Jaden McDaniels, just waiting for a little contact, and then he's getting the call. I mean, you watch him carefully. He knows now what it took Chris Paul 10 years to learn.
Chris Paul's at the game last night.
Yeah, he was pretty good. You see, I listened to him pregame.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Only 15 free throws for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I guarantee you he will not shoot more than 8 in Game 3.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's going to be a correction in this series as far as it goes to that.
Is that the first item on the weekend bingo card, Sam?
There you go.
I can type it down.
Type it down.
All right.
Sounds good. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, less than 10 free throws in Game 3.
Under 10 free throws. Got it.
All right.
It has been recorded. Coming up next is the return of their closer, just what the Diamondbacks need to get back on track. We'll find out. We'll talk about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pro Football Focus has, they have Kyler as the 15th best quarterback entering 2025. I'm sure there are some people right now in their cars screaming that's way too high, he's not good. And others screaming like, no, he's going to be better this year.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where he should be.
Where you're ranked going into the season has no bearing on where you're going to be at some point in time. You get to go out and actually do something about it. It doesn't matter what some guy believes. Having said all of that, that's right about where I think he should be ranked.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
NASCAR on
Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for a 3-game series that'll get underway tonight at 5:15. Zach Gallen will be on the mound and be looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out, and the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in the series. As always, you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even starts. And last night, the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves last night with a 118-103 win, and Shea had 38 points after being named the league's MVP. Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be in the Garden tonight as the Knicks attempt to even up the series, and the Pacers have plans of going up 2-0 and back in Indiana. In the world of college football, the playoff will be changing their seeding format to place and seed teams strictly on where they are ranked when the season ends. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 101 top of the zone, and Martinez indeed strikes out the side in order in the bottom of the 8th.
A highlight from early April, a highlight that might be repeated this weekend. Justin Martinez coming back from the injured list after 3 weeks on the injured list. And that's kind of where we are in Major League Baseball these days, Bick. There was nothing structurally wrong that they could find with Justin Martinez, and he still missed 3 weeks of action.
Yeah, listen, that to me is the one really weird element of this story. I understand as a young player that he maybe never understood the idea of fatigue or dead arm in baseball. But even guys who get that don't get shut down for 3 weeks. So I'm really kind of weirded out by all this. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I hope this is nothing more than just an abundance of precaution.
Because there was no, surgery, no rehab. We don't know if this will not happen again. Like, how could we be sure that, he started the season throwing 102 miles an hour? So he's doing that again now. It doesn't mean that he's not going to dip again.
Well, he was clocked at 101 the other night in Reno. So at least we know he's got the capability of reaching that, because quite honestly, before he went on the injured list, it was a little alarming to see him 4 to 5 miles per hour off what he had been throwing early in the season.
Yeah, because it's a real short bridge to season-ending surgery when that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah.
And so, look, I think Justin Martinez, I'm real curious about this, because the theory from talking to Derek Hall and others is that Justin Martinez's arm and his shoulder just didn't feel right, so he was apprehensive of really letting it rip. So the velocity drop from him came from the fact that in his head, I can't let this go because I might be messed up. Okay, so if that's the case, then maybe giving him a good deal of rest to feel perfect is the way to do it. I've just never seen a guy shut down this long just for arm fatigue, ever.
Yeah, again, really nothing clinically wrong.
Well, listen, we really, as a baseball town and as a town that needs this team to be good, we need this bullpen to get solidified because ever since the D-backs lost A.J. Puck in, the second week of April, it seems like we have just been dancing around bullpen meltdowns, right? Bullpen meltdown, then you spend a couple of days trying to recover, get back on the winning track, get your minds in the right place, bullpen meltdown. And it's got to get solidified. It's really amazing that Mike Hazen, for as good as he is as a general manager, keeps getting bit by these bad bullpens.
No.
It is, I say it every year, it's a crapshoot. You never. Sometimes you think you've got a great bullpen. I mean, sometimes it fails. Other times, the weirdest season of all in terms of bullpen reliability was 2022. The bullpen was going to keep them out of the playoffs. That's how bad it was. They pick up Ryan Thompson, everything falls into place, and they ride the bullpen all the way to the World Series.
That's what it was.
You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And they went into this season saying, all right, we got our two guys for the end of the game, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, nothing to worry about there. We got our guys that we've relied on in the past, Joe Mantiply, Ryan Thompson. These guys are going to bridge the gap. Nothing to worry about there.
Yeah.
And nothing has worked out.
No.
Well, and where would this team be without Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller? Two guys you didn't even think about having in that bullpen.
Last second addition.
Yes.
A last second addition and a non-roster invitee. Yeah. So now the question becomes, with Martinez coming back and they paved the way by, it's clearing up a roster spot for Justin Martinez to come back. Is he the closer right away? You talk about being solidified. That's not something, even from a role standpoint, that's happened. Josh Colmenter, former Diamondbacks pitcher, is now a radio analyst, was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. They asked him that question. Does Torrey give Justin Martinez the closer role right off the bat?
I think he's going to. I don't know if it'll be right away because I'm sure he wants to see him get a couple outings in the big leagues again. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's in there closing out a game this weekend, if they play a close game against St. Louis. And then he gets one more under his belt. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he says, this is our guy, especially since Puck is still a couple months away. This is going to be the guy that you want closing out game.
I think that's eventually the play, but I said it earlier this week, and I'm going to stick with it. Even with Shelby Miller's latest meltdown in the Dodger series, I think he's your closer for right now.
There's no doubt about it in my mind. There is no chance that Torey Lovello is going to give the ball to Justin Martinez in a closer situation until Justin Martinez proves he is back. Yeah,
but we've been waiting ever since Justin Martinez first came up, and you want to talk about a crapshoot. You didn't know what you were going to get other than electric numbers on the radar gun.
Yeah.
But imagine when he finally gets to the point where there's no or very little effective pressure situations. There's very little in terms of his own personal governor. Can I let this rip? When he is at his full potential, it's frightening. I just wonder if we're ever going to see it.
Let's hope. I mean, that would be really a shame if a kid who is that filthy never flourishes, never becomes what he hints at becoming.
So if J Mart today goes out, saying like the seventh inning, pitches well, and nothing too great, nothing right in the middle. If we're in a safe situation in the next 2 or 3 games, is he giving the ball to Shelby or Justin?
I think this weekend it's still Shelby.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah,
so
I think
do I.
It's, hey, prove it. Let's see where you are. Let's see where you are mentally, comfort standpoint, all of those things.
You also look for all the money that Ken Kendrick has invested in the team the last couple of years. The one area where they haven't really splurged is the bullpen. Like the Dodgers gave a lot of money to Tanner Scott and Kirby Yates and. Who's that other dude?
Everybody else.
Who's that other dude? Blake Trainin.
Yep.
Those are 8-figure contracts. Those 3 dudes alone got $34 million from the Dodgers. Nobody in the Diamondbacks bullpen makes more than $3 million. Now, and I think that's also a casualty of how much money was sunk into the starting rotation. You know, Jordan Montgomery, unfortunately, big waste of money. Eduardo Rodriguez, not living up to that contract. Not been a $20 million a year pitcher. I think Corbin Burns, I don't think anyone's going to regret that signing. I think he is going he's going to be he won't be as good as Randy Johnson, but I think at the end of it we're going to go that was a great signing.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you bring that up because I think there's actually wisdom in doing it the way the Diamondbacks are attacking it.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers have a luxury that other teams don't have because they can throw the big money at bullpen pitchers. But last 5 to 8 years, who's been reliable enough in the bullpen throughout baseball consistently to earn those kind of contracts? Craig Kimbrell was elite at one point. They wanted to kill him at the end of his tenure in Philadelphia. Devin Williams was unhittable in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
They want to run him out of town in New York. Like, I think it's more wise to roll the dice on the bullpen and try to piece it together than throwing money at it.
They spent money on Paul Sewell. That didn't work out at the end.
No.
It worked out for a while.
It worked out until it didn't work out.
No, listen.
But that's the case with all those big money guys.
You're so right about this. Relief pitchers seem to be very erratic. Great year one year, next year.
Yeah.
Except then the years where they don't spend on a closer, we're like, how could they not have brought in a real closer? Yeah. They're trying to piece it together. There really is no answer.
Listen, I had no issue. When you had A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez down there in spring training, I thought to myself, that's plenty. You've got two verified closer ability dudes down there.
Yeah, but the frustrating part was for a lot of people, and I'll count myself in, at least 1 foot into this group, the fact that when both of those pitchers were healthy coming out of spring training, it's still not the definition of roles, kind of threw a lot of people for a loop. And that's a Torey Lovullo decision. He still hasn't named a closer this year. They're 50 games into the season.
Yeah.
And when you have pitchers on the record saying, yeah, I like to know what my role is. If we're up by 2 runs in the 7th inning, I'm coming in. I know that's my job. And if it switches around, I think it makes it harder for those guys. Now, it's been more difficult to do that because you didn't have Ginkel and Graveman to start. Now you don't have Puck. You didn't have Martinez for 3 weeks. So it is a work in progress very much for Torey Lovullo.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
You could join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. It could be a must-see pitching matchup between Paul Skeens and Zach Gallen. Is that verified? We got to check that.
It could be.
It could be.
You're not lying.
It could not be,
right.
too. That's half, HALF to 620-620 to score your half-day club tickets. Coming up next, did the Cardinals build enough depth in their secondary to withstand an injury? And has Kyler Murray grown enough to be consistently good this year? We'll talk some Cardinals football next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Right out today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Arizona at Desert Wind Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on nicer models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the Cardinals cornerback room handle the loss of Sean Murphy-Bunting? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
May back to throw again. Pass over the middle, pulled in, and then intercepted. It was redirected into the arms of Murphy-Bunting. He's tackled at the 45. The ball was dropped and popped into the air and picked off, and the Cardinals get a takeaway.
A highlight from last season, December 15th, Dave Pasch on the call. Sean Murphy-Bunting, one of his 3 interceptions for the Arizona Cardinals last year, his first season as a Cardinal. His second season already wiped away. Yesterday, get the news that Sean Murphy-Bunting placed on the reserve non-football injury list. That makes him ineligible to play this season. Don't know what the injury is or how it was suffered. It is a bummer. But it also came out in further reporting that the Cardinals were aware of the injury, and that's why they drafted 2 cornerbacks in Will Johnson and Denzel Burke. So.
Well, it sure explains Denzel Burke. On draft day, I said repeatedly that was the one pick that didn't make sense to me, given how many bodies are in that room. Now it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and like, if you lose – normally, if this would have happened last year going into the season, you're thinking, oh, man, that's a huge blow. I had wondered, and I think you had wondered independently, what Sean Murphy-Bunting's role was going to be with the Cardinals this year. Because
I wasn't even sure if he was going to make the team.
I hate to say it because the guy's injured, but he wasn't very good last year.
No.
And he was coming off a rough year in Tennessee as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to pile on because we don't know what the injury was. He was injured away from the team in non-football activity. Cardinals are not obligated to pay him this year, so this is a bad deal for Sean Murphy-Bunting. But I didn't think his play on the field last year really it didn't inspire a lot of confidence in me, put it that way.
No. And now, I mean, I think the Cardinals, for the first time in a long time, are in a position where their depth is reassuring on this. And a lot of that has to do with what they did on draft day. But look at the cornerback room now, Bick. Will Johnson, Starling Thomas V, Garrett Williams, Jalen Jones, who they got in free agency, Max Melton, Darren Hall, Keitrell Clark. This probably opens up an opportunity for him. Denzel Burke, Jaden Davis, Elijah Jones coming back from an injury plagued rookie season last year. I feel pretty good about the depth there. Again, a bummer. More depth is always better, but I don't think this is a crushing blow.
No, either do I. Like I said, I was even if Sean Murphy Bunting. Now he had signed a 3-year, $25.5 million deal.
I think so, yeah.
I wasn't sure what his future was going to be based on his performance and based on how crowded that room is. And they've got a budding star in Garrett Williams. Shut up, Garrett. In fact, Pro Football Focus rated that dude the Cardinals' most underrated player.
I don't think I would disagree with that.
It's hard to disagree with that.
Yeah, he's been really good. The other question on the offensive side of the ball, and I think it's interesting too to hear, with availability and OTAs and players meeting with the media, the offensive side of the ball, they're viewing what happened this offseason as a vote of confidence because they're basically running it back with the same offense. There wasn't a whole lot of acquisition on that side of the ball. But the big question, we've hit on it, we'll continue to hit on it until it actually comes to fruition or he's no longer here. Kyler Murray's ascension. Kyler Murray needs to be a more consistent winning quarterback in the NFL for the Cardinals to accomplish their goals. We are not the only ones talking about this. Mina Kimes, the Mina Kimes show with Ollie Connolly, was talking about how weird a season it was for Kyler Murray in 2024.
Such a weird season. Right?
Yeah,
like
not how I would even pictured an excellent Kyler Murray season. It's like you go back and look at the figures and go, well, that was a really good season. But when I'm watching it, it's like I never thought coming into the league that would be how Kyler would play one of his best years. I thought it'd be way more vertical, shots all over the place, him running around, absolute mayhem, but it's so magic and so special to see. Whereas this was so designed and like orchestrated. I thought what Petzing built with the offense was really fascinating and interesting and kind of an example of where the league is going. I did not think that Kyler Murray would be the guy you'd plug into that. I thought you'd wind up with a Purdy or a Goff or someone like that, and that's the system you would run. It's like you got given this kind of magic trick that bails you out of plays, and Kyler just kind of subsumed himself to the offense in a way that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, from week 11 on the subject of the weird season, Kyler had been very responsible with the football, not putting it in jeopardy. Starting with the game at Seattle that they lost 16-6. He had an interception in that game. Had 2 picks in the Minnesota game. They lose that by 1. The home game against Seattle, 2 picks. The one game where he didn't throw, in this stretch anyway, didn't throw a pick against New England. They win that. Threw 2 picks against the Rams, 1 against Carolina in close losses in both of those. And then, the last week of the season, I'll throw that out the window. It was a 4-touchdown, 0-pick game against guys wearing San Francisco jerseys, but it wasn't necessarily their team.
No.
So from the first half to the second half, that was the definition of weird because you had a quarterback who was efficient and taking care of the football. And when he started turning the ball over, that's when the Cardinals started losing games consistently.
Yeah, and they were really bad turnovers. They weren't I can see why he took that shot right there. Yeah, this is the offense now is going to be predicated on the improvement of Marvin Harrison Jr. and whether or not Kyler Murray can level up one more rung on the ladder. There were times last year when he looked like he was in complete control of the football game, of his emotions. There were any number of big-time throws that he made. In fact, his big-time throw rating, I don't know how you derive that from analytics, but it was the best it had been in a few years for Kyler Murray. But the end of the season got really wonky, right? Ever since he had pizza in New York City with that rando who didn't know who he was.
What's your name? Kyler.
Kyler? Oh, good to meet you, Kyler.
Why are you filming me?
Why are you dipping your pizza in ranch?
Here's more from the Mina Kimes show with Ollie Connolly on Kyler's streakiness.
I don't know what to put it on. I mean, I guess that's kind of the story of his career in some ways. Some of it I would put on like the fact that they took a wide receiver 4th overall, who I thought was unbelievable. And he also ended up being incredibly streaky and kind of unprepared for, it was bizarre. Although Marvin Harrison Jr. is jacked now. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, is he really? That's great.
What like, am I over attributing some of the streakiness to that relationship? Because it was one of the strangest things. I think it was like one of the strangest subplots of the NFL
strange
season.
In, I think, the first month of the season, because they had this thing where they're not targeting him, then he locks in on him. And I do think, as I said, by again, in the middle of the year, Kyler just turned himself over to whatever the offense asked me to run is what I will run. And I thought he ran one of the most efficient passing games in the league last season. It's just not what you would expect of Kyler. You would almost expect there to be more chaos involved, but he was streaky playing to the structure of the offense, which I haven't seen before. So, and he just kind of said, McBride's the guy. I'm throwing to McBride.
And he definitely threw to McBride a lot, but it doesn't take a football genius to figure out that the Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr. on-field chemistry / relationship needs to improve for the Cardinals to accomplish their goals. Because I do think that's an accurate synopsis. Not only was Kyler Murray streaky, but with his streakiness led to streakiness with the rookie wide receiver as well.
And a lot of that falls on Drew Petzing as well. The deployment of Marvin Harrison Jr. has been called into question by very smart football people. And you take a look at the routes that he ran and how good he was when you put him in motion and how rarely they actually did it.
Yeah, it was a handful of times all season.
Yeah. So,
which was a knock on the Cliff Kingsbury offense here in Arizona.
Sure was.
Lack of pre-snap motion from receivers. DeAndre Hopkins always lining up on the left side of the formation. So we'll see if there's any more variety there.
And speaking of weird and strange, how weird and strange is it to hear someone with that accent talking about American football? Like very, very, very rare do you ever hear someone with a, I guess, Irish accent talking about American football
just wait till after the 2028 Olympics, man. You're going to have people in Dublin talking about the NFL. You're going to have people in Timbuktu talking about
flag football.
It's
going to catch the world on fire.
Now, the one difference that does have, other than the Dream Team, is it will be played in America. It's not like they're going overseas and they're going to. Even the Dream Team did sort of an overseas tour before the Olympics.
Yeah,
that's not going to be part of this. Introductory of American football to the world.
That's interesting. I mean, I do realize that the Olympics in 2028 are in Los Angeles, but I don't know. Once I'm watching the Olympics this past summer, watching the Team USA win the gold medal, I don't ever consider the location.
They show the Eiffel Tower and
it's just Olympic basketball to me. Every team traveled there except for one. So, well, I mean, the 84 Olympics in my lifetime certainly were the buzziest Olympics that I remember because it was right here.
Mm-hmm.
More than Atlanta?
Yeah.
Atlanta was a disaster.
They had their issues. I mean, you were in Atlanta.
Yeah, it was grotesque.
I think I watched every second of coverage of the 84 Olympics that summer when I was 13 years old. Yeah. I couldn't get enough of it. I even had the official United States, the tracksuits that they wore. Levi's made the tracksuits, and I had one of them. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know where my dad got it.
I need a picture of that.
I was very proud of that. I don't think I have a picture of it. You can join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs take on the Pirates. Just text the word half to 620-620, and we will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. And I checked it, Jared. The pitching matchup lines up. Skeens against Gallen next Wednesday. So that should be impetus right there. Text the word half to 620-620 to score those tickets. Coming up next, the Oklahoma City Thunder are giving the Phoenix Suns the perfect blueprint on how to rebuild an NBA contender. But do the Suns have enough discipline and patience to actually follow it? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is your backyard kind of cringy? Does it keep you from having friends and family over on the weekend? If you're answering or nodding your head yes, you are not alone, and my friends at Turf Monsters, they can come to your rescue. They're a one-stop shop that can build you whatever you're looking for. They can build you a backyard that will make your neighbors green with envy, no matter what you're looking for. Hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, they can handle that. Traditional landscape, they can handle that. Pergolas, check. Built-in barbecue grills, customized fire pits. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can hook you up with a beautiful green lawn that comes without water bills and messes. And their state-of-the-art putting greens are absolutely phenomenal. In fact, they are so good, they were contracted to create the putting course at Dobson Ranch. Check it out. Go to their website. You'll see some samples of their work. Really take a look at those putting greens. If you're a golfer, they will blow your mind. You can schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you paid.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will be in St. Louis for a 3-game series that'll get underway tonight at 5:15, and Zach Gallen will be on the mound and be looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out, and the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series. And as always, you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB season before it even starts. And last night in the NBA, the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves with a 118-103 win, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 38 points after being named the league's MVP. And tonight, Game 2 in the Eastern Conference will be in the Garden as the Knicks attempt to even up the series, and the Pacers will have plans of going up 2-0 and heading back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I thought we did that in the first half, too. I thought on a half where we shot 4 for 20 from 3 to have 58 points and to kind of pace offensively the way we did it, I think it speaks to the blend we were able to find. It felt like we were very confident and, getting to good spots on the floor, understanding, a continued understanding of how to attack this team. And then we did it again in the fourth. They threw different stuff at us. They were pretty aggressive on the ball. I thought our spacing and attacks were very good. We shot the right shots, made the right passes, so we can learn from it. It's a different look, again, that we can improve from, but I thought by and large offensively we did a good job tonight.
That is Mark Daigneault, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder. He finds his team up 2-0 in the Western Conference Finals over the Minnesota Timberwolves after last night's 118-103 Game 2 win, which, once it was back and forth. It was close for a while, but it seems like another example, Bick, of Oklahoma City just getting to a point in the game where they turn it up on both ends and put the game away and coast to a victory.
Yeah, that's what happened. I did take a little bit of perverse joy in watching Scott Foster get his nose bloodied on a tip-off. But other than that, it was a relatively uneventful game.
Are you going to send
with Chris Paul in the building?
Are you sending Lou Dort a fruit basket to say thank you?
Yeah, right.
Make it look legit.
Yeah,
Lou.
right,
Okay, fine.
Right.
So the Oklahoma City Thunder, we played the soundbite from Chris Canty earlier, and he believes that they are set up to be the next, really the first dynasty in the NBA of the 2020s. That remains to be seen. You still have to go out. You still have to win basketball games. But, man, are they in a good spot. From young talent to superstar talent to identity, culture, draft assets, and capital, they have every box checked.
Yep.
So you find yourself now comparing the Oklahoma City Thunder to the Phoenix Suns. There's not much of a comparison.
No.
If you look at the on-court results the last 2 seasons, the Suns are not even competitive with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But what the Thunder have done for the Suns and other teams, they've kind of laid out how you need to do this, how you need to approach it. Yes, you have to get some luck in the draft with the guys that you do pick, but let's consider that. The Oklahoma City Thunder are doing this, and they have one top 10 draft pick on their roster in Chet Holmgren. They've done this the right way with patience, and they didn't, in 2020, that was the Chris Paul team in Oklahoma City. He helped get them to the playoffs that year in the bubble. Then he came to Phoenix. They had 2 down years, 22 wins, 24 wins. Then they upgraded to 40 wins, 57, and 68. But they were also willing to tear it down. And that's where this, you want to apply this blueprint to what the Suns need to do.
Yep.
That's the speed bump, is this organization does not have belief in tearing it down.
No, and I think this is a really, really important conversation, because I do think that there needs to be an infusion of reality into the Phoenix Suns. When you take a look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, you're looking at an organization that is just very, very smart and intentional with everything they do. Look at the addition of Isaiah Hartenstein, right? Big deal for them. Trading for Alex Caruso, who's been very good for them, who's a really, really good defensive player. And they've got all this draft capital sitting back there in reserve that gives them all the flexibility. And so you say to yourself, when are we going to be able to beat that team? Because if you're the Phoenix Suns, the idea of trading Kevin Durant and building around Devin Booker, you're not going to compete with that team. And so it really begets the dicey question that Matt Ishbia wants no part of. And that is, why not commit to a full-on teardown? Now, again, let's take our emotions out of this because Devin Booker is the number one athlete in this city for the moment and has been for quite some time. We all love the guy. No one is saying otherwise. Mm-hmm. But when you look at reality, when and how are you going to get back to being a championship team? The idea of just throwing money at star players, folly, didn't work. The Kevin Durant plus Devin Booker didn't work. The Bradley Beal acquisition, disaster. So the question really becomes, is the smarter thing a full-on teardown? Smart basketball people will tell you absolutely, because they're the ones who don't have their hearts in it. And they look at this and they go, okay, now is the time that you need to cut your losses, lick your wounds, go to the store, buy some Band-Aids, and take some lumps for a few years while you're coherently building a cohesive basketball team where everybody fits and everybody is connected and everybody believes in what you're doing, and the result is right there on the floor to see. You watch the Oklahoma City Thunder play, and it's breathtaking. And you're like, why can't our team be like that? Well, because our team is misfits. It's not the right mix of players or attitudes or personality traits.
Yeah. And with Oklahoma City, it started with them trading a superstar in their prime with Paul George, which gave them a lot of the assets they used to build forward. And the Suns should be wanting to build a team that will be great in 3 years. That will be a championship contender in 3 years or 4 years. You know what I mean? When all these contracts and stuff come up for Oklahoma City and San Antonio and all these young ascending teams.
I think deep down, Jarrett, that is their belief. That is their goal in all of this. But they also want to do it without trading Devin Booker.
But how do you do both?
No, you're straddling things at that point.
You're building a seventh seed.
We played the
sixth seed.
The production piece, the open to this segment, with the big voice guy, and Brian Gregory talking about the draft is going to be important. Well, how important you make the draft is up to you as an organization. Mm-hmm. Because if you're really serious about the draft, and it is that important to your building process, you need to acquire picks. How do you do that? I think it's a year away, quite honestly. We're having this Devin Booker discussion now. He's not going anywhere this year. There's a lot of financial motivation for him to stay in Phoenix. And there's a lot of motivation on the organization side to keep him here because things are dark right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if trading your most popular player and your best player at the height of his career would go over very well for this particular organization. But I could see this being, a year from now, on May 23rd, 2026, we might be having a much different discussion about this, the reality of that situation.
And
because it might become painfully obvious that that's what they need to do.
Yes, I think you're right. And that's a little bit troubling to me because Matt Ishbia still has this mentality that nobody's going to outwork me, nobody's going to outspend me, and I'm going to figure this thing out because I don't do rebuilds. I'm in it to win it every single year. It's almost delusional.
That's why it'll be interesting to see what they go after in a Kevin Durant trade. How much of that is draft picks and future assets and really young players, and how much of it is that guys that will want win now and rotation players.
That will be an indication of how serious they are about the draft. You're exactly right. If a trade even happens, Jarrett.
The one thing that Matt Ishbia is right about is they need to build a personality. I told you guys this earlier. I was listening to Brian Scalabrine, former Boston Celtic, and he said something that jarred me because it really applies to us. He said basketball teams, in all his years of experience, they do not take on the personality of their head coach. They take on their personality of their best player. And in Phoenix, that's an issue because KD is KD. He does himself and he chills.
Yeah.
That's what it says on his Twitter account.
I do me.
I do me. and that's not the personality you need for a basketball team. Great basketball player, but the personality, it does not translate to a winning team. So there's a lot of work to do here. There's a lot of heavy lifting to do here. And so this is something that I think you're right. I think they're not going to realize the importance of tearing it down until it hits them in the face. like an 18-win season or something like that. I don't know, Vinny. It's just, and I hate this conversation because the minute you talk about trading Devin Booker, people scream at you.
You guys are chasing him out of town. Screw you guys.
You should be fired. What are you doing? How dare you? How do you keep your job? But it's the harsh facts. When you look at Oklahoma City, that's what you have to look at. You have to look at when can we beat the best team in our conference.
Yeah. Remember when Paul George went to Oklahoma City in free agency? Wow, what a coup. In the middle of the night, he decided to sign there. And then they traded him at the height of his career and turned it into what they have now.
That's crazy. That is the difference between great sports executives and bad ones. The great ones know how to sell high.
Now, they weren't saddled with the emotional connection the city had to Paul George at that point, like the city of Phoenix has with Devin Booker. That's what complicates the whole thing. But
I know
hard basketball decisions are going to have to be made.
Yeah. And if Houston really wants Devin Booker, you got to listen to that. I'm sorry. The more you watch Oklahoma City and see the West, you realize we are miles away from that.
Coming up next, is the NCAA conspiring to stick it to teams like ASU? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target.
Hey, it's Luke.
Restrictions apply.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave KANTOR.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, it's Luke. The NFL's creating new awards. If we could create one more, what award would we create? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The other reason that they came to this agreement, remember, it had to be unanimous in order to implement the change for this fall. And one of the reasons they were able to get to the unanimity is because of the financial component that was added to it. Sources told me that if you're one of the 4 highest ranked conference champions, even though you're not going to get one of those top 4 seeds or first round buys necessarily, you're still going to get the $8 million that Boise State and Arizona State got. $4 million for getting into the playoff and then $4 million for advancing to the next round for a total of $8 million. So to be able to keep them financially whole was part of this deal.
That's Heather Dinich from ESPN. The vote going down yesterday was unanimously passed. The college football playoff, the 12-team system that is 1 year old. We've only seen one version of it. They're already making changes to it. A new seeding model next year. So gone are the guaranteed top 4 spots for conference champions from the ACC, Big Ten, SEC, and the Big 12, which benefited ASU last year.
Yeah.
They were the number 4 seed in that tournament. They got the first round bye before they had to play Texas. If this was in place last year, ASU would have been the 11th, or actually the 12th seed, and would have played Ohio State.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, maybe I'm reading that wrong. I think I jumped ahead on that, reading the wrong graphic. But they certainly would have played in the first round and not had that first round. They would have
played Arizona State would have played Ohio State.
Is it Ohio State?
Round.
Okay.
Yeah. Tennessee would have played SMU. Boise State would have played Indiana. Clemson would have played Notre Dame.
Okay. So I did have it right. And look, people freaked out because of Boise State getting the bye in the Fiesta Bowl. They weren't very competitive against Penn State. ASU, on the other hand, their game against Texas in the Peach Bowl as the 4 seed was the highlight, really, of the first year of the college football playoff expanded field. So you get the feeling now it's because of Boise State and Arizona State that the committee came together and said,
Boise State.
We can't have this.
Certainly Boise State.
And under the last system as well, Notre Dame not having a conference affiliation, they were only guaranteed to get the 5 seed at the highest, and now they can be a top 4 seed as well.
Listen, I think this is a logical thing to do, but I also think that people, for good reason, think, okay, they are now rigging the system to better serve the Big Ten and the SEC. And I'm sure it's going to come down that way. But I will also say this: Arizona State, they can stand up proud and say this is not our fault. We more than held up our end of the bargain. We more than validated our first round bye to the point where the first round bye in the college football playoff, as we learned the hard way, is no reward at all.
Certainly wasn't for the teams that had them.
You take a week off, you're playing a team that is in rhythm and is at game speed, and you haven't played a football game in 3+ weeks. We saw that the first quarter of that game. So I'm okay with this, but I'm also now bracing for what this is going to look like and what it's going to mean for the Big Ten and the SEC. I also realize that last year and this year, these are all guinea pigs until they get to the right number of expansion, which will be next year. They think it's going to be 16 teams. So, yeah, I mean, after watching ASU be a part of it and represent themselves very, very well and darn near pull off one of the greatest victories we've ever seen. Why are you blitzing? Nearly pulled off one of the greatest victories we have ever seen. It makes you hungry. It makes you want them to get back in that arena so badly.
Yeah. The off season for college football seems endless, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like, you wait all year for college football season to start, and then you get it, and then you blink, and it's over. And then it just from January until late August, it seemingly takes forever. I'm right there. The anticipation for ASU football is up there. The anticipation for their quarterback is up there as well. Sam Leavitt, one of the top returning quarterbacks in the Big 12, if not the entire nation. There's all kinds of reports now of Sam Leavitt turning down big money offers to go elsewhere. His loyalties to Arizona State because of the connection with Kenny Dillingham. Sam Leavitt was a guest of Matt Berry, ESPN, the Matt Berry Show. He is also an ASU alum and does a lot on the ESPN airwaves to wave the flag for ASU, which we need more of, by the way. But Sam Leavitt talked with Matt Berry about when he realized and the team realized that they had something special cooking last season.
I'd probably say, we kind of felt it a little bit after the Utah game, but then I got hurt. And then once I came back and we played Oklahoma State, we really started rolling as a team. We went there and just played really, really, complete football on all aspects of the game. And we just kind of started rolling from there. And then Kansas State, and then, and then we played BYU, and it was like, well, this is, probably to get into the Big 12 championship. And then, won that game. And then it was like, holy crap, we're really doing this, And it was like each week we really didn't know how good we were. We were just getting better and better. And it was crazy to see, just the growth that we were having and, just how far we could really go. And, it was a week-to-week thing.
It certainly was a slow build. I mean, the season started with the win over Wyoming. Yeah, it was Wyoming, whatever. They looked to be blowing out Mississippi State in week 2, had to hang on for dear life at the end of that game. They beat Texas State on that Thursday night game by 3. And they're like, okay, they're winning games, but how good is this team? Then they lose to Texas Tech. Then they struggled with Kansas. He's right. The Utah game was kind of the beginning of it. But then the next week, Sam Leavitt misses the game in Cincinnati, and they looked completely punchless in that game. They didn't really blow anybody out. I mean, Oklahoma State, yes. But once they got past BYU, I mean, they blew out Arizona, they blew out Iowa State. It was a very rewarding year, but it was a strange path to get to where they got. Because I think they were finding themselves every week in these tough late game situations. And they passed all those tests.
And they kept succeeding those end game situations. Yeah, that's why duplicating this seems to me like I know they've got the quarterback to do it. I know they got the coach to do it. I know they got the talent to do it. But when you zoom out and go back to how last year felt, how they went from being bowl eligible, which we all thought was a gigantic accomplishment, to just rattling off victory after victory after that point. Duplicating that seems like it's going to be very, very difficult. You really kind of get a picture at how hard it is to navigate a football season with only one loss or two losses, and how teams like Ohio State and others make it look easy, and it's not. So here's the one good thing I'll take away. So even though this new seeding system is going to clearly be a benefit for the Big Ten and the SEC, and we all know where that's going. I think if ASU wins the Big 12, what they did if they repeat what they did in last year's playoff, I think will help them in that seeding process.
Yeah, it's certainly not.
You know what I mean? I think they gained a lot of credibility with their performance in that playoff game.
And it might not even be conscious. It might be a subconscious.
Maybe.
ASU is a pretty good playoff team with what they did last year.
Whereas Boise State, if they duplicate that and have another great season, and people go, no, this has got to be a 12 seed. This has got to be an 11 seed or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think ASU will derive some residual benefit from what they did last year. I also wonder why the NFL doesn't do this. And we talked about this. You can have an 8-9 team win a division and host a playoff game.
Well,
you play 8 of 17 games are divisional games, or not even that, 6.
Yeah,
6 of 17 games are divisional games, and you're given the winner of that.
And that proposal was on the books until they pulled it off before the vote.
Interesting.
This past week.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big Friday morning stories in the Rush Hour reboot here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know if I'd want the Suns' failure to be the lasting image of super teams in the history of the NBA. It might be. I don't know if I want my team to bear that burden of, hey, your team did it so bad, they did away with super teams because your super team was so bad. I don't know if I want my team to bear that burden.
The Suns, right now, the Suns are the left. Because the Suns failed so miserably at it, though, it's different.
But they won't be. They won't be the last one.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I'm a big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a big believer in QC Kinetics and what they can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. They can also help you avoid surgery, and I know that from personal experience. I tore my meniscus about 5 years ago. I did not want to deal with surgery and rehab. I went to QC Kinetics. Their treatments helped me get better without surgery, and now I'm back in the gym doing everything I want to do. QC Kinetics have been on the cutting edge of a medical revolution ever since 2018 using regenerative medicine. They've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Now, the truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment. Now it's mainstream. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. They can help you say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Go get a free consultation. Learn how these revolutionary treatments can help you get rid of your joint pain. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that'll get underway tonight at 5:15. Zach Gallen will be on the mound and be looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out. And the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in the series. And as always, you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even starts. And last night, the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves with a 118-103 win over the T-Wolves, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 38 points after being named the league's MVP. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning. It's 7:33 on a Friday, and fellas, there are few better feelings than heading into a 3-day weekend. Knowing you have Monday off, knowing Sunday you can really do whatever you want, but we've got to finish strong. We've got to do some reboots, and we start with the Diamondbacks. They're headed to St. Louis. They've got a 3-game series with a very hot Cardinals team, and yesterday, former pitcher for the Diamondbacks, Josh Colmenter, was on Wolf and Luke, and he had this to say about Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen, they need him to be good. He needs to not be a spot in the rotation where all of a sudden you don't know what you're getting out of him. He needs to fill in with what the rest of the guys are doing.
So with that, we're going to play a quick little game of stud or dud this weekend. And we start with Zach Gallen. Is he going to be a stud or a dud tonight?
I don't
He's coming off a bad performance.
Yeah.
And generally when he does, he generally bounces back really, really well. I'm going to say stud.
I feel dud.
Ooh, all right. Next, Justin Martinez. There's a good chance, Torey Lovello said, we do get him back in this series. Stud or dud for J Mart coming off the IL?
I think it's somewhere in the middle, but bordering on stud.
I am hoping so. I really am. It's what this kid has teased us with early this season with that wipeout pitch of his.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of words were written by baseball analysts about the incredible arm and explosiveness of Justin Martinez. He better be a stud.
Okay, and in the same realm here, the D-backs bullpen as a whole, it's been wildly inconsistent. Do we see studs or duds?
The moment I have to go with the latter.
Yeah,
it's not exactly inspiring a lot of confidence.
No, it's like you go into a series or you go into a particular game, and it's just like, okay, prove me wrong today.
That's how it feels.
So I got to agree with Bick. I'm leaning towards dud on that one too.
All right, and lastly, the D-backs bats. They're one game very good, the other we've seen the worst of it. Do the D-backs bats show up this series, studs or duds for the lineup?
I'm going to say studs because they're going into a great baseball environment, and this team shows that they enjoy that. When they get into these rockin', hostile atmospheres, it kind of speaks to Ketel Marte, it speaks to Lourdes Gurriel Jr., it speaks to Gabby Moreno. It really seems to bring out the best in them. So I'm going to go. I'm looking forward to a good series from the Diamondbacks offense this week.
I am too. But a lot of it based on what they just did or didn't do in Los Angeles. They got shut down the last two games of that series, so I think the offense is too good to continue this swoon. So I'll go stud on that.
Awesome. Thank you for playing Stud or Dud. Next,
we need theme music for that. It's time for Stud
or Dud. The T-Wolves, let's be honest, have been a little overwhelmed by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we've touched on it a little bit. And through 2 games, Julius Randle last night seemed a little checked out. So, with that being said, if the T-Wolves do get swept, do they make a push for Kevin Durant? We know Anthony Edwards have said that that's his favorite player in the NBA. If they get swept, do they aggressively make a push for Durant?
Ooh.
That might be the best hope for the Phoenix Suns, especially if Houston doesn't have real interest in Kevin Durant.
Right.
Minnesota getting their comeuppance in this particular series might motivate them to do something like that, because they are really, really struggling to get buckets against Oklahoma City.
That they are.
And I mean, last night was really telling. When your second best offensive player is on the bench for a full 12 minutes and you're trying to come back in the fourth quarter. I know he didn't play well, but they really have to be questioning things right now. And I don't see the tenacity of Oklahoma City's defense, leveling down at all in this series.
No.
I'll say there's somewhat hopefully, yes, that they would do that.
I know. I hope. Well, as a Suns fan, we keep talking ourselves into, if the Knicks lose, they beat Boston. If the T-Wolves can just lose some games and then they're in the conference finals. All right.
Yeah, so you just guaranteed by asking that question as we come back on Tuesday, 2-2. And it's going to be 2-2.
Here's the other thing. We're going to get into this later, I think. There's around the Knicks and in New York City, there's a lot of discussion going on about a blow-up on the bench between Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby before overtime, just as the Knicks were choking off that lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the Knicks get swept out of this and there really is friction, maybe you can get OG Anunoby out of New York.
It's just in-game friction. It happens all the time.
I hope. I hope not. I hope it's more than that.
All right, we wrap things up with our Friday bingo card. We are not here on Monday, so we have a little bit more of a runway. We have yet to hit bingo, and we already have one on the list. It is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander under 10 free throws in Game 3. But
what's the? You can't say that guy's name. I've never screwed up something like that.
Shai Gilgeous.
I believe it's Shai. Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA, yeah, for short. So D-backs have 3 in St. Louis. There's playoff basketball everywhere. Some really good motorsport going on. What happens this weekend?
Okay, so I said earlier this is a gigantic day or gigantic weekend in Indianapolis. You've got the Pacers playing a home game and the Indy 500 on the same day for the first time since 2013. In 2013, Tony Kanaan, is that how he pronounces his name?
Sure.
Okay,
yep.
he drove car number 11 and he won the Indy 500 on that day when the Pacers played a home playoff game. Who's ever driving car number 11 in this year's Indy 500? Mark me down that for him.
Car number 11, Indy 500. All right, Vince.
Vinny's
got to find out who it is.
Vinny's finding it out for me.
It might take a second.
Yeah.
I'm going Diamondbacks. I think they're going to have a reason to celebrate one Jordan Lawler. I think he's going to get a hit this weekend.
Whoa! Let's go. All right, Jordan Lawler. Hit. Jarrett.
Zach Gallen does not make it through 5 innings today.
Ooh. Not through.
What a killjoy you are.
Yeah.
And
did Derek Hall chide you yesterday for saying we don't deserve a baseball team?
He should have.
Completely misunderstood my
pick. I think we're gonna need another. We're gonna need another bingo card prediction because there's no car 11 in the field.
Oh no. Jared, you said you had one more?
Yeah, I'll say that the how many the Thunder go up 3-0.
Okay.
And they win by double digits.
I'm gonna say we are going to have a pair of sweeps in the conference.
Wow.
Finals.
Wow.
So we won't be able to cross that bingo card off until.
That's true. All right.
Well, if they're both sweeps.
Well, you can say it'll be 3-0 for both.
3 in the West is tomorrow. Sunday
in the East.
But Game 4 is Monday in the West, and Game 4 in the East is Tuesday.
So 3-0-3-0.
Yeah, 3-0-3-0.
By the
there
time
you go.
All right, my first one is the Monaco Grand Prix F1. We've talked about it in a minute. I think Lando Norris wins that
absolutely.
infamous
I was
race.
thinking that all last night.
I think he wins that race. And
Lando Norris.
And I think Josh Naylor hits a home run this weekend. I'll put that down.
Okay.
All right, so quickly we have Shea, SGA under 10 free throws in Game 3. A pair of 3-0 NBA series. Jordan Lawler to get a hit. Zach Gallen will not make it through 5 innings. Thunder go up 3-0 and win by double digits. Josh Naylor home run. And a Lando Norris Monaco Grand Prix
There you
winner.
go.
We got our Lando Norris mentioned in today.
Yep,
Thank
there it is.
goodness. There we go. Thanks for the reboot, Sammy.
2 open wheel racing mentions on that.
See, I tried to go off the grid
Listen.
last week and pick a first-time major winner. I'm not going into that
Stay in your
territory
lane.
anymore. I'm staying in my lane. Missing predictions on sports I know more about is my lane. Coming up next, what do we know about the Suns head coaching finalists? And who do we want at this point? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Corbin Burns, he's only got 3 wins on the season right now. And when you go back and you look at how many earned runs he's given up, it's startling.
You're asking a lot of him and Merrill Kelly, I would say specifically, and again, that's fine, but then translate them into wins. If Corbin Burns, if I could have told you yesterday, Corbin Burns is going to give you 7 innings where he gives up 1 3-run home run, and that's it. And the bullpen's going to get you through the rest of the game. You're going to give up 3 runs in Dodger Stadium. Win the game.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and I learned Parker & Sons is fantastic in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, had a live person on the line. Couldn't believe that. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. Incredibly impressive for me. They're also great when it comes to preventative measures, like getting your air conditioning system tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up will do a lot of great things, and now is the time to do it, folks. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills, up to $30 a month, helps you prevent costly repairs and breakdowns, and more than anything, it gives you the peace of mind you need, because if you've ever had your air conditioning break during the middle of the summer, you know how stressful that can be. You do not want that to happen to you. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insuranced, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests, and they've all passed background checks. They are the company you trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wayne Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wayne Harley Davidson get you financed on the new Harley today. Visit DesertWayneHarley.com.
On approved credit.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Bickley and Murata.
I understand why it's being labeled as a first-time coach. It's just because you've gone through, you had Monty, and then you had Frank, and then you had Bud, guys who had been places before. I just think you got to get it right. Remove the label from anyone. Just you got to hire the right guy.
Bobby Marks from ESPN on this very program earlier this week on the importance of this hire for the Phoenix Suns, and I think everybody feels that way. Just get the right coach who's going to be here for more than a year, can help put this organization back in the right direction. Now, we do have some information on who the finalists might be for the Phoenix Suns. Sean Sweeney, the Dallas Mavericks assistant coach. Micah Nori of the Minnesota Timberwolves has been mentioned. Jordan Ott from Cleveland. And Chris Quinn from I mentioned Miami already, didn't I? My brain is elsewhere today. I apologize. Chris Quinn, Micah Nori, Jordan Ott, and Sean Sweeney. And look, it's a process the Suns are going through to identify who the right candidate is. It's a process for fans to find out more about these particular candidates because none of them have head coaching experience except for Micah Nori on a basically interim basis with Minnesota. So Chris Quinn seems to be a very popular name. I think if you polled 100 Suns fans, he might get the most votes in terms of preference on who they want to hire.
It's all perception.
It is.
It's all perception.
It's all perception. Brandon Tobin, who covers the Heat, he's a radio personality in Miami. He talked with Wolf and Luke this week about Chris Quinn and how he believes he'd be as a head coach.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty sensational. Everybody has been talking in that Heat organization that, he is, the next guy to take over. Even if Eric Spoelstra were to ever get burnt out, everybody would be confident that Chris Quinn would probably be the next guy. That's not to say that he's an heir apparent because he has gone out in interviews the last couple of years. I think he was one of the finalists, but a guy who has a lot of respect in that organization. He actually even got promoted up this year after that whole interview cycle to associate head coach. Has the respect of Eric Spoelstra, was a former player with the Miami Heat, and, is hands-on with a lot of these guys. And I think, to you guys in Phoenix, the thing that is interesting is with Tyler Hero, that's one of the guys that Quinn warms up with every single game. Tyler's idol, coming into the league was Devin Booker. So I think with all the work that he's done with Tyler Hero, that's something that I feel like he could get accumulated to that style pretty quickly.
It might not sound like much on this front, but when you hear somebody say, all right, this is a guy who connects with players, that is the number one most important box that needs to be checked in whoever gets this job. Because there's been such a severe and quite honestly alarming lack of connection between coach and players for 3 years with three different guys.
Right. So at some point in time, you've got to wonder, is it the makeup of this team? Is it the makeup of the players involved? I wonder about that a lot. And so I think all of that has to change. And that is why I think that's essentially one of many reasons why you have to trade Kevin Durant. I don't think you can bring in a rookie first-time head coach and not have Kevin Durant rolling his eyes the first time he does something really dumb.
I mean, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, because look, there's been beef each of the last 2 years, and and when you watch the really good teams and you see how connected they are, and it just reminds you of how broken this team is and how the one thing I do agree with, they've got to get this thing right, and perceptually it's going to matter. People gravitate to Chris Quinn because of the Miami Heat culture and being part of that operation, and if he's that valued by the Miami Heat, he's got to have a terrific skill set, and I believe that. That to me is my number one choice for this job based on those parameters. And then you hear people talk about him and you know how well he's respected there, and it kind of confirms that. And the same thing goes with Jordan Ott. His Michigan State connection, it's going to make it sound like cronyism. And it's terrible, but it's true. The Suns have a big-time credibility crisis.
Right now they do. And until they prove that these are the right guys for these jobs.
That's right.
The Chris Quinn thing, Heat culture gets thrown around a lot. He's certainly a part of it. But for me, I guard against getting too excited against that because, again, Heat culture, what exactly is it? Who's responsible for it? I think Pat Riley is mostly responsible for Heat culture. Eric Spoelstra is second on that list. Chris Quinn's, arguably third. And if he's such a great candidate, why hasn't he been snapped up? He's been in Miami for a long time.
Great point.
Heat culture's been a thing for a long time. Maybe it just wasn't the right fit. I don't know. Another candidate, Sean Sweeney, the assistant coach under Jason Kidd in Dallas. Wolf and Luke had Chuck Cooperstein on, the play-by-play announcer for the Mavericks, and he talked about Sweeney's ability to relate and coach players.
Well, how old is Mark Dagnall?
Yeah, right. Good point.
I think that is the answer right there. Age is but a number. It's how you relate to players, how you work with players to try to make them better. One thing that was really notable last year in the Mavericks run in the finals was his work with Derek Lively, and especially on Lively's free throw shooting as the year went on. And I think he understands big picture stuff. He understands the granular stuff. I mean, he likes working with players and trying to make them better. And I think, in today's NBA, that one-on-one relationship, how you relate to players as you're showing them tape and whatnot, is just super important. And I think he's absolutely ready for this if that opportunity does come.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think every one of these candidates has their strengths. I think there's a great deal of mystery about each one of these candidates as well. Only one of them still coaching, and that's Mike Nori, although, according to the bingo card predictions, he's not going to be coaching much longer in Minnesota, so might be available. Surprised nobody picked that on the bingo card. Will the Suns have a coach?
Wow.
By the time we get back on the air on Tuesday?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so
either.
Yeah, because if their interest in Mike Nori is very, very real, then they're going to wait.
Yeah.
Are we even sure? I mean, is there going to be another round of narrowing it down? Our final two candidates or something like that? Or is the next thing we're going to hear is that they hired someone?
That's what I would hope. They're
the only team looking for a coach.
I understand the updates, but at some point in time, you can't throw out so big of a net that it makes other people think, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Well,
they still have to do the talent competition, the interview process, and the swimwear competition. So.
That's right.
Who's going to get the sash? Big decisions to be made for the Phoenix Suns. Coming up next, we hit the halfway mark of this Friday show.
Fire!
Bick's going to deliver the blast next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David, I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it, so now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online. And 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that'll get underway tonight at 5:15. And Zach Gallen will be on the mound for the Snakes and looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out. And the D-backs have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series. As always, you can listen to it on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The Oklahoma City Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 last night against the T-Wolves, 118-103, and SGA, the MVP, had 38 points in the win. And tonight, Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be in the Garden as the Knicks attempt to even up the series, and the Pacers have plans of going up 2-0 and head back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Memorial Day weekend is a special time for Major League Baseball. It's when the sport graduates into summer. It's a traditional milepost when the tone gets a little more serious, where no one says it's early anymore. It's like a midterm grade 1/3 of the way into the season. And without question and without further delay, it is time for our baseball team to get special. It's important politically as the team is still trying to get their stadium deal through the Arizona legislature. It's important financially as this team needs to get back to the postseason to validate their payroll and their belief in the core group and the direction of the team. And it's important spiritually because we know how dreadful summers in Arizona can be, where we loathe more than we live, where we become artificially cooled and extremely disconnected, and because it's a long ways away from football season. The Diamondbacks need to declare their intentions. They need to provide that organic spark that spreads throughout the valley, and that will not happen if this team continues to helicopter over a 500 record. They need to create magical moments, not be victims of them, and starting this weekend, they need to write their own fairy tale and not be the villain in someone else's. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I think it is the bullpen. I think they need to put it on themselves, and they're going to throw out, Beeks kind of got back on track, but they're going to throw Thompson in there. He needs to be effective. He's got to figure out either how to sequence his pitches or just make better pitches, because they're going to rely on him. They can't count on the starters to consistently go 6-7 innings. You're going to have those 4 or 5 start, especially with Ryan Nelson starting. They're probably going to cap him for a couple starts till he gets built up. So they're going to need the bullpen to come through. And you watch how the offense, guys are starting to swing it a lot better. Gurriel, Moreno have started heating up in May. The starting pitching is starting to figure it out. But between that, and then I think what Luke said right away, Zach Gallen, they need him to be good. He needs to not be a spot in the rotation where all of a sudden you don't know what you're getting out of him. He needs to fill in with what the rest of the guys are doing.
Yeah, it's Josh Colmenter on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. Who needs to step up over the next 50 games or so? And I think Josh hit the nail on the head. He didn't say Gallen first, but let's start there because this is a gigantic start for Zach Gallen.
Sure
How many
is.
times have we said that this year?
No, quite a lot.
He's coming off back-to-back pretty bad starts where he's given up 10 earned runs in his last 2 starts, including the last time out, that wild game against Colorado. He's got to step it up. The bullpen, it is time for elevation from the bullpen. And, yeah, you can lean on the fact that they haven't been fully healthy, that they don't have A.J. Puck, and Justin Martinez just coming back this weekend. But this bullpen is better than a 5.28 ERA.
Yeah, how
it's
about
better than 27th in Major League Baseball. When you look at the teams with the best bullpens, San Francisco's bullpen ERA right now is 2.66. That is a canyon of difference between effective bullpen play and non-effective bullpen production like the Diamondbacks have got. So it's on those two, Gallen especially tonight, but make it easy on the bullpen in the first game of a series, and then give Torey Lovullo a little bit of flexibility with how he uses it. The Ryan Thompson situation is concerning because it's gotten to the point now where Gambo's putting on his chauffeur's hat for Ryan Thompson. That usually doesn't work out very well.
Has he done that?
And he's getting some support for it, too.
Tweeted out a picture of him in the
Ryan Thompson, your driver is here.
Wow.
And for a guy who, and we've seen the best, the very best, and now the very worst of Ryan Thompson, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Got to get closer to the middle.
Yeah, no, so to me, Zach, I think you highlighted a lot of the stuff that has to happen now from this point going forward. Zach Gallen has got to go back to being worthy of the dude who was given the ball on opening day, who has continued to be called an ace by his manager. The bullpen, it's got to materialize. From that day in Wrigley when the bullpen came in and gave up 8 runs, blowing what would have been an incredible victory, to the fact that A.J. Puck was gone the very next day, the bullpen hasn't been the same. They've been prone to blow-ups and letdowns and blown saves. They need to get that together. And then the lineup, they've got to get back to finding some sort of identity on the daily, that this is what we do every single game, every single inning, and per the blast, they need to speak to us in a good way. We all know the summer condition here. If we don't have a baseball team worth cheering for, it's a desolate, bad place to be for a couple of months. We need this baseball team to spark our imaginations. And they've come close, and they're still above 500, and they're a good team, but they need to morph into something bigger and better. Injuries, no more alibis. You got to get it done. And so I'm hoping this weekend is going to be one of those weekends. I am hoping the vibe in St. Louis, the best baseball town in America, maybe Boston, maybe Chicago, but St. Louis is fantastic. St. Louis is the only city in America where baseball is bigger than football.
It is at least traditionally fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know the last couple of years if they've had the fan support they usually do.
Well, I mean, they've had some rough teams, but they can always, even in those times, Jarrett, they can lean on the fact that St. Louis Cardinals fans invented the game of baseball. Just ask them. They'll tell you.
But I said this before, the Diamondbacks tend to be adrenaline junkies. They rise to the moment if they're in hostile environments. I'm really hoping that this is a launching pad kind of weekend because they need it. Yeah, they really need it.
If you're looking at, and it's early still, it's not Memorial Day yet, but if you're looking at that National League wild card, I mean, you got 3 games against the team that you're competing with. The St. Louis Cardinals are better than people expected. Whether or not they can maintain it remains to be seen, but throw a wrench in their plans. Make them doubt themselves this weekend. That should be the goal. You also talked about the blast, and you made reference to the stadium issue, which is still up in the air. And we had Derek Hall on yesterday. And, coming out of the interview that Mike Broom had with Danny Seiden, the president of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, where he said some things that I think made people nervous, mentioning the Salt Lake Cities and Oregon are very aggressive in their pursuits of Major League Baseball. Derek Hall came on yesterday, clarified the situation, also gave us an update on where the progress of that bill is right now.
I do believe we're on their 5-yard line.
Okay,
so,
good.
I'm still very hopeful. I think things are going well. There are some people that, have tried to make it more complicated, have tried to get in between the flow and the momentum we've had, but that's okay. There's too many people that want to make this happen. They understand the importance of it. And when someone like Danny Seiden goes public with such a statement, I think obviously it's just coming from the heart. It's a fresh wound when we lost our hockey team. No one wants to lose another team. There has not been a threat of that. I think he's just merely pointing to how many markets do want baseball because, it's a point of pride to have in your community and number of jobs you create and what it does for the economy and economic impact. So that's really where he was going. But obviously our focus is squarely on getting this deal done, staying right where we are downtown and start to beautify and renovate that stadium that needs it so desperately.
And Derek remains optimistic, still sticking with that 5-yard line terminology that he used. But I found it interesting, too. It's like some people are trying to get in the way of the progress that's being made. I wonder who those people are.
Well, I think maybe the mayor, she's been very vocally not supportive of this measure. And once again, it's become pretty clear to me the mayor's not a huge sports fan, and that worries me. It worries me because, I've been talking about this Jerry Colangelo statue for months, if not years, but I'm in the mode where we need to get better as a sports town. And we need to better honor our heroes. We need to pour more of our soul and our emotional capital into this sports town. We need to grow as a sports town, not subtract. And we've seen this happen, and this is the fear. Even though Derek Hall did not sound at all fearful, what happens is if people continue to get in the way of this, then you start thinking, okay, what are our options? If things go bad here, what are we really going to do? Then you start sniffing around, and then you run into some dude from, name the town, from Vegas or wherever, who says, hey, listen, I've got the full support of our legislature out here. We want a baseball team so bad. You tell me what you want. What's important to you? And then you start to go, wow, somebody out there is really willing to do this, and this, and this, and this for us. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly the grass does look greener elsewhere.
Yeah, it does. Now, we're not quite in the situation that Cleveland sports fans are in. Did you hear what their mayor said? Justin Bibb this week?
No.
When asked about the Browns, there are more important priorities than the Cleveland Browns in terms of their future. And look, he's right. But nobody wants to hear that.
No.
Because what Derek Hall said is right. Sports franchises, even the Browns, can be a point of pride for a community.
Yeah, and that's, again, this is why we need the Diamondbacks to be that team, because when you get that team in your community and you realize, wow, sports really does matter. Sports really does unify. Mm-hmm. Sports really does galvanize, and it does all the things that we in a divided country need so badly, probably more than ever.
Yeah. That's true.
Yep.
You could join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs against the Pirates. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, that's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up, if stars of the past had the same power as stars of today, would the GOAT have been even goatier? We'll explain next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll, number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sports fans know all about game changers, and that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with dental issues, for people who are looking for that new smile and that better life. So if you've got missing or loose teeth, if you're dealing with dentures that don't really fit anymore, if you're struggling to eat because of those inconveniences, or if you're ashamed to smile or take pictures, New Life Dental Implant Centers can come to your rescue. They're changing the game because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. Amazing quality. It is all digitally designed now, which means you're going to heal faster with minimal bone removal, means there's no human error. It means your new smile is going to look perfect. Great convenience, everything done in one location, from lab work to surgery, and the best prices at New Life Dental Implant Center. The cost is about 40% less than competitors, with treatment starting at just $99.90 per arch, with easy financing options available. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wind Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wind Harley Davidson get you financed on a new Harley today. Visit desertwindharley.com.
On approved credit. With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice. Because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details. Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Zach Gallen be Zach Gallen and lead the Arizona Diamondbacks to a win over the St. Louis Cardinals on Friday? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Friday edition here of Bickley and Murata Mornings as we take you up until 10 o'clock and into the 3-day weekend, the debate that will never end, Dan Bickley. The GOAT debate in the NBA. And it's not look, we talk about it a lot, even though it's a subject I really can't stand. But there's a new wrinkle on it. David Falk, the longtime agent of Michael Jordan, sat down, did an interview with Sports Business Journal on a number of subjects, including on whether or not he would want to be an agent today, and his answer was absolutely not. He claims that 3/4 of all contracts are very easily, they're not even negotiated. And it came up in last night's game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is due for it, and they were talking about it on the broadcast. Because he doesn't have an agent anymore?
All right.
Yeah, why would you need one if you're him? the deal's done.
Yeah.
It's already structured. There's not much else you can do with it. So he's saving himself some money there. So I thought that was interesting. But on the GOAT debate, David Falk's asked about it. Who's the GOAT? Not surprisingly, he says Michael Jordan. He says, who's number 2? Or is LeBron number 2? He said, nope, either Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Kobe Bryant is number 2. Is LeBron James in his top 10? Quote, probably. I really like LeBron, but I think if Jordan had cherry-picked what teams he wanted to be on and 2 other superstars, he would have won 15 championships. End quote.
Wow.
That's a little fuel to the GOAT fire, isn't it?
Well, I think the fact that it's even a debate is just absurd to me. It really, really is. Nobody has ever been Michael Jordan in the NBA. And yeah, you can call me biased. Yeah, you can tell me to go back to Chicago, but I've covered both these dudes, and there is a fundamental difference between them. And I think what David Falk says, 15 might be a stretch. But Michael Jordan is from that old school. He's from that school that...
He had a Hall of Famer playing with him already.
Okay.
So he didn't need to change
2
teams.
Hall of Famers.
Okay.
That's true.
Right.
Dennis Rodman, too.
Yeah, okay. You both can spare me that.
Yeah.
Okay. Dennis Rodman should not be a Hall of Famer. That's my opinion. But your standards for the Hall of Fame have really dropped if that guy is considered a Hall of Famer. That's my opinion. And Scottie Pippen, the idea that this was 1A and 1B is patently absurd.
Why? Because when Jordan left, they won just as many games with Scottie Pippen.
No championships, though. That's a silly argument.
No, I'm just saying. But
Scottie Pippen was the perfect wingman for Michael Jordan. He was not a superstar basketball player. I mean, I covered him. I saw almost every game he played in Chicago.
Yeah, and look, I think Scottie Pippen's career was elevated by playing with
There's no
Michael
doubt
Jordan.
about it. There's no doubt about it. We used to joke in Chicago that everybody on the Bulls, from Luke Longley to Steve Kerr to Bill Wennington, that there should have been a Jordan tax, that everybody should have had to pay a tax for how much money Michael Jordan made them. But the idea that he didn't go jumping around to find great, easy situations, that is the number one difference. That is exactly why the old school, the old heads in basketball can't get with or roll with the new generation of stars.
That's true.
Because the idea, it was foreign to them. It was something that you just didn't do. You stayed loyal to your city. You embraced the struggle, and that's what you did. You were a basketball player, and you ended up in a town, and it was your job to push that rock up the mountain. And if it rolled back down, you had to get up and start all over again.
And I, for one, with the difference on the two, I'm glad that was a foreign concept in the 80s and 90s for basketball, because I do think it sets Michael Jordan apart. And I think LeBron's career, well, it's been fantastic, obviously, and way longer than Michael Jordan's career.
Way better for way longer, yeah. I mean, he's been...
Yeah, I mean, I think Brian Windhorst described the situation perfectly when he said, if you think of the two players as mountains, nobody's ever been at a higher peak than Michael Jordan, but the mountain range of LeBron James is much wider. I thought that was a perfect way to put it.
Michael Jordan is Mount Everest. LeBron James is the Rocky Mountains.
But your point about being loyal to the city, and look, Michael Jordan, by and large, did not have the same quality of teammates that LeBron James has had in his career. Yes, he had Scottie Pippen for all 6 championships. Horace Grant made one All-Star team.
he didn't play with a lot of all-stars in Cleveland, LeBron, before he went to Miami.
Yeah, and they also didn't win anything.
They got the finals. But the argument also is that, like, is it better to, when your team starts to not be a championship team anymore, to go out and seek a new team? Or is it better to just retire like Jordan did 3 times? Like... You know, when the Bulls were no longer a championship team, he retired, and you can say, well, he was done playing. Then why did he come back and play for 2 more years, 3 years later?
Because you don't even know history. You don't even know what happened.
I saw The Last Dance.
Okay, then you should know. After the 3rd straight championship, Jerry Reinsdorf told that team, this is going to be your last time together. We are not footing the bill. We're not keeping Phil Jackson. This is going to be it for you guys. It's why that whole thing became so nasty, because most owners let a championship team expire on their own. You give a 6-time NBA champion, you let that thing die an organic death. You don't preordain, I've had enough championships, I'm not footing the bill for this anymore.
So why didn't Jordan go to another team then?
Because he thought it was grotesque.
So why did he go to another team 3 years later?
Because the urge to play basketball was not out of him.
I'm not even going to say anything because you don't need any help on this.
No, I don't understand. What's the difference? The urge to play basketball wasn't out of him, so why didn't he go to another team?
Because it wasn't present in the moment.
Because he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to.
But he did do that.
Because again, I just lay this out for you. Because it was ripped away from him. And how ungrateful do you have to be to do that to a 6-time NBA champion?
Yeah, when there's not salary cap aprons and things like that in place. Yes, the salary cap existed and there was financial struggles. I get it.
Michael Jordan claimed he would never play for another coach but Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson was told, you are not going to be the coach here next year. This is your last year. They were done with him. And the money demands and the contractual demands. And so by saying we're not going to keep this coach, they effectively said, this thing is over because Michael Jordan isn't going to play anymore. And that's what he did. And then he retired when he didn't want to retire.
And that last year, the 98 championship team, they won 62 games that year. They made all those moves. Phil Jackson was gone. The next 3 years combined, the Bulls won 45 games.
So is the argument that if you...
And I know you like to poke fun at him for this. The reason he retired the first time was out of the sheer attrition of doing what LeBron never did, carrying a team on his back to a championship 3 years in a row.
3 years in a row, yes, correct. He did not do that. But so is the argument that if he would not have retired, he could have won more championships? Is that what his agent is saying?
If he didn't retire in '98, would the Bulls have? Would the Bulls
he's saying
have won
15
a championship in '99?
No, he's saying if he
would have left for another like super team or something.
Yeah, if he would have said,
"I want to keep playing, and I'm joining another team with stars."
Yeah, I mean,
because he won every year.
6 and 8 years is crazy,
right?
Yeah,
and he was the centerpiece of all of them.
Yeah, and again, it's just this.
I just like arguing with you about this.
It's okay. It's all right.
I mean, LeBron
you
made
get under my skin with this.
LeBron made more finals, way more finals than Jordan did.
Yeah, I mean,
meaning that Jordan kept losing.
Look at the Eastern
before the finals.
Look at the quality of the Eastern Conference during LeBron's career.
None of those teams even won championships. How good could they be?
You mentioned his first Cavs team that went to the finals. That's a perfect example. LeBron gets credit for getting that. That team was probably the worst team ever to qualify.
That
for
was
NBA
the year the
finals.
Suns should have won, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets even more painful.
Yes. Yeah, there are a few years. The year after, with the year Jordan retired, that's one thing you and I never talk about. You lived through that. It's people talk about the pain of losing Game 6 the way they did. How about not cashing that chip the next 2 years when Jordan was gone?
Oh, that still sticks with me.
Yeah.
Because I think if they get by Houston, they win 2 championships in both of those years. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks are in St. Louis beginning a series with the Cardinals. Tonight's game will be televised on Apple TV Plus, and the man giving the color commentary, Ryan Spilborghs, will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pro Football Focus has, they have Kyler as the 15th best quarterback entering 2025. I'm sure there are some people right now in their cars screaming that's way too high, he's not good. And others screaming like, no, he's going to be better this year.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where he should be.
Where you're ranked going into the season has no bearing on where you're going to be at some point in time. You get to go out and actually do something about it. It doesn't matter what some guy believes. Having said all of that, that's right about where I think he should be ranked.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will be in St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals. That'll get underway tonight at 5:15, and Zach Gallen will be on the mound and looking to bounce back after a shaky last start. And the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even starts. And the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves last night with a 118-103 win, and the MVP SGA had 38 points en route. And tonight, the Eastern Conference Finals will be in the Garden. The Knicks attempt to even the series, and the Pacers will have plans of going up 2-0 and head back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports. Yeah, the opener of that series, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports, beginning with pregame coverage at 4:30. You can see it exclusively on Apple TV Plus tonight. And the man doing the color commentary for that broadcast on Apple TV Plus, Ryan Spielborgs, joins us now on the Arizona Sports Line. Ryan, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
We keep waiting, Ryan, for the elevation point for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're a pretty good team. They're just above 500, but really haven't been able to string much success together in terms of winning streaks. So we're waiting for that moment. In your mind, getting ready for this broadcast, what do you think it is that's holding the Diamondbacks back from doing that?
I mean, their schedule's been tough. I mean, it's not like they're playing easy games. You go to Dodger Stadium. You didn't even start playing National League West games until early in the month.
True.
But I think they've had a tough schedule. They've been wildly inconsistent with their starting pitching. The offense is the offense. This is one of my favorite offenses just because of how it works. It functions like as a unit. So I love watching the Diamondbacks hit. I mean, you guys know this from last year, and most people, like when I do loud outs on Sirius XM, a year ago, I would say who has the best scoring offense in baseball? People go Yankees, Dodgers. I was like, no, it's the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks led baseball in runs scored a year ago, and so this offense is really, it's a fine-tuned machine. But I think what I've seen so far is that starting pitching has been inconsistent. I thought this was going to be a massive strength for them. I still think it's going to be a strength, but I mean, it's hard to fathom that some of the ERAs from Zach Gallen hasn't been as consistent, right? He's got a 5. I would never have guessed that Zach Gallen would have over a 5 ERA. But last week was kind of an anomaly. That was the game against the Rockies Saturday. Roof open, panels open. It was like playing on the moon for a day. So I don't know, again, it's so early in the season, 52 innings for Gallen, and you have a big clunker. It could make your ERA look a little bit wonky, but to me, that's always an issue. If you don't get like a 10 game stretch where you're like the Cardinals did, it's usually pitching. You're not getting enough starting pitching.
Diamondbacks are 1-3 in games where they scored 11 or more runs, and they've had these games. They had that unbelievable comeback at Wrigley that the bullpen blew it. They had Gino Suarez's 4-home-run game. They couldn't win that one. They've had all these epic contests where they've come out on the losing end. As a guy who's played the game, what kind of impact do those kind of sucker punch losses have on a baseball team?
I mean, it's the one-run losses where you have a lead late are the ones that hurt. The ones that are like crazy games where you score a ton of runs. I mean, those ones that you're just kind of hanging on. It's when you have a lead in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning and you lose that game. Those are the ones that really hurt because you start counting those up. You start like mentally counting those up. But the crazy games, at the end of the year, you're like, oh yeah, that game was nuts. That game was crazy. So players are pretty realistic when it comes to, results of wins and losses. For example, like the Diamondbacks this year are 8-8 in one-run games. So they played a lot of one-run games, and if there's a couple in there where they had a 2 or 3 run lead late and then they lost it, those are the ones that they count versus. When there's 20-plus runs scored from both teams combined.
Ryan Spilborghs is calling Diamondbacks Cardinals for Apple TV Plus tonight, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The opposition, the St. Louis Cardinals, I think they've been one of the pleasant surprises so far. Not much in terms of expectations for them this year, but they're 27-23. They don't play in the toughest division in baseball, but at this point, 50 games in, Ryan, how legit do you think the Cardinals are?
So we did. I've done the Cardinals game 2 weeks ago. This was right in the middle of their run, so they've won 5 in a row, and then they've gone on a tear. Their offense is similar to the Diamondbacks. I mean, they don't punch out. There's some athleticism. They got some names that you're like, who's that? They have a young shortstop in Mason Wynn who has really remarkable skill set. He's another young player, kind of like a Corbin Carroll. He's fast. He has hits for power. We kind of joke around like his skills are possibly like a Bobby Witt Jr. type. That's how athletic this guy is. And then they've pitched really well. So watching the Cardinals, like the question that I've had about them, and I even started in the offseason because there were so many rumors about, trade Nolan Arenado. What do you do with some of the guys in the rotation? If you know anything about the Diamondbacks, they're in a transition. John Mozeliak, who is the GM, is basically cleaning the slate for Chaim Bloom, and Chaim Bloom was with the Rays, and then he was with Boston, and then now he's with St. Louis, and he's serving as a consultant. So Chaim's going to take over the Cardinals next year, and so the question is, how is John going to clean the slate for the Cardinals? And now that they've been on this run, now that they're 27-21, what happens? Do they trade? Do they stick with it? Like, they got multiple players that are really interesting. Ryan Helsley is a back-end closer. That's going to be a free agent. Do you still keep Nolan, Sonny Gray? So, they have a bunch of questions that this winning streak is now called into question what their path is. So I don't know what their path is going to be because I don't know if they're going to keep all their guys.
Yeah, true.
It's been a real turbulent baseball season, obviously, in Denver. I'm curious your thoughts on the predicament the Rockies are in, and then if you could kind of extrapolate and tell me how you handicap the National League West at this moment on Memorial Day, which is the traditional milepost in Major League Baseball.
So first off, the National League West is the strongest division in baseball. I've seen all the divisions. I've seen virtually every team. I talk baseball every single day. The National League West is the best division of baseball. The teams are just so top heavy. And whatever people feel about the Dodgers, I will say that the Dodgers have made the division better. It's forced the Diamondbacks to, change their processes and think about things so that they can compete against the Dodgers. It forced the Giants to update. It forced the Padres to, get caught up. The Rockies, unfortunately, have not got caught up with the times. That's first and foremost. If the Rockies were in the AL Central or the National League Central, their record would not be what it is. But they're in the toughest division in baseball, and they're getting crushed. So they have a bunch of internal discussions that they have to do. They do have to get caught up with the rest of the league. I mean, there's a bunch of people have asked me, what's the simplest way to describe the Rockies? And I was like, sure. Just pull up the media guide, look at the front office executives, the analytics department, count how many pages that is, and then look at the Diamondbacks or look at the Dodgers, look at any other team. and you'll see the difference of 7 pages compared to like 25.
Wow.
I was like, so there you go. Just look at a media guide. And then as far as like what I think is going to happen with the National League West, I think the problem, and I've said this too, when it comes to what the Rockies are doing, the same thing that happened last year with the White Sox, it does impact the rest of the league. Because last year we saw the Twins, we saw the Tigers and the Royals make the postseason because they went 12-1 against the White Sox. That's a problem. So, and that's most likely going to happen with the National League West and what's going on with the Rockies. So, I could see three teams at minimum coming out of the National League West. Can there be 4? That would be a crime against the league. But I could see 4 too. I could see it's possible for 4 teams coming out of the National League West.
That's why that game on the moon, as you described it, might come back and bite the Diamondbacks, who were 1 game out of the playoffs last year. Ryan, we appreciate the time and the analysis.
Good
we'll be
stuff.
watching tonight.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Ryan Spilborg, broadcasting D-backs Cardinals for Apple TV Plus. Also works on the Rockies broadcast. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next is the NBA about to be left with a nightmare situation that they helped create. We'll get into that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and if you've always dreamed of rolling off in the ultimate driving machine, this is the weekend to do it, folks. The annual Memorial Day blowout at Chapman BMW, where you are going to find the lowest prices of the year, so low they cannot be advertised without disrupting the market. So here's what you do. You go to ChapmanBMW.com, click on the store you want, and you will see the instant savings, and that's going to make you want to head on down to Chapman BMW. Now, speaking of those 2 great locations, it means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find no matter what you're looking for. If you're looking for high-end, brand-new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, it's all there. You will find it at Chapman BMW, and this is a family-owned business for 58 years that does things differently in all the best ways. Red carpet service, great technicians. You're going to love Chapman BMW. They're also open on Sunday. That rarely happens, maybe twice a year, so you have all weekend to shop at Chapman BMW. Do not miss the fun or the huge savings. Remember, go to ChapmanBMW.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system.
Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the Cardinals cornerback room handle the loss of Sean Murphy Bunting? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
Good evening and welcome to Game 1 of the 2025 NBA Finals, pitting the Eastern Conference champion Indiana Pacers and the Western Conference champion Oklahoma City Thunder.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It could be a reality. Mm-hmm. We've talked so much about the NBA being in a good place from a parity standpoint. Again, this is going to be 8 different champions in 8 years in a row. So they've checked that box, which is not a box the league historically has ever checked before. It's always been defined by dynasties, repeat champions, and really in dominant markets for the most part.
Yep.
There's the potential for that matchup, which would pit Indianapolis, the number 25 television market in terms of size in the United States, and Oklahoma City, the third smallest television market in the NBA and number 47 overall.
That will be, I'll predict it right now, that will be a ratings disaster in the NBA playoffs for as hot as they burn for a minute early. These things might just fall off the cliff in terms of relevance to the casual basketball fan. And as I pointed out, the league will have itself and its broadcasting partners to blame for this because people will not be incentivized to watch Oklahoma City play Indiana for an NBA championship because people don't know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. People don't know Tyrese Halliburton. People don't know Pascal Siakam. They're not going to watch. And this is going to be a thing, and the people who hate the NBA are going to relish in the low ratings and see, that's what happens when you're woke, that kind of stuff, right? That's going to happen. You watch. And this is a function of not telling these stories, of not making them relevant. I've told you this anecdote before. A few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, I don't know when it was. Driving around on a Saturday, listening to satellite radio, a couple guys do a basketball show, and one guy says to the other guy, and this is during their broadcast, one guy says to the other guy, "Hey, man, have you seen the Thunder play? They're really good." The guy goes, "Why would I watch the Thunder play? I don't know any of their players."
And he's doing this on NBA radio?
He's doing this on NBA radio. And this is the issue when all that the big platform shows do, when all they do is talk about LeBron and the Warriors.
That was the leading into
running with the Knicks this year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Leading into the playoffs. Now, one of them flamed out, but the two teams with the best records in the NBA were Oklahoma City and Cleveland. Mm-hmm. They got no hype leading to the playoffs. It was Steph and the Warriors, LeBron and the Lakers, and LeBron and Luka and the Lakers. And then, could the Knicks make a run? That was it. That was all they talked about.
But I will say this, because this does shine the spotlight on the casual basketball fan. Are they ever happy?
Never.
They're never happy, like with a Boston-LA matchup in the finals. Oh, it's the same old crappy team. East Coast versus West Coast. This sucks. And then if you get an intriguing matchup between smaller markets, they're not happy about that because one of them happens to be Oklahoma City. If you're do
you think that's unique to basketball, though?
No.
Because it happens in baseball. Last year, Dodgers versus Yankees.
The Diamondbacks Rangers World Series,
and then that was the
disaster.
opposite of it. That was the opposite of it.
It was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's because sports fans want the spectacle or sports fans need to have a little investment in teams to really sink your teeth into it, but it will be a ratings disaster. I'll tell you that much. And these playoffs, again, they might peter out. We might get no drama in the conference championships, and we might get an NBA Finals matchup that just doesn't speak to people. And that's a shame. That's the cost. That is the cost of always looking for the short-term outcome, the ratings. How do we get people hyped up? How do we get eyeballs on this right now instead of growing something?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's personal responsibility on the viewer. If you're a casual fan, you're just that. But how would you not be entertained by the basketball? What Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers are doing this postseason, I just went back because I couldn't believe it. And the details of their comeback wins this year, historic. Tyrese Halliburton, again, this season, throughout the season, has taken 12 shots to either tie the game or take the lead in the last 2 minutes, and he's made 11 of those shots. We might be seeing the best clutch player ever, at least on a heater, like nobody's ever been.
No doubt about it.
Oklahoma City features the best defense the sport has seen in a long time. And, oh, by the way, a guy who's scored 30 points a game in the last 3 years. No, not a lot of guys can make that claim either.
Listen,
is it a frustrating brand of basketball? Yes, it can be.
Right. But at the same time, when you talk about it, isn't just the market size that is the factor here, because Caitlin Clark also plays in a small market.
Yeah.
And those ratings are insane.
She's like LeBron. She's market proof.
Exactly. So if it speaks to the power of sort of, building personalities and planting seeds and growing these stories and exposing these teams that don't just, teams, it's just a whole hot take culture that is just overtaken the NBA.
Well, they also don't want to turn the page on the stars from yesteryear.
Yeah.
LeBron, Steph,
True.
Durant. They're not ready to crown and make and talk about SGA and Tyrese Halliburton and...
See, I'm the exact opposite. I'm like, move on, retire already, LeBron.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm talking about like the national media people. They still think that that's what moves the needle, and that's what people want to hear about, and that's what they need to promote, that thing, instead of making the next superstars. And the NBA is better at promoting their superstars than most of the other sports.
Yeah, than most everybody. Now, speaking of Tyrese Halliburton, there's video evidence that shows he double dribbled.
Yes.
On that last second game tying shot.
It was so chaotic though, and in the moment, if they would have called that, what do you think?
It was a clear double dribble.
It was a clear double
I was saying that in
dribble,
real
man.
time. I was like, did he not just double dribble?
He
Because
did.
it did look like McHale maybe hit the ball, like
Yeah.
from the television view. But when you go back and actually look at it, it's clear as day.
Yeah.
And then how about this? How about what the anonymous players survey in the NBA and how it's influenced the NBA postseason?
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton,
Most
according
overrated.
to his peers, most overrated.
And by the way, on the Tyrese Halliburton thing, because his dad made headlines earlier in the postseason, why are they treating him like a criminal?
The
He
dad?
had one moment of bad judgment. He apologized for it. He took responsibility for it. He smoothed it over with Giannis, and he can't go to the game still.
I know.
Come on.
I know. I agree with you.
It's not like he
held up a towel, for God's sake.
Yeah, he didn't physically attack like a player or something.
No, yeah, I'm with you on that. It is a little bit over. It's a little punitive, if you ask me.
Did you see the footage of because the play that the camera angle that I saw was a very close up, slowed down angle and very clear of the double dribble. Did you see the close-up footage of Jalen Brunson's latest attempts at foul hunting?
Oh.
When
hitting himself in the face.
Aaron Nesmith reaches in and doesn't make contact, and Jalen Brunson grabs his hand and smacks himself in the face with Aaron Nesmith's hand and then throws his head back.
It's disgusting.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is getting a lot of foul baiting talk.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even the biggest foul baiter that's playing right now. Jalen Brunson is that guy by leaps and bounds.
And I love Jalen Brunson. I love his clutchness. I love his demeanor. I love how hardcore he is. But, man, that aspect of basketball annoys me to no end. It really, really does. If I'm Adam Silver, you ever see that guy, Jared?
Oh, my God.
Are we going to hear about Adam Silver?
It depends if I can think of enough other jokes
right.
in the next 30 minutes.
Or if you have to fall back on the lazy stuff.
Yeah.
If I was Adam Silver, this playoff whistle that we have seen most of the year becomes the standard whistle in the NBA. I am doing whatever it takes to get fouls and free throws down.
That happens always in the playoffs, though. It's always more physical.
I know.
They're not going to,
This is playoff basketball. Get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid with Iration, Nelly, The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, and Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means social studies with Sammy Sabolka at Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting placed on non-football injury list, ending his season. How can the D-backs keep Jordan Lawler sharp without everyday playing time? And college football playoff changes seeding format after Boise State and Arizona State earned byes. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Amazing Memorial Day deals being offered right now and all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford vehicle. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where General Manager John Nissen and his entire team are rolling out discounts on nearly every remaining 2024 Ford vehicle, and now below employee price. You can also get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX. You get 4.9% APR financing for 84 months. That's 7 years, plus get $4,500 in Ford combined retail bonus cash and trade assist cash towards your purchase. And they're saying thank you to military and first responders as well. Earnhardt offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward for military and first responders toward new purchases. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end June 2nd, 2025. Visit the team in person at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or check out their full inventory and get more info on these great Memorial Day deals now at EarnhardtFord.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As the desert sun sets,
The stars light up the night. On Sunday, May 25th, the biggest event.
AEW's Double or Nothing.
The brightest stars.
Home into the Phoenix area Desert Diamond Arena.
Are bringing a whole new light. AEW Double or Nothing. Live Sunday, May 25th from Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you paid.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for a 3-game series that'll get underway tonight at 5:15, and Zach Gallen will be on the mound looking to bounce back after a shaky last start, and the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series, and you can always hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even starts. Last night in the NBA, the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves with a 118-103 win, and Shea, the MVP, had 38 points in the win. Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be tonight in the Garden as the Knicks attempt to even the series, and the Pacers have plans of going up 2-0 and heading back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock, time for some social studies. Before we start, I have to tell a story, though. Because I was at the local watering hole last night.
Yeah.
And I was greeted by two people that I know, similar subject matter. The first was a question asked, who comes up with all those stupid words on your poll questions for social studies? And then the other guy was like, yeah, thanks for teaching me what a milksop is.
Wow.
This is infotainment.
And to the answer, I answered both questions with, yeah, that's our resident idiot, Jarrett.
Thank you.
Well, I'm the resident wordsmith, and Jared taught me a new word.
Milksop. Never knew.
Milksop.
Yeah.
Never heard that before.
How about that for an intro, Sammy?
Yeah, I don't know how to come back from after that. But we try to bring you back. We're starting social studies. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata if you want to respond to those questions that we put out every day. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So let's start with the Diamondbacks. They're 50 games into the season. So we asked Diamondback fans, what grade would you give the team through the first 50, and what do you expect from them in the next 50?
Okay, I think that being over 500, I would give them a C+ or a B-. And I expect B+ from this point forward.
I would give them a C at this point. And I could just imagine if it was a real report card like the teacher's comments. You're capable of so much more. See me after class. They have to play B+ baseball, I think, the rest of the way if they want to be a playoff team. So
yeah, I agree. Tad Jones says probably a C. They are the definition of mediocre right now. If they can get the offense going and get their bullpen healthy, hopefully string some wins together. Four Peak Sports says C+ or B-. Still above 500, but the reality is if we didn't have like 5 heartbreaking losses, this team would be sitting in first place in the division. The next 50 will likely be similar, but I am optimistic. So he does make a good point, but you still have to win those games, and the Diamondbacks did not. Let's stay with the Diamondbacks. They are likely getting Justin Martinez back in this series. He's been on the 15-day IL, so we asked Diamondback fans, who would you give the ball to in a save situation this weekend, and why? Is it Justin Martinez? Is it Shelby Miller? Is it Kevin Ginkel? Or is it Hortense Duty Fluffer?
Dude. That's not.
There's 4 good choices there in the bullpen.
Right. This weekend I'm giving it to Shelby Miller. I want Justin Martinez to eventually be the guy, but I've got to see him perform in low leverage situations first.
I totally agree. Shelby Miller. The Ginkel inclusion in that question is interesting because Kevin Ginkel got off to a bad start. His ERA is kind of more gaudy than it is because of a couple bad innings, but it looks like he's getting his stuff together. But I still go with Shelby Miller for this weekend.
Yeah, the results are 40% Justin Martinez, actually 28% say Shelby Miller. We got some serious momentum behind Hortense Duty Fluffer with 24% of the vote, and Kevin Ginkel with 6.9%. And Scotty D-Back says J-Mart, it's his job. And Bordertown Kid says I need a Duty Fluffer Serpientes jersey in my life. And Dante says can't get any worse with Hortense. Go get him, kid.
Guy throws gas.
Guy throws heaters. Our last question, we brought it up at the beginning of the show, and we've been talking about it a lot, is that the Oklahoma City Thunder are just 2 wins away from a finals appearance. They just had the MVP in Shea, and they have all this young talent and a bunch of draft picks. So we asked, what team is most likely to be the, quote, next dynasty in sports, and why? Is it the Oklahoma City Thunder? Is it the Florida Panthers, the Philadelphia Eagles, or is it Ohio State football?
I'm going to vote for the Florida Panthers, believe it or not. I was talking to somebody who lives in South Florida, and he said that the story doesn't get covered much because it's Florida and it's hockey. But what the Florida Panthers did from an organizational standpoint was not only very risky and brave, but it's worked out incredibly well. They once had an incredible offensive team. They got eliminated by Tampa in the postseason, and they said, you know what? This ain't the way to do it. We're ripping this whole thing up. They made that incredible trade for Matthew Tkachuk, and now they have got it rolling. They've got a great owner. They have just got everything in lockdown in Florida. Every player wants to go there. Hockey player, it's the weather, it's the no state income tax, and they're who I'm voting for.
And they're smoking Carolina right now. There was shots of Hurricanes fans because those first 2 games were in Raleigh. They look like their whole family just died. That's how miserable they look watching the series right now.
Yeah.
I'm not voting for them, though. I'm voting for Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ohio State is the closest thing right now to a dynasty, but there's other programs that are at that level, and I think they're just going to cannibalize each other in college football. I would vote for Oklahoma City.
Yeah, so 47% say Oklahoma City, 23% say the Florida Panthers, 16% say the Ohio State Buckeyes, and 11% say the Philadelphia Eagles. And we wrap social studies up with a little update to mock my world. Yesterday, we did favorite celebrations and taunts in sports history. My team was the Reggie Miller choke, the Usain Bolt lightning pose, Tiger Woods fist bump, and the bat flip. Team Bickley, Curry's night-night, Justin Jefferson gritty, the Lambeau leap, Terrell Owens popcorn. Team Carlin was the who do you think you are? I am. Pete Weber, Michael Jordan shrug, Icky shuffle, and the Bash brothers. And Team Murata is the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag, the Gronk spike, Dame time, and the high five. And the results are actually pretty close. My team is
not for me.
My team's leading the way, 31% of the vote. Jarrett Carlin's almost at 29. Team Bickley 22%, and Vince Murata's team is in fourth place with 17% of the vote.
I don't have a problem with not winning because I thought all four of the teams were good. I'm just 17%. The high five with a fourth-round pick?
Yeah.
I mean, 17%, it's not single digits. That's pretty solid for fourth place.
I call shenanigans.
Yeah, so keep voting on X at Bickley_Murata, and you know where to find us elsewhere.
By the way, Jarrett, on the dynasty question, I noticed you went college football with one of the choices instead of baseball. Is that to avoid the Dodgers inclusion?
I actually consulted with my good friend Sammy over here on this one. I didn't put the
Chiefs. He didn't give you an F1 racer.
I said Scotty Scheffler as a dynasty athlete.
I didn't put the Chiefs or the Dodgers because they are, to me, currently in a dynasty. The Dodgers have won 2 of the last, 5, and have made another one. And
2
the
out
Chiefs,
of 5 does not a dynasty make.
And they made, they made another one.
Sammy is right, because Scotty Scheffler, that win he just had at the PGA was very Tiger-like.
Yeah.
Where he somehow survived a terrible round of scoring when you're not playing your best is very hard to do. Tiger did it better than anybody, and that's what Scotty did. There's people who are looking at it going, this might be Tiger-esque.
I don't know, but can he keep his nose clean? Can he stop getting arrested? I mean, that's really what's holding him down.
But to answer your question, I was looking towards the future.
I got you. That's Social Studies. Thanks, Sammy. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs Pirates. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next today is the end of an era in sports television, the final show for Around the Horn on ESPN. We'll be joined by a stalwart on that show and one of our friends. J.A. Adonde joins us next. It's Bickley Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about natural gas and how it delivers good value and how Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills still one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can learn more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Dave Burns here. You're not just getting any old haircut, you're getting the timeless V's experience. Check out their newest location, V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off Ray Road near Ellsworth. Walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, it's Luke. The NFL's creating new awards. If we could create one more, what award would we create? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Yeah, today marks the end of an era in sports television. After 23 seasons, more than 4,830 episodes, today will mark the last edition of Around the Horn on ESPN. And joining us now to commemorate it, a man who appeared on the show 1,297 times and won 338 times, and is now the director of sports journalism at Northwestern University. J.A. Adonde, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. J.A., good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Vince. Good morning, Dan. And, man, just hearing you talking about the ending is getting me going again. We just had our conference call for our Zoom call for the last episode pre-show and couldn't make it through that without shedding some tears. I'm going to try to get through the show today without breaking down. But, man, it's funny just hearing the numbers like that. Yeah. Just 23 years and, the number of shows I did, you feel the weight of it all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and besides making TV stars out of newspaper reporters, what is the legacy of the show, J.A.? O'Neal!
O'Neal. Well, it's funny. I mean, Dan and I know Vince probably rolls his eyes every time Dan and I start doing our stupid jokes that go back 30 years, our inside jokes. But a lot of the show was that too. I'm going to have a couple more inside jokes. I've been going through my archives. It's funny. So one good thing that came out of the pandemic was I had time to go back through my old DVRs and VHS cassette tapes and transfer all these shows that I had recorded onto a hard drive. And so I've been going through those the last few weeks and just seeing some of the silly things. That was the best part of the show. We could do silly things. One thing that we had with Tony, anytime like the number 9 would come up, we'd say 9 times, like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. People ask like, how does the scoring system work? Tip number one, any Ferris Bueller reference is going to get you points. Right? But just all these silly inside things. There was a funny thing. I saw Woody Page. We were in the showdown, and so before you do the showdown, they asked both of you, what are you going to talk about in your FaceTime if you win? And I wanted to talk about, that we'd been through another hiring cycle in college football, and once again, no black coaches were even getting interview opportunities, let alone getting hired. And I wanted to speak about that. And Woody said, "That's a good idea. I'm gonna I'm gonna do that too if I win." And Woody winds up winning, so he did a good job talking about it. And so I say, couldn't have said it better myself, Woody. And, nobody watching got the reference. But so
great.
There'd be all these inside things, stuff that would go behind the show. But honestly, I'll get back to your original question. The legacy is that we were able to bring a diverse array and show the value of diversity. And so in that case, the fact that you had a black person on the show, and this was a matter – an issue that mattered maybe more to me than it would to Woody, but by bringing it to his attention, maybe it wasn't on his radar before, but bringing it to his attention, he said, yeah, this is something that needs to be addressed. And so you didn't even need me to say it, right? But you did need me there to raise the issue. And we were able to bring in so many people, different, sexual orientations, different races, the gender diversity of our show. And so many of these people went on to have prominent roles. So you look at Mina Kimes, you look at Bomani Jones, you look at Sarah Spain, you look at all these voices that we might not have seen in these roles had it not been for this show. And that is the legacy of the show.
J.A. Adande, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Who was the competitor that you took the most pride in beating on Around the Horn, J.A.?
Somehow it got to be Tim Calishaw, who I used to call Top Cat just because he had the initials TC. Top Cat for the younger folks was a 60s, 70s cartoon. So I called him Top Cat, and we get matched up in the showdown a lot. And initially I had a really good record against him. So my nickname became the Top Cat Killer because I was always killing him in the showdown. And it wasn't that I took particular pride or pleasure in beating him, but once I got that reputation, then I felt a lot of pressure to maintain it. So I always like getting into the showdown and beating the Top Cat, killing him once again. He's one of the guys. I just talked about this on our Zoom. Woody and Tim of the original panelists were the ones that I didn't know before the show. Uh-huh. And so getting to know them, that's one of the personal legacies I've had from the show.
All right, you and I'm going to go behind the curtain here. You and I lived through the golden age of journalism. You and I were both blessed to be paid to cover Michael Jordan. In your role at Northwestern, at Medill, and by the way, I've got the Medill coffee cup you gave me right next to me, J.A. In your role, how do you train and advise young journalists? Because Vinny and I hear from them all the time. How do I get into this business? How do I succeed? How do you do it in an era where access journalism is so important, in an era when the media has been so stigmatized? What are the key points you're getting and you're teaching young kids these days?
Well, Dan, I'd say access for journalists has gotten worse, right? Access for journalists to be able to talk to the key figures, the athletes and the coaches and all the key figures we need to do our job. We can sit there and talk, but, unless we're talking to the principals, we're not going to have any opinions that matter more than anybody else's. So access for journalists is getting more difficult, but access to journalism has never been easier. The barriers have been removed, right? So, Dan, think about what it took for you to get your byline in the Chicago Sun-Times, what it took for you to get on the radio, to get your shows, right? Now, I always tell students, you're holding it in your hand. Your cell phone, that's your printing press, that's your TV studio, that's your satellite. It's all right there. It's so easy to get up and going and, for better or worse, become a member of the media. What can still separate, though, since anyone can be a media person now, but the information, the adherence to facts, and strict double and triple checking, being a stickler for accuracy, that stuff has to matter. And that's where the journalists really can and should separate themselves from everybody out there that just has a social media account.
That's really good advice. J.A. Adande, our guest here. Final day of Around the Horn, but we couldn't let you go without talking a little basketball. Can the Knicks bounce back from that devastating loss, in your opinion, J.A.?
Yes, I think they bounce back in the next game and they win this next game, but I don't think they win the series. The interesting thing is, if you look at a history of these devastating losses, right, including some of the ones that Reggie Miller inflicted on the Knicks, I'd say 90% of the time, I've gone back and checked, 90% of the time the team that loses that devastating game comes back and wins the next game. The one game the Lakers won in the 2004 finals, Kobe hits a shot at the buzzer. The Pistons came back and won the next 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Robert Horry hits that three-pointer to beat Sacramento in Game 4 in the 2002 Western Conference Finals, and the Kings came back and won that next game. So you'd see it. You saw it earlier this year when the Pacers had that crazy comeback, which stood up until the last game as probably their wildest finish. They beat Cleveland in Game 2. Cleveland came back and won Game 3 in Indianapolis, right? So we fans, media outsiders, we tend to put more emotional weight on these games than the players do themselves. They'll be fine. I think the Knicks come back and win. The problem is it becomes about the math of it, not the emotions of it. To lose a game when you had it won effectively means now that the Knicks have to beat the Pacers 5 times out of 7, right? You beat them, and it goes down as a loss. You played well enough. You put yourself in position to win, and you have a loss to show for it. So now you have to come back and beat them 4 more times to win the series, and I think it just becomes mathematically impossible.
J.A., thanks for the time. Enjoy the last show of Around the Horn. Tip of the cap, and much respect to everybody involved. Great run, 23 years. We've enjoyed it.
Thanks so much, fellas. Always great talking to you.
Thanks, J.A. Adande joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Final show, and he's on the Zoom call. I guess he's on the final show.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't know if there was any mystery in that, but now we know. You can get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid with Iration, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest and Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. Coming up next, we will find out if Jared Carlin has to resort to Adam Silver jokes. On this edition of the Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin. It's next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Corbin Burns, he's only got 3 wins on the season right now. And when you go back and you look at how many earned runs he's given up, it's startling.
You're asking a lot of him and Merrill Kelly, I would say specifically, and again, that's fine, but then translate them into wins. If Corbin Burns, if I could have told you yesterday, Corbin Burns is going to give you 7 innings where he gives up 1 3-run home run, and that's it. And the bullpen's going to get you through the rest of the game. You're going to give up 3 runs in Dodger Stadium. Win the game.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and in times of economic uncertainty, you cannot afford to not be in control of your finances, so take a look at your bank statement, your mortgage statement, see how much money goes to principal, see how much you're paying in interest, then tell me who's in control, you or the big banks. Good news is at Life Changer Loan, you take back control. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You don't change a penny of your spending habits. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which means you get the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you wish. And with all that instant liquidity by having access to your equity, if things come up, if you need help paying your child's tuition, if you need home improvements, you literally can just borrow from yourself. Lots of great things with Life Changer Loan. Thousands and thousands of incredibly grateful clients at Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, a really good credit score. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you will love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi, you started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer, and local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $1667 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs are in St. Louis for 3 games with the Cardinals. That'll get underway tonight at 5:15. Zach Gallen will be on the mound and be looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out, and the Snakes have a real good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series. As always, you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even began. And the Thunder more than took care of business in Game 2 against the T-Wolves last night with a 118-103 win, and the MVP SGA had 38 points. That series will head back to Minnesota. And Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be tonight in the Garden as the Knicks attempt to even the series, and the Pacers will have plans of going up 2-0 to go back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We'll look at the first 50 games of the Diamondbacks season. We ask, which D-backs newcomer has impressed you the most through 50 games? Is it Corbin Burnes, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, or Jalen Beeks?
Ooh, I like this question. I like that there's 4 to choose from. Corbin Burnes for me.
That's good.
It hasn't been consistently great, but the way he's pitching now, he's showing why they spent that money on him. So he's my answer.
Yeah, 41% of the vote agrees. 35% say Josh Naylor, and 15% Shelby Miller, and 9% have forgotten that Jalen Beeks was the backbone of this bullpen for a little bit.
Jalen Peaks. Hey, no respect, I tell you.
Oh, I tell you.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Your wife must have a sense of humor. She's seen you naked.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, take it away, Jarrett.
All right, this is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered, but I have to start this week with some sad entertainment news and say rest in peace to the great George Wendt. Wendt, of course, best known for his Norm Peterson character on Cheers. And it's been great to see all his classic scenes going around online. I don't know if you've been seeing that on social media. He was most famous for walking in at the start of an episode, everyone saying,
Norm!
And then him making a joke. Almost every episode started this way. And after the Robert Kraft story, it's just refreshing to see someone in Boston giving people a happy beginning. But
fresh stuff.
Yeah, he was
Robert Kraft thing. You're right on the pulse.
he was a great character though, right? You know,
absolutely.
Big guy, always sitting on his large body on the same spot at the end of the bar. I mean, I haven't seen that big an ass on a bar stool since Dave Portnoy. And I was sad to hear the passing of George Wendt, but I have to be honest. When I heard George Wendt, I was just happy it wasn't followed by to the Suns in a trade for Kevin Durant. No Paul George, please. One of the quirks about the Norm character is that he was married to Vera, but she was never on screen. I mean, I haven't seen someone in New England who never saw his wife since Tom Brady dropped Giselle off at her first jiu-jitsu lesson. And although the show was in Boston, Wendt was actually from Chicago and was almost as famous for his SNL The Bears sketches. You know, in the bits, George plays a diehard Bears fan who drinks and eats and talks nonsense. This really helped shape how people view fans from that area. In fact, I would say that nowadays there are two stereotypes for a Chicago sports fan. Big, fat, delusional loser, and Pope. Funny how that works. But speaking of the American Pope, I don't know if you saw this week, but he focused on the USA and he has criticized the unprecedented evil coming from the country, the indescribable absurdity that has become an international embarrassment. I'm, of course, referring to the Colorado Rockies. Yeah, man, the Rockies are off to the worst start of any team in baseball since 1895. I mean, that record is so old and gross.
How old and gross is it?
Jordan Hudson just started dating him. Yeah, the Rockies have won 8 of their first 50 games. And yet, one of those 8 wins is against the Diamondbacks. The D-backs gave up 14 runs to them and lost at home to Colorado late. It was the worst Denver ending since John went flying.
Oh, God.
Now.
Horrible.
Too soon, I'm sorry. Rest in peace. But it's been that kind of year for the Diamondbacks, right? Up and down. Good and bad. I mean, this season has had more large bumps than Marvin Harrison Jr.'s bicep. Good gravy. Have you seen Marvin Harrison Jr.
What does he
lately?
look like, Jared?
Well, he's really put on bulk, put on muscle. He is huge. He reminds me of an all-time great wide receiver, but buffer, you know? He's like Randy Mass. He is Art Hunk. He is Justin Hefterson. Have you seen? You've seen Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
He is Steve Very Largent. I mean, he's so muscular, he shouldn't be an Arizona Cardinal. He should be a Jacksonville Jaguar. He should be a Buffalo Bilt. I I mean, it's quite the transformation for MHJ as a wide receiver. In fact, if he got any buffer and in better shape, Steve Keim would try to draft Andy Isabella ahead of him out of habit. Elsewhere in the NBA, playoffs are going on, and New York is still stinging from a brutal loss at home in Game 1. Did you see Jalen Brunson after the game? Oh, man, he was in disbelief. He was shocked. I haven't seen a Knick that confused and erratic since Cage. And personally, I'm rooting for the Thunder and the Knicks to lose in this round and not advance. And it's not because I don't like the teams. It's because I have to cut and label the sound bites for the show, and I still can't spell Thibodeau or Dagnall. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if Coach Thibodeau and the Knicks can bounce back tonight, because if not, they're saying Coach Thibodeau might have to return to his old job of living in the Gotham sewers with his bird army. Quack, 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 quack. There you go. That's the sports call.
Head coach Oswald Cobblepot.
That's right.
Buffalo Bilt. It's good.
I almost was going to say the Beefalo Bills.
Sports go up every Friday with Jarrett Carlin. Going back to where you started with the George Wendt thing and the beginning, when I was a kid and watching Cheers for the first time, it was a very popular show. Loved the show. Still love the show. It became kind of like a goal. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you were an adult and you walked into a bar and everybody knew who you were?
Yes.
And now it's one goal that I've reached. Not only once, but now that happens at like 6 or 7 different bars.
And is it as joyful as you hoped or sad?
So I'll see you guys in 28 days.
Wow.
By the way,
that's when you've hit rock bottom, though. If you go to the rehab and they already know your name when you walk in.
Right. Vince!
You're back again, huh? Since the Diamondbacks gave up 14 runs to the Rockies, the Rockies are 0-5 and have scored 14 runs total in those 5 games.
Unbelievable.
It is truly unbelievable.
Coming up, some final thoughts on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Overall grade. Corbin Burns, just Corbin Burns grade.
Corbin Burns is an A.
Merrill Kelly.
An A+.
Brandon Pfaadt
Is an A-.
or B+. Eduardo Rodriguez.
Is a C-.
Brian Nelson.
As a starter?
You got 2 starts.
Cop out for me to say incomplete, but it's an incomplete, isn't it?
Yeah, you probably got 3 A's for 3 of the starting pitchers.
You do.
But the overall grade, because of the struggles of Gallen and Eduardo Rodriguez, bring you down somewhere in the in the B to B+ category. It's not an A, it's a B to B+.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, here's your Memorial Day weekend reminder. People are idiots. You see it every day on the roadways in Arizona. Treacherous navigating the valley if you drive like I do. And if you're ever injured in an accident, know that your life's going to change in an instant. You might be broken. Your car might be broken. It's a time of confusion, pain, and uncertainty. And if that happens to you, know that Sweet James accident attorneys are waiting for your call, waiting to fight all the battles so you don't have to. Here's what you're going to get from Sweet James. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They can do that because their accident attorneys are not afraid to litigate. They've got extensive trial experience, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games or nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they don't just win 98% of the time. They win big. They win the most. They consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life.
An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply. Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com. NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600. Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime. Now's the time, let's do it. See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
You ever heard of this band?
Yeah, I really have, and I'm really, really amazed at this latest evolution of AC/DC. Because now for the past 6 months, Angus Young has been placed on a pedestal he's never been on before. It's funny because the band was always like a family, and Angus never wanted all that attention. Yeah. And now everything is about how this 70-year-old dude is still running up and down a stage, playing 3-hour gigs. Never really cared for this song, though.
No, I'm playing it because
of course.
Playing for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, they have been.
And the other popular version or popular option was Thunder by Imagine Dragons, and I didn't want to subject anybody to that. So,
no, I mean I don't hate it, but
not one of your favorite AC/DC songs. It is Thunderstruck, AC/DC, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We had an eye on the Reno Aces game against Albuquerque in the middle of the week because of Justin Martinez pitched an inning. He's going to join the Diamondbacks this week. I had no idea. Maybe the craziest ending to a baseball game happened that night.
Okay.
Between the Isotopes and the Reno Aces. Have you heard about this? I'm going to play. The scenario is bases loaded, 1 out, 4-3. Albuquerque is leading Reno, bottom of the 9th. This is the Albuquerque Isotopes radio play-by-play call of the craziest ending you'll ever see.
The 3-2 payoff. Line drive. Base hit right center field. That one's going all the way to the gap. That scores Garcia. Pache ran into a teammate. Pache ran into a teammate around third base. Is that obstruction? obstruction. He ran into a teammate who was out on the field to celebrate. And the ruling is out. He is out because he ran into a teammate. The game is not over. But now, trying to score from third is the runner from first, Weber. But it should be a dead ball. Or is it? No! They say it's not a dead ball. And now 2 runs have scored. And now the ball game is over.
I don't know how. Kudos to that guy because he stayed on top of it. Again, that's the Albuquerque radio play-by-play call. Here's what happened. So the tying run scores to make it 4-4.
Yeah.
The second run is coming around. The ball's at the wall. As the runner for Reno rounds third base, a teammate comes out of the dugout with a cell phone filming the celebration, knocks over the base runner. They call obstruction. But then Isotope center fielder Sam Hilliard thought the game was over on the hit, so he flipped the ball over the fence to a kid. Since it was only 4-4 and coach-player interference is not a dead ball, flipping the ball into the stands is an error on Hilliard, and the penalty is the base you are going to at the time of the throw, plus another, meaning Weber, who stopped short of third, was awarded third and then home to win the game.
That is unbelievable. And boy, that dude who came out of the dugout with the cell phone, boy, did he get absolved. Holy bananas.
That play-by-play guy
what a great job by that play-by-play guy.
On top of I would have been like, I don't know what's happening right now. You can't beat fun at the old minor league ballpark.
How about it? That's insanity.
So we get the long weekend coming. We already had our bingo card filled out. It seems to be, I thought J.A. Adonde brought up a very good point on the Knicks-Pacers series. And, games of that ilk, when there's a massive comeback or a heartbreaking loss, the team that loses usually does win. The only recent example we have against that is games 1 and 2 of the Knicks-Celtics series.
Mm-hmm.
Massive comebacks by the Knicks in both games. Game 1 did not lead to a Game 2 win for the Celtics, and that's where really the Knicks wrapped up that series, I think.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good point.
But I think, even though what we saw was some of the most unbelievable playoff theater in recent years in Game 1, people are still sleeping on Indiana, and maybe it has something to do with that small market thing.
Yeah.
Or it's the Pacers. They've never won it before. That is a really good basketball team.
And again, like what I talked about extensively yesterday, a reminder of just how good Rick Carlisle is as a basketball coach.
He is good.
He's good.
That was a team.
He left Dallas. It wasn't like he got fired.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that was a team last year that made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. They got worked by Boston. But they also made they didn't make any changes to the rotation. They brought everybody back. And we're talking about, these teams that could be in business with the Suns for Kevin Durant, teams that made playoff runs and fell short. Houston, Cleveland, those are the ones that are in the mix now.
Yep.
Those teams might just opt to run it back too, based on the Indiana example. Because I think it was Tyrese Halliburton talking about what roster continuity has meant to this run.
How about it?
Yeah,
it's very, very, it's everything you need, man.
Yeah.
Hope the Suns are paying attention, Vinny.
That's going to do it for us on this Friday. Thanks to Ryan Spielborgs. Thanks to J.A. Adonde for joining us. Thanks to you. Have a great and safe holiday weekend. We will be back on Tuesday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. But as we do on Fridays, if you didn't get enough goofiness throughout the week, here's a little extra helping of it to send you off into the weekend.
We're looking for somebody gritty and grimy. I swear to goodness.
So is Jarrett a candidate?
Ilo Eifler.
What's just below my high, Eifler?
You snaggle-toothed oaf.
You snaggle-toothed oaf?
You snaggle-toothed oaf.
You milksop.
You milksop.
You live in Schmendrickville.
It's not Schmendrick. Stop rubbing your eyes, Diamondbacks! Shut up, Morrissey!
With the pushing and the pulling.
The pushing and the pulling. The pudding.
Jell-O pulling pops. Show me your Hooters, brother.
Time
The glass
for
to break
Jared
again.
Shower Thoughts.
All right.
We know we're the reason why, because we perfected it.
That's freaking tardy. Going back to college.
I tell ya, call me when you have no class.
He actually is quitting. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s got more guns than Gilbert Arenas, babe. More yoked up than a 3-egg omelet at Denny's, babe. Hartenstein. What do you got against Sparty?
Terms of the deal not disclosed.
Take that, Isotopes. Push it. Push it real good. Love hurts.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Wazoo, Zooza.
Egads.
Schlemiel.
Mercy!
Push tushes.
It's a kick in the crotch.
Central Gudger State.
Central Gudger State.
Straight ball, he hit very much. Give the assist to Dusk. We crap down our leg. At 2, Shelby. At 2. Every day that passes, I realize how dumb I actually am in the grand scheme of things.
I'm going to be here all freaking night.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will be in St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals that'll get underway tonight at 5:15, and Zach Gallen will be on the mound for the Snakes, looking to bounce back after a shaky last time out, and the D-backs will have a good chance of getting reliever Justin Martinez back at some point in this series. As always, you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury list, which will end the DB's season before it even starts. And last night in the NBA, the Thunder more than took care of business in a Game 2 against the T-Wolves with a 118-103 win, and the MVP SGA had 38 points. And Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals will be tonight in the Garden, as the Knicks look to even the series, and the Pacers will have plans of going up 2-0 and heading back to Indiana. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Broadcasting, Luke. How you doing, buddy? That's what's up right now. Broadcasting on a Friday, Basin Earnings. We're all jacked up. It's a 3-day weekend, I believe, for most people as well. That's kind of cool right there. Yeah. Not that I thought about that.
No, not. That's not your style.
It is the last day of vacation. That's the way I refer to it, as the last day before vacation.
Oh, I was going to say last day of vacation. Where have you been?
Last day of vacation, ladies and gentlemen, because it's before vacation, and here it is right now. So the mind is wandering, is it not, brothers? Thinking about the Amish and going back to Hoopy and maybe actually hanging out with my mother for an entire week. It's not Hoopy Palooza that we usually have base earnings. It's about 3 weeks. It's not. It's cut down to a week, and it's because of Vetters football.
Okay.
So because of
for
that,
good reason.
We can only go back for a week. But man, am I looking forward to it.
Yeah, you love this trip.
Can I tell you right now, hanging out with the Amish, ladies and gentlemen. That's hanging out with the Amish. Think about this. My mom is surrounded now by Amish. They have overtaken. She owns about 300 acres of land.
Yeah.
And you know what? Every neighbor she has is Amish.
Really? Everywhere you look?
Every neighbor. So we'll be sitting there, of course, Base Earnings, having dinner at the kitchen table. Having dinner, and you'll hear the clop, 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 clop come right down.
Wait, you won't hear?
Regular basis. You will not hear that, but I can guarantee you, Rick, I'll be thinking that. I will be thinking that right now, returning to the land of the Amish, brothers. So I'm a little jacked right now.
Do you think they'll remember you from last year on the 4th of July when you walked up with the burning tree, or is that...
The tree burning. That's what they just lit a tree on fire because they needed it to come down.
Yeah.
So they burn it down, man. It was unbelievable. I stopped Base Earnings. I got out of the car. I said, do you guys need anything? They looked at me like, English, get out of here.
Well, that's the setup for next week for Wolf.
Okay, so here we go. I'm jacked up today.
One bathroom, right?
Yes, one bathroom, 20 people.
That's all right.
It's difficult. What's your point, Rick?
He's just setting the scene.
There's a lot of people. Hey, there's tents. You know what? People, we have tents outside of the house, of course, at Hoopy Palooza. Yeah, it's a little bit different, no doubt.
All right, so you're going to be a little distracted
Campfires
today.
every night. Story time with the story staff. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a picture and send it to you. The
Yeah,
story
I need that.
staff.
Okay.
You need that.
All right. I had a wolf-like moment last night. Do you want me to tell you this on the air? You want me to tell you later? Maybe we should get into the show.
What is this right now?
Do you want to? It was a moment where you look
tell
around.
Tell me later, as a matter of fact. How about that for a tease, Basinonians? Luke is going to tell me a story. I have no idea
You
what
do
the
not know.
story is.
I've wanted to tell you all morning.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because
Great.
it was a moment where I looked around and I'm like, not totally sure how I got here tonight, but Wolf would love this. Okay.
That sounds interesting.
All right. Well, because there's no Diamondbacks game, so I just kind of wandered off into the city. Okay.
Okay.
But the Diamondbacks do play tonight. The Diamondbacks starting a series on the road against the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen on the mound against Miles Mikolas of the St. Louis Cardinals. No offense to him, but the focus is on Zach Gallen heading into this series for sure, Wolf, because he finally got to start against a team that wasn't, good to great to elite his last time out, and he started against the exact opposite, actually, in the Colorado Rockies, and he got lit up, and his ERA is over 5. And, the reality is for the Diamondbacks to hit the levels they want to hit this season, they're going to need Zach Gallen to be a lot better and more consistent than that. I don't know that they need him to be the ace. I mean, I think there's a way where this works where Corbin Burns is your ace. Merrill Kelly's right there. He's like 1B, like he was the year that the Diamondbacks went to the World Series. And Zach Gallen could just be a good number 3 starter, but they got to get him going here.
No, I'm with you on this one right now, and nobody knows that more than Zach Gallen, Basinonians. This is the way that it goes. I've had bad years in the NFL. Not bad years, worse years. Let's put it that way in the NFL. Not every year was a great year for me. Not every year was you were going out there and I was knocking down every guy that I ran into. That's not the case. You're going to have good years and you're going to have bad years when you compete at the highest level our species can generate. And that's exactly what is going on with Zach Gallen right now. Through the first 50 games of this season, first third, generally speaking, of the season, Zach Gallen has underperformed right now. And nobody knows better. Nobody knows that more than Zach Gallen.
Yeah, I mean, here's Zach Gallen after his last starts.
Yeah, I think just frustrating all around, really. Just, offense did more than enough tonight. That's a game that, as a pitching staff, as a start, I mean, I got to score, whatever we scored, 12, 13, something like that. That's super frustrating. So to kind of let them come back into the game twice or start off the lead and then come back in the game while it's out there. I feel like the offense had to work a little bit harder. That's what they do. I mean, those guys are awesome. So it's hard to ask, 15, 16 runs out of them. So, yeah, obviously a little frustrating. But you got to come tomorrow and win the series. I mean, I think it doesn't matter who you're playing, really. Just winning series is going to be fine. Obviously, would have liked to take this one, but, yeah, it happens.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
That's Zach Gallen right there who said that. And honestly, great players are better self-evaluators. And I guarantee you right now, he's disappointed with his own performance so far. So the question is, for everybody that has struggled out there, and brothers, if you're listening right now, you have struggled at your job. You haven't had years that were stellar, let's put it that way, from time to time. And you know that. And if you're a self-evaluator, if you're a guy that is willing to look at himself and see the blemishes, see the faults, you know that. So you can empathize with what he's going through right now. The question is, what's wrong and can you fix it?
Well, different players, different people, same team though. I mean, you really hope Zach Gallen's path this season is similar to what Corbin Carroll's was last season, because you talk about a guy who really wants to succeed and is going to self-evaluate and is just going to keep working and harder at it until he does. Corbin Carroll, I've said this multiple times, one of the most impressive things about his career to this point, Wolf, is that he struggled so much at the start of last year and was able to turn it around mid-season. And you don't often see that usually, especially. I mean, this is where it's different. Corbin Carroll's in his second full year at that point. Usually, it's like sophomore slump. All right, get him junior year, right? It's not what he did. He turned it around. And Zach Gallen, it's different when you're a starting pitcher. He's had to live with that loss on Saturday to the Rockies and that performance against the Rockies for 5 days now, or 6 days now. So this is his first chance to go out there and make it right. But what is working in your favor if you're a pitcher, every play starts with the ball in your hand. I mean, you can go out there and fix this if you're Zach Gallen.
Yes, and you can. But he would if he could.
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand what's going on.
You have to identify what is the problem and can you fix it. See, that's the issue. And you would think, of course, that he knows what the problem is. You would think he knows what the problem is. Torrey knows what the problem is. Mike Hazen knows. They know what the problem is or what they think the problem is right now. Is he in the process of trying to fix it? Of course he is, right? I mean, You would think so, right? You would think so right now. There are some guys, some professional athletes that I've been around, they're just so confident, Basinonians, in themselves that sometimes, you know what, hey, listen, I'll work myself through it. I'll work through it myself. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine. I'll do it myself. They don't want somebody else to tell them how to do it. They want to do it themselves and work through it. Is Zach Gallen that guy? I don't know.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Just text HALF to 620, and we'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. And the way it's lined up right now, it'll be a must-see pitching matchup between Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens of the Pirates. So you especially want to get there. That's text HALF to 620. Again, HALF to 620. When we come back, are the Arizona Cardinals prepared to absorb the loss of their starting veteran cornerback? Hopefully, because he's out for the year. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes. It's gone. Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, man. You got to join me. Yeah, join me at Desert Ridge AMC. Okay, Desert Ridge AMC. It's going to be June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. I've been telling you about this now for about a couple of weeks. Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat now at Retirement on the Brink. I'm in this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually in this documentary right here. I wouldn't call it a starring role, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink, and that's going to be June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. Come on out. The clock is ticking. Retirement on the Brink reveals the risks that could derail your future. One night only, Basinonians. So go ahead and go to retirementonthebrink.com. That's retirementonthebrink.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZD plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Make your memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses, on Sunday, May 25th at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with our big raffle, awards, breakfast, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $130. Make it the perfect stay and play with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah! Here we go, broadcasting Basinonian, so you don't have to on a Friday. Nailing the post.
You just hit the post right there without even realizing it. All right, speaking of hitting the post, Wolf, the second our show ended yesterday, we received the breaking news from the Arizona Cardinals that Sean Murphy-Bunting is being placed on the non-football injury lists, the reserve lists, and he's done for the year. That was originally reported by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. So Sean Murphy-Bunting, look, I get that he had an up-and-down year last year, and a lot of times when we talk about the corners on this team, you talk about Garrett Williams, and you talk about, hey, well, maybe Max Melton's going to turn into something, and what's Star Thomas evolving into, and oh, they just got Will Johnson. But Sean Murphy-Bunting was the one vet they had in that group, and now they don't have him. So that is, however you evaluated his game last year, that's a change that took place in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, let me process this.
Okay.
Let me vet this on the air Basinonians, which is always kind of a dangerous thing to do. So
it's always the best, though.
Gather around the transistor and press the air right now. Is Sean Murphy-Bunting done as an Arizona Cardinal? I think the answer is yes. He's under contract for another season after this season.
Okay.
He's under contract for another season. But something tells me the Cardinals will come to some kind of understanding with Sean Murphy-Bunting and settle. Now, nobody has told me that, brothers. Nobody. This is just me speculating, which is always a dangerous thing
also
to do.
Dangerous to do on the air.
It is dangerous
especially
to do
on a
that.
Friday before vacation.
I'm guessing he's done here, but have no inside information on that, brothers. I want to stress that, okay? How badly will this hurt the Arizona Cardinals defense going forward? That is the question. The Cardinals did not get better on paper with the news of Sean Murphy-Bunting. They did not. You just lost an NFL corner that played in 15 games for you last year and led your team in interceptions, frankly, with 3 last year. Now, Sean Murphy-Bunting has been up and down, brothers. He has. But he is an NFL corner, if nothing else, that provides depth to your secondary.
Yeah. So
you did not get better with Sean Murphy-Bunting Bunting and the news of Sean Murphy Bunting.
When the offseason started, the two positions I looked at as not necessarily huge pressing needs for the Cardinals, but two positions I wanted them to maybe just add a little experience were wide receiver, and they haven't done anything, wide receiver, and corner. But then they went out and got Will Johnson in the second round. I was like, forget it. I'd rather just have Will Johnson on this team. That's perfect.
Yes.
And I don't know. I've been operating under the assumption that Will Johnson would probably take that starting role from Sean Murphy Bunting anyway, but that Sean Murphy Bunting would be on the team and playing. So now you are very inexperienced at that position. Doesn't mean you can't succeed. You've got a lot of experience in the safety room right behind those guys. But like to your point, I don't think you got better. You know what I mean? You can manage it, but you didn't get better.
Yes, you can manage it. That's a good way of saying it right now. He's a veteran cornerback in this league. He's at a position that is at a premium, of course, at corner. When you need experience, Sean Murphy Bunting is experienced. Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing about this, too, Base Audience. You can never forget that this experienced guy sits in this cornerback room and says, okay, I see a lot of young corners in here, okay? And at some point in time, I'm going to be done playing football. I'm going to go ahead and pass along a lot of my knowledge to these guys. And Sean Murphy Bunting, to my knowledge, was that type of guy. And that's the other reason why I think this doesn't make them better.
Yeah, you had put in your email that it seemed like the Cardinals probably knew about this injury before the draft.
Yeah.
And they did take two corners in the draft.
Yep.
They got Denzel Burke later in the draft. They got Will Johnson, who they clearly didn't expect to get at pick 47. I mean, Will Johnson in particular now, it goes from, man, what a steal you got him in the second round. You got him at 47? What's going on? 47. To he better be ready to play right away. I mean, that's kind of what this news says to me yesterday. They need him to be ready to go right away. Now, he probably will be, but it's like when they got him at 47, it's like, wow, this is extra. This is extra credit. This is gravy.
Well,
this is a bonus. Now you're going to need him.
Here's the one thing I kind of disagree with you on that, Luke, because last year when you think about it, Max Melton and Garrett Williams and Star Thomas, they were your starting corners that were out there, and they did a good job. They did a serviceable job.
But I don't mean start. I just mean you're going to need him to be ready to play right away. Don't you feel like you're going to need Will Johnson now?
I think, to me right now, I wrote down on my notes, who benefits the most from this story?
You did write that in your notes.
I did.
You didn't answer
Who
it.
benefits the most? Well, it's Will Johnson that benefits the most. It's almost a certainty right now that if he stays healthy, coming out of training camp, I think Will Johnson is going to be your starting corner, one of your three starting corners. Remember that now. There are three starting corners in today's NFL. The nickelback is a starting corner for the most part. You're going to include him. I think most depth charts that you go to now have the nickel corner on their depth chart right there. So you need three corners in today's NFL, and I think Will Johnson's going to be one of them.
I feel like they would have taken Will Johnson in the second round even if this wasn't something they thought they would be dealing with. But, to go out there and get Denzel Burke
doubt.
as well, that makes a little more sense now because when they drafted Denzel Burke, it was like, okay, how many corners do you need?
Man, they
like
Denzel Burke, too.
Well, I got a cut of Jonathan Gannon actually talking about him earlier this month.
First, the character, really good guy, really smart. He's played at the highest level. He's played a lot of ball, as you mentioned. We liked his skill set. Thought he was a scheme fit. Thought he was a Cardinal, and kind of felt really good about adding him where we added him.
All right. Wow. So that was kind of a mellow JG compared to the rest of the draft.
JG, you know what that is right there for JG? That's his intensity level. When he gets mellow like that, when he gets melancholy, he kind of the intensity level. I dig that vibe.
That's when football. That's when guys are actually playing.
Yes.
When it's around the draft, he's just like, hey, this is awesome. But then the season gets going. I mean, you remember him during the season last year.
Yes.
That was his tone pretty much all season last year when he spoke.
See, it's kind of like, and that's why I hated the bye. Because I was JG for the most part. I was down here when I was talking about something during season. And then when I was on the bye, it was like, it was like you weren't even a football player at that point in time. And that made me feel really uncomfortable because I knew I was a football player at that point in time. Does that make sense?
For 1 week. You became a rando.
He became a
just wondering.
I wouldn't call it a rando. It's not like I thought
like.
of anyone else as a rando. I just thought they were citizens.
You know what?
Tell me how these randoms keep getting jobs.
That's not how I ever thought, Basinonians. I was the rando.
The rando that made 4 Pro Bowls.
That's one of the reasons why people actually liked me, I think.
No, you lose rando status when you make 4 Pro Bowls, Rick's right.
No, of course you don't. I'm just saying that a lot of people don't know about Ron Wolfley. Is this guy is the best fullback in the National Football League. And if you know me, Basinonians, you know I did not say that the way that they're making you think that I said that. I did not. But I could have been the rando sitting next to you at the coffee bar. You know what I mean?
That's drinking 5 shots. If you ever wonder if the rando sitting next to you at the coffee bar is Wolf, ask them how many shots they have in their venti Americano or whatever they're drinking. Here's why I hate the bye week, Wolf, because after the bye week, the Cardinals fell apart last week. That's why I hate the bye week.
Yes. Boy, are we really going to be looking at the bye week this week or this year, coming year? You better believe we're going to look at the bye week.
I want to play this cut. Field Yates on with Bickley and Murata last month talking about that Will Johnson pick, which, again, was already important, but I think its importance skyrocketed yesterday afternoon.
To me, it's a home run at that stage, regardless of how things turn out, because he's just too talented of a player to slide any further than he did. Will really had great tape for 2.5 seasons at Michigan. He's got awesome size, great ball skills, very instinctual. Guy who made some huge plays and big moments for Michigan during their national championship season. But, I'm not a doctor, and each team's tolerance on where a guy is worth going based off of whatever he is dealing with is different. But I really have a hard time thinking that even if he's not a great player, even if he just makes the roster and plays for you, to get a guy who has that much potential upside at that point in the draft, to me, it's just too good to ignore.
I mean, I think we all completely agreed with that when he said it and when it happened. But now that you don't have Sean Murphy bunting, it takes on a whole nother level of value and importance. All right, when we come back, Western Conference Finals in the NBA, now 2 games in the books. If it keeps going like this, have we potentially found our home for Kevin Durant in a possible trade? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you should start doing more of is you should start eating more wings. It's pretty much the perfect time to do it because baseball's here, so you got games every day now. They get the hockey playoffs down to just a couple teams, down to just 4, although getting very close to 3. Same with basketball, down to just 4 teams, but getting very close to 3. So get to Twin Peaks because it really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Steaks, burgers, loaded fries, spicy chipotle chicken, soups, and salads. Plus, Memorial Day is coming up, and they're honoring all those who served. If you're an active military member or a veteran, just go spend the day at Twin Peaks and enjoy a special discount on your order while you're there. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona's triple digits are here. Are you ready? Get a brand new AC unit today for as low as $99 a month, installed by the state's #1 ranked AC company. All of our installs are verified with our exclusive Precision Link technology to make sure they're installed perfect. Don't wait. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here's a fresh deal on steaks. USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Super Value Pack are $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting will miss the 2025 season. Read more about Murphy-Bunting reportedly being placed on the reserve non-football injury list, up now on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Knicks Pacers is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend series for the Diamondbacks. How will they look when they get by the Memorial Day milepost? We'll discuss on Tuesday. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right, Wolf, we're watching the highlights right now of that T-Wolves Oklahoma City game last night.
Wow.
And I got to say, you watch Oklahoma City play right now, and it is just so obvious how much better they are than everybody else. And I know it's been that way pretty much all year. I get that. But they're turning it up in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, you can see the desperation from the T-Wolves as well. They came out and they balled. They were game in that first half, based on earnings. They were. They came out and they were like, okay, I guess we're playing for keeps right now. The Minnesota T-Wolves came out and they were game. They were up to the task. They didn't want to go down 2-0 in the series to Oklahoma City, of course. They wanted to get the split, and you could tell, they thought this was the best opportunity to go out and get the split.
It was.
And it was. And they couldn't get it done.
They couldn't do it. No, I mean, Oklahoma City is just so deep. They are, when they did this, when they started this rebuild however many years ago, and they were like, okay, we're just going to have so many draft picks that it's going to be almost absurd. You figure, okay, in theory, that's going to work, but man, that's going to take a long time, and there's no guarantee it's going to work. Well, it worked, and it has worked really for the last couple of years. They've already been at this level, but when you watch these games and, you see Anthony Edwards out there, and you're like, okay, I mean, if anybody could mess this up, Anthony Edwards could just get crazy in this series, and maybe he makes life tough on Oklahoma City, and he's playing great. They just come at you in waves. It's just, okay, you're slowing down these two guys. Here's 4 more. Okay, here's another 3. Like, and SGA is going off. 38 more points last night.
Yeah, you know what was awesome about it as well? You could see Oklahoma City. You could see the Thunder come out in that third quarter and say, okay, you know what? We've let you hang around.
Yeah.
It was an 8-point game. They were up 58-50, and suddenly it was 93-71 after that third quarter. They exploded. And you know where they really exploded, Basinonians? The defensive end of the floor. Yeah, they scored 35 points. I understand that. The Thunder scored 35 points in that third quarter. But really, what sounded the bells, the warning bells, the death knells, was the 21 points they gave up on the defensive end of the floor.
They have they've had a lot of these moments this playoff run too, where it's like, okay, the game's kind of close. It's kind of close. Okay, now we're embarrassing you in front of your fans and your families. Anybody that's watching, like, Denver beat them. Okay, well the next game, Oklahoma City beats them by 43. You know, it's not like, and I don't. They haven't won a championship yet. I don't want to act like this is over, but I would be stunned. I think most people would be stunned. I was looking at the Vegas odds before the show. The odds are so in Oklahoma City's favor to win the whole thing that you almost don't even make money if you bet on them, which is crazy typically for picking a champion bet. I know there's only 4 teams left, but still, it's like if you bet money on Oklahoma City to win, you get nothing. That's how convinced Vegas is that they're going to win. So I don't want to act like they've already won, but it sure feels like that. But I don't remember in the last, 5, 6, 7, 8 years when you had a team, even if they were clearly the best team in the league, I don't remember them just beating teams in the playoffs routinely by 25, 30, 35, 40 points the way Oklahoma City is doing it.
Yeah, and what was so amazing, too, the way they're doing it. Yeah, the way they're doing it. How are they doing it? Think about coming out and saying, you know what, I realize we played one half right now. We're only up by 8 points. We're going to start this third quarter, and we're going to come out. We're going to make a little statement to the Minnesota T-Wolves, and that's what they did. They had 12 points off of turnovers, 12 alone in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Where does the intensity level rise for the Thunder? It was on the defensive end of the floor more than anything else to me. That's where they took off, came out in that third quarter, and only gave up 21 points, as I said, but 12 points off of turnovers alone in the third quarter. That doesn't happen by accident, Luke. Mm-hmm. That was not an accident. That is a team that understands this is who we are, and this is our identity. This is how we win games. Watch this.
They have a very clear identity. They've had it for a long time. It's not even just this year, but they've had it all year. And they're leaning into it more and more as these playoffs go on. I mean, Denver getting them to a Game 7, I think with each passing game is going to look more and more impressive that Denver got them to a Game 7 because they just don't look like a team that's even going to lose a game right now the way they're going. They look like a team, too, that once they got through Denver, they're like, all right, we took out Jokic. Let's go. Here's Chris Canty earlier today saying this could just be the start of something for the Thunder.
I mean, over the last 4 decades in the NBA, every one of those decades has had a dynasty or 2. Every single one of them. We have not had that in the 2020s. If there's any team that we could point to that we think is possible that they can do that, it's this one. The average age of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren, 24 years old. They're not going anywhere. And if they get that reinforced belief after winning a championship, that confidence that comes from demonstrated performance, who's to say that this group can't get better? Who's to say that they won't be better next year than they are right now?
That's a scary thought.
Canty's getting angry as he says he's yelling.
But you know what? The intensity, he's feeling it.
Yeah.
Who's to say they won't be better? A little development. I get it, man. I know what he's talking about. And one of the things, again, that I stand and applaud, this hyper-talented team. They're so talented offensively, and yet the way they work on the defensive end of the floor, I stand and applaud. And it's to Chris Canty's point. Who's to say they're done getting better?
It doesn't seem like they're going to have to deal with the they haven't won the championship yet, but let's say they win. And to his point, they are set up to be a team they're going to be the favorite again next year and probably the year after. Now, things change. San Antonio gets Giannis. That could be an issue for everybody in the Western Conference. But as far as them imploding at some point, it doesn't seem like they're going to have to deal with the superstar who has the huge ego, because that just doesn't seem like that's SGA. It has never seemed like that was him. And look, success can change you. I get that. But it seems like Oklahoma City is absolutely set up for a while. Now, on the flip side of this, Wolf, is Minnesota. If they just get run off the court in these next 2 games or whatever, even 2 of the next 3, if this series is over quickly and you're the Timberwolves and you look around, you're like, man, we thought we were good, but we're not even close to that team. Does that not become one of the top potential landing spots for Kevin Durant? I think it has to.
Yes, to answer your question right now, especially considering the fact that after 12 games, the T-Wolves are averaging 106.1 points per game. That's number 9 of all the teams that made it into the postseason.
Okay.
They're number 9. I was talking about this with the Knicks the other day, how they're number 8 in terms of scoring points in the postseason. Number 12 during the regular season, number 8 during the postseason. Man, if you're number 8, number 9, number 10, somewhere there in terms of scoring points, you better have lights-out defense. Lights-out defense, or you're not advancing.
Yeah, and the Knicks do. I don't know what the Timberwolves necessarily do, but the reason why the T-Wolves are interesting in this conversation, and you'd really have to kind of break down what they could actually give the Suns, and if it works that way, and they've got some money restrictions now too, the T-Wolves, but this would be their second straight year in the Western Conference Finals, but then going no further. This is a team who their clear leader, his favorite player, and he'll tell you anytime you talk to him, growing up was Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And he races his game when he's playing against, he is, Anthony Edwards is going to be pushing for Kevin Durant if it's even a question. And this is also a team in Minnesota that is not afraid to shake things up. I mean, they made the Western Conference Finals last year and traded Karl Anthony Towns away.
Yes.
A couple years ago, they went out and way overpaid for Rudy Gobert, but did they overpay? Because they're making it work each year. They're getting deep into the playoffs. So that's a team to keep an eye on, because they're probably not winning this series, and they might lose it very quickly.
And also, they had open shots. They had good looks at threes last night, and they shot 28%, as a matter of fact, 11 of 39 from three. And I wrote down in my notes, by the way, KD shot 43% from beyond.
You probably could use that.
Just saying.
It's just such an arms race in the Western Conference now that if you're a team that's good, like Minnesota, but you're looking around, you see the writing on the wall, like, we're good, this is our window, and we're not even close to Oklahoma City, or maybe another team or two jumps up, you have to at least talk to the Suns this summer.
No doubt.
Why would you not?
That's going to happen.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. And it lines up right now to be a must-see pitching matchup between Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens of the Pirates. Again, text half to 620-620. Half to 620-620. All right, we come back. Diamondbacks in St. Louis to start a series tonight against a Cardinals team that is suddenly looking like a playoff contender this year. So how important are the next 3 days for the D-backs? We'll ask MLB.com D-backs reporter Steve Gilbert. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In terms of what the parameters of what you were looking for was, they're also being helped out greatly by the fact they're the only organization looking for a coach
because
right
you know
now.
why? We'll never know if somebody would say, I ain't going to Phoenix over this. If this team offers me the job, I'm taking that over Phoenix.
Precisely. They're the only girl to date right now. And so there's no other choices, right?
How you doing?
It's so I walked right into that. I'm going to be driving home tonight. Why did you use that metaphor?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, I do too. Go to a lot of concerts, obviously even more sporting events. So why not build up your credit when you're out? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest as you're doing it. Makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors, makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. Lots of other doors. They open up when you have good credit, and that's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. With Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit and access to more than 50,000 fee-free ATMs. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking service. The Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvy's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash, and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV. Or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports.
Pay it off. Nobody will pay it off like Nirvana, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that right, Kurt?
I like when we just start blasting music and we have a guest on the phone.
Steve knows all about Nirvana. Are you kidding me?
Steve Gilbert is joining us.
Into the grunge era.
Of course, MLB.com, D-backs reporter, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Again, Steve Gilbert, if you didn't hear the name over Kurt Cobain right there. Steve, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How are we doing today?
Doing good, man. Good. Appreciate you, Steve.
Steve, let's just start right out with where every conversation right now seems to begin with the Diamondbacks game tonight, and let's just start with Zach Gallen. I know we've talked about him throughout the season. He's a guy, though, that in the past has been the model of consistency, and he has been wildly inconsistent this year. So is it something that you think will just work itself out? Is it something that they need to be concerned about? Where are we with Zach Gallen?
Well, I think probably the answer to both those questions is yes. I think, obviously you're concerned when one of your top pitchers is not as consistent as he has been, as you pointed out. But I also think that he has such a track record, and it's not like he's lost his velocity or he's, somehow lost his talent. Sometimes the smallest of tweaks to mechanics, to approach, can make a big difference. So I think he's still in the process of trying to figure that out to where he can be more consistent. But he's the kind of guy that you probably would bet on kind of figuring that stuff out.
So 26-24 in the first 50 games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Steve, where are you on the Diamondbacks right now? Evaluate them for us, please.
Well, I think they have not played their best baseball. I think especially earlier in the season, they played uncharacteristically sloppy in certain ways and some fundamental mistakes that you just don't normally see from them. I think they've played better of late. I think sitting 2 games above 500 right now, they're right in the thick of the playoff chase. And they still haven't played their best baseball, and they have some of their best relievers on the IL that are going to be coming back, at least one of them, probably today. I think they're in a pretty good spot. I mean, I don't see, we saw the Padres had a great start to the year, but now they've kind of come back to the pack. We've gotten to see the Diamondbacks play what are regarded as the best teams in the National League, right? The Cubs, the Mets, the Dodgers. They've held their own against those teams, the Giants. So I think that, they match up well with those teams. The Phillies, I forgot the Phillies, took 2 out of 3 there. I think they're going to be okay. I really do.
We're talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, you just you alluded to the bullpen and Justin Martinez right there. Obviously, it'd be great to get him back. I guess my question, Wolf and I have been talking about this a lot lately. You go back 2 years ago, and the bullpen was kind of all over the place, and then they added Paul Sewald, and everybody behind Paul Sewald locked into place too. Do you think it's possible that a Justin Martinez return could have that impact on the other guys as well?
I do. I think bullpens are notoriously inconsistent. I think you've seen them swing wildly from year to year. A certain composition in your bullpen works one year, doesn't work the next year. I think it's also a part of your team that you can kind of rebuild as the season goes on, whether that means moving somebody from the rotation into the bullpen, calling somebody up who's a starter down there, putting him in the bullpen, whether that means acquiring the reliever at a trade deadline. So I think there's all those different kinds of options. So I do think that this bullpen still is going to end up being a pretty good part of this team as the season goes on.
Steve, would you hand J. Mart the ball and say, you're our closer, go close games?
That's a good question, Wolf. I would right now, given what's going on. I think Shelby Miller's done an excellent job, and I think he's a key part of that bullpen. It's hard to overlook how well he's pitched for them as a non-roster invitee signed after camp opened. But if J. Mart's your closer, then and he's healthy and he's good to go, then yeah, I would give him the ball and say he's my closer. Whether Torrey chooses to do that, he probably has a better feel for what the reports are on J. Mart, how he's looked, how he's throwing the ball. So we'll see what direction he goes with that.
Talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, the offensive numbers overall are really good for the Diamondbacks. We're 50 games in. Wolf and I were having this discussion yesterday, too. I kind of want to get your thoughts on this. If you were looking at just the hitters, is there somebody 50 games in, you're like, okay, we need more from this guy over the next 50 games? Is there one or two players that really jumps out to you there?
Well, it's hard to say Ketel Marte because he was hurt for a month of the season. I think he'll end up being there when all is said and done. I think Gabriel Moreno is a guy I would have said before the last week, or at least before the Dodgers series, that he needed to get going. But I think, we're starting to see him swing the bat a little bit better. I'd like to see a little more production, I guess, out of the center field spot too. But again, the offense is not an issue with this team. It seems like they're able to score runs. It's a matter of keeping them off the board, which surprisingly has been their biggest issue.
So, Steve, Corbin Carroll, give us your update on the MVP, the Corbin Carroll, and as an MVP race guy. Is it ridiculous to talk about this? There's no way, right?
Listen, the way he keeps swinging the bat and the way he plays the game, he's certainly a candidate. I mean, you look at his bat speed is elite. His ability to make hard contact is elite. His speed is elite. I mean, he's putting together a season much like his 2023 season. So that's a great thing for them. Everyone kind of held their breath when he was hitting in the forearm. He took a real shot to the forearm. That was a rough game for him. He also got hit in the leg too. So he stays healthy. No reason to think that he's going to cool down right now.
Steve, we got to see Ryan Nelson start against the Dodgers. He looked pretty good. That would end up being a pitcher's duel for most of the night. We've seen him start in the past, and he seems to perform better as a starter. Now, obviously, they've got Eduardo Rodriguez when he comes back, but how would you navigate that situation if he goes out there and pitches pitches well against the Pirates, too?
Yeah, that's a tough spot, right? I mean, you got Eduardo Rodriguez sitting there with 2.5 years left on his deal at $20 million a year. But if Ryan Nelson gives you a better chance to win on days he pitches, do you make that move and put Eduardo Rodriguez in the bullpen? That would be a tough thing, I think, for them to do. But it's something that if Ryan Nelson continues to pitch the way he has, they're going to have to look at, how do they keep him in that rotation?
So, Steve, you have to, before I let you go, I have to ask you about the Colorado Rockies. They fell to 8-42, the worst 50-game start in Major League Baseball's modern era since 1901. What are we seeing here? Can you evaluate this for us, Steve?
Well, we've seen some bad baseball in this town over the years, but
man,
we've never seen anything quite like this. It's just stunning that a major league team is as bad as they are right now. You keep thinking, okay, this can't last. Teams have had really bad stretches, but I mean, they're looking to right now on pace to blow out the record for losses that the White Sox set last year. So, yeah, I wish I had an explanation for you on that. I was shocked that they almost beat the Diamondbacks. Well, they beat them once, but they almost beat them twice over the weekend. So,
yes.
I got nothing for you there. That's a bad situation.
We should right now try and figure out how many wins the Rockies are going to have next time we talk to Steve.
I know.
It doesn't even really matter when it is. They might still be at 8.
Just brutal.
Steve, thank you so much for the time, man. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you, Steve.
It's always good talking to you. Take care.
You too. That's Steve Gilbert joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back over to football, is a playoff spot a realistic option for the Arizona Cardinals this season? We're starting to get some national people weighing in on where the Cardinals could potentially finish this year. We'll get you that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is a very difficult time for Suns fans, dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake. For what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know, at Moving Team 6, they know it can be a very stressful situation when you move. I don't know how many moves you've orchestrated, base earnings, but I can tell you right now, Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. He runs this company. It's a family-run business. He runs the company with Garrett and JT, his two sons, right here in Phoenix. And I can tell you, this is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And the reason why I know that is because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. Yeah, I love the Lee family, and you will love them as well. They proudly support and hire veterans. That is something I'm very proud of. as well. What you need to do is go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries, but he couldn't get the insurance company to help him. And after all that frustration, he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million victory. Now, no firm can guarantee the outcomes, but in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and it means justice. That's what Sweet James is all about. They're the firm you call if you're ever hurt in an accident. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets to start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting will miss the 2025 season. Read more about Murphy Bunting reportedly being placed on the reserve non-football injury list up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Pacers-Knicks is at 5, and we have that one for you over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll find out if the Suns found their new head coach over the holiday weekend. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning, heading into what is for most people a 3-day weekend. For Wolf, it is a week-long weekend.
That's right.
For you?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Here we go. Amish country, here we come.
Now, I don't know. You found this story out there, and the reason I was saying you're going into a week-long weekend is you were hard at work on the pre-show prep today.
Yes,
and
thank
you found this story on.
What do you think I was going to mail it in because I was getting ready to go to the land of the Amish?
I'm saying you
land of 5 hills.
You found a website here that I'm not even sure I've been to very often, but NFL Spin Zone. Okay.
Yes.
Predicting the 7 playoff teams in the NFC this upcoming season, and they have the Arizona Cardinals as the final wild card in the NFC. And the write-up says the 3 teams I'm looking at to break out in 2025 would be the Falcons, the Patriots, and the Cardinals.
The Patriots.
People love the Patriots this year.
Okay.
I'm
not saying it couldn't happen. Of course, we see it every year in the NFL. There's a team that's surprise. It happens.
People love Drake May, which that I haven't totally seen yet. Just because it makes me nervous when a quarterback isn't winning any games to then declare him like a top. People are acting like he's already a top 5 quarterback. Now he may become that. I don't know, but it's he's not that yet. So anyway, that's why the Patriots have all the love. Falcons, they tend to get a lot of buzz for whatever reason lately, whether it's Bijan Robinson or just some of the skill guys they have. I mean, this probably works into your fantasy football theory. A lot of, if you just play fantasy football, which is, I'm pretty sure everybody on the planet except Wolf, you are well aware of the Falcons because of their skill position players. Cardinals, the Cardinals seem to be a team that a lot of people don't totally know what to expect from.
Yes. Let me just start with this right now. Would it shock you, my brothers? Gather on the transition and press the air. Would it shock you to find out that the Arizona Cardinals defense, number 9 in points allowed last year? Does that, let that.
Wow, is it really?
Yes. Let that settle in. The Arizona Cardinals defense was number 9 in points allowed.
Yeah.
22.3 points per game. That I've got to tell you right now, I was the color analyst for the Arizona Cardinals in 2024 base earnings. That shocked me.
Yeah.
That shocked me when I looked at it. I know that we had talked about it. I know that we had talked about it before, but it really hit me in the face again to know that when the season was all said and done, when it was over, the regular season, the Arizona Cardinals defense was number 9 in points allowed. Is that a big metric? Is that an important metric? You can almost forget about everything else. Sacks, interceptions, turnovers. Points allowed is the ultimate measure of any defense. It is. And to know they were number 9 in the league, and now how much better could this defense be this year with the additions? I'm talking about notable additions, like Josh Sweat.
Probably been too high on the defense over the last year and a half, and I would not have guessed that. Just because there were games where they gave up points. I mean, you starting in the top 10, you're talking about borderline elite in terms of points allowed. And I didn't think the Cardinals were there last year. Now, I do admittedly expect them to be there this year. I don't know if it's going to be that way from week 1, so I don't know what the stats are going to look like by the end of the year. But, yeah, I expect the Cardinals to be a top 10 defense by, I don't know, week 4, 5, 6, 7 of this year. That is how you've built this team now.
Yeah, based on it isn't. They're actually right in the middle. Okay, it just the screen was down. The screen was down, and I was counting from the bottom up. Don't worry about it because still it applies. It applies to this team. It does because this team is so much better defensively.
Okay.
They were right in the middle, and even the middle to me, the middle did not feel like that last year.
The middle was certainly...
Forgive me about that, okay?
The middle was certainly a surprise going into last year. By the end of the season, because I think they did overachieve, or at least exceed people's expectations, middle of the pack sounds more real.
They were top half.
Okay.
Top half of the league.
But I do still expect top 10 this year.
You know what? Honestly, it is going to be really interesting to see what happens because they have made serious improvements. When you talk about number 7 and getting to the playoffs and whether or not they can get in to the wild card.
Playoffs?
I think, yeah, you know what? I think they are a definite possibility to do just that. I think we're going to see more and more of this. This is why I included it into my email, Basinonians, because I think we're going to see more and more people starting to come out. Yeah, this was the NFLspinzone.com. Google it, my young crooks. But there are going to be more and more people that will come out, I believe. This is my prediction right here. This is a prediction. We're going to see more and more people saying the Arizona Cardinals, look out for them. Well, they might be a playoff team.
And see what it's kind of compelling about this too, is you look at it, and this forces you to look at the NFC now and not just, hey, are the Cardinals better? They're going to be a playoff team. Okay, well, who are they going to make it over? I mean, that's you want to deal in reality. They're going to have to finish ahead of some teams that made it last year. They have in this story the Commanders, the Lions, the Rams, the Eagles all making it. I think we would all agree those 4 teams are. I mean, I don't think the Rams are a lock, but I think certainly the Eagles and Lions and probably Commanders are playoff teams. They also have Atlanta and Green Bay and then the Cardinals making it. But that means some teams that were good last year, like Minnesota, that means Minnesota's not making it. That means there's no room for a team like San Francisco to move up and make it. In a vacuum, do I think the Cardinals should be a playoff team this year? Yes. But when you start to look at some of the teams they have to finish ahead of, it gets a little more real.
Yes. And again, I am really, really encouraged because I think the combination of the Arizona Cardinals defensively and what they're going to be able to do on the defensive side of the ball, the improvement, especially against the run. They're no longer going to be a team that you're going to have to worry about stopping the run, in my opinion. I think that is going to be the biggest area of improvement on the defensive side of the ball. And if that is in fact the case, where they can actually get into third and obvious pass situations defensively because they're good at stopping the run, look out. That's the biggest area of improvement, I think, on this team. And if you couple that, as you all know, with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray getting better, lights out.
Get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, including Kesha, Slightly Stupid, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, and Alice Cooper, and more. Make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer. On sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. When we come back, you think Jay Mart or Shelby Miller is going to be closing games for the Diamondbacks this weekend? It seems like it's a real question that's up in the air right now. We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Pressure is probably the wrong word, but I don't know what other word to use. There is pressure on Will Johnson now to stay healthy in his first year in the NFL, right? Like any kind of soft landing that maybe you had for Will Johnson always hurt. Hey, we'll take our time. We'll ease him in. That might be out the window now. That might not be an option for the Cardinals.
What this does more than anything is it just makes it, you really can't afford to have another injury on that quarterback room. Like, you need those guys to stay healthy. Now, easier said than done.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com. You might want to go there now because the business is off the hook at Santan Ford. They have employee pricing going on right now, employee pricing, and I can tell you, this is incredible. What Ford employees pay, they get a discount, of course, for a brand new Ford, you're going to pay. You're going to pay what they pay. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore, and the kicker is, man, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to take out for a test drive. I don't know about you, but I actually enjoy taking a new car, that new car smell, out for a test drive. The Ford you really want is that Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I'm Ron Wolfley, and I am Santan Ford.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Dan Bickley here, and do not miss the annual Memorial Day blowout at Chapman BMW, where you will find the lowest prices of the year, prices so low they cannot be advertised without disrupting the market. So go to ChapmanBMW.com, click on the store you want, and see the instant savings. They'll also be open on Sunday, and that rarely happens, so don't miss the fun and the huge savings at Chapman BMW this weekend by going to ChapmanBMW.com.
Nobody pray for me. It's been a day for me.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend series for the Diamondbacks. How will they look when they get by the Memorial Day milepost? We'll discuss on Tuesday. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Diamondbacks getting set to take on the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. No official word on Justin Martinez, but we just talked to Steve Gilbert before, and he sort of said what I think a lot of people are feeling. They might get him back as soon as today. It certainly sounds like it's a matter of days now, not week or weeks or whatever. So there's a pretty good chance that he will be back before we do our next show, which is now on Tuesday because of Memorial Day. Pretty good chance he's back for this weekend. Well, he might be back for the game tonight, Wolf. So, there you go.
Well, I hope he is.
Maybe we
that is the rumor that is out there.
That's
right
the
now.
rumor.
That's
yeah.
the rumor, Basinonians. But we don't take rumors and speculate about rumors.
Never, not
on the air,
not on a radio show. No.
You got one for me, by the way, that we could speculate on? other than J Mart?
You asked that the way you ask if anybody has coffee. You got any coffee, by the way? You got any baseball rumors for us, by the way? If he comes back, Wolf, I think I know where you stand on this, but if he comes back, he's your closer right away?
Yeah, I realize he hasn't earned that. I don't think if you were starting this season all over again and you had A.J. Puck, I think they would do the exact same thing. A.J. Puck. Amish Paradise.
This is your whole next week.
I'm just saying, if in fact, don't distract me, Rick, on this, okay? Knock it off. But I think Torrey would do the same thing. He would start the season with closer by committee, A.J. Puck and J-Mart. He did it once. I think he'd do it again because A.J. Puck is not here. Isn't it time if J-Mart comes back based on what he did show you?
Yeah.
And it was a small sample size. I get that.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was huge. It was a relatively small sample size.
But if you're switching over to closer, isn't the beginning where you're going to tend to really struggle with it if you're not cut out for it?
Yes.
And right out of the gate, he looked pretty good at it.
You look pretty good, and I'm with you on that. That's a great observation. In the beginning is where you typically would struggle with that. I think he actually has shown that he deserves the right to take the ball and be given the opportunity to be this team's closer. Go do it.
I always hate closer by committee. It's like when a college football team runs two quarterbacks out there. It's like, oh, but in the second quarter we go with this guy. Like, yeah, that's great. I mean, there's a cap to where your season's going to go 9 out of 10 times.
If you have two,
you have none.
You don't have one.
That applies to a lot of things. So if you go with a closer by committee, I just think you're setting yourself up where there's a ceiling on your season, and it doesn't include the World Series. But the way they were doing it was going. It wasn't really. It's two people a committee. It was almost just like dual closers or whatever. And I didn't hate that because it seemed like they were, without saying it, going with Justin Martinez as the closer and then A.J. Puck when the situation called for it. I mean, he's a lefty, right? So there's no reason to do that now without A.J. Puck because the only other closing candidate you have on your team right now is Shelby Miller, and they're both righties. Just if you're going to go with Justin Martinez, just go with him. I'm not saying you have to go with him tonight, but if he's going to be your guy, I tend to agree with you now, Wolf, and I didn't at the start of the season.
Yeah.
But now it's just kind of like if he's going to be your guy, let him be the guy.
Yes. I think at the beginning of the season, this is just me. This is going to be one of those Mike Hazen moments where if he's listening, if the freaky Mike Hazen is listening right now, he's going to
freaky Mike
That's
Hazen.
right.
Wheeling and dealing.
Wheeling and dealing and laughing his butt off at Wolf, the freaky Mike Hazen right now. But I think at the beginning, I think Torrey and Mike Hazen wanted one of those guys, A.J. Puck or Justin Martinez, to compete and emerge as the closer of this team. In other words, earn it. Go earn the job.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they wanted to see, Luke. And I think right now, okay, so A.J. Puck isn't there. Why not just say, you know what, J. Mart, this is a little bit different. We're going to give you the ball, and we're going to say, you are our dude. You're our closer. So go close, and then we'll see what happens.
So Justin Martinez this season, what did he have? Every outing until his last two didn't give up a single run. There were some times where he still does the J-Mart thing where he'll walk a guy or he'll hit a guy. But even that.
It's wild thing.
In fairness to him, until his last two appearances, he had 2 walks all season, Justin Martinez, and that was over the course of 10 appearances. He's made 12 appearances this season, but his first 10, he had walked 2 total players. He had give up 0 runs. Sometimes he'll put guys on base, but he was pretty lights out. Then the velocity went down. There were a couple games in there where it's like, we were going to go to him, but he wasn't available, and it seemed like there was something missing from that story.
Yeah.
And then his last 2 outings, he gave up a run against Atlanta, and he gave up 2 and didn't get an out against the Mets in his final outing. But I think we can all agree something was clearly up at that point physically. So his role, whatever it was to start the season, I think he did take it and earn it because he didn't give up a run in his first 10 appearances.
Right. Yeah.
And when he was healthy, he didn't give up any runs this season.
Yes. That's the reason why right now, Luke, I would say you're our closer. Go ahead. Do the job. We think you're capable of doing the job. I understand the philosophy of saying, let's make this guy earn it. Let's make him go out and earn it. Right, Jamal? Make this guy go out and actually earn his job instead of just giving it to him. I like that idea. But right now, I think its time has come and gone.
Yeah.
Because right now, I think he's done that. To your point, early on, if you're going to struggle, I think as a closer, you're probably going to struggle early as opposed to later. And I think he's earned the right to go out there and be the guy if he's healthy. And there's no way they'd be bringing him back if he wasn't healthy.
No, I mean, when you consider the extension he got before the season and the fact it's pretty clear long-term they expect him to be the closer, yeah, they would not rush him back at this point. There's no reason to risk all that. You keep having this conversation. We've been having it since the start of spring training, Wolf, but you could once again ask the question of who's going to lead this team in saves this season. It's not even who's the closer right now. It's who's going to lead the team in saves because they now have 8 different players that have a save already. Shelby Miller is first with 5. A.J. Puck hasn't pitched in forever. He has 4. Justin Martinez has 3, and then you got 5 guys who each have 1 save. My hesitation at the start of the year, as far as going with Justin Martinez, was there's a lot on the line this season, and if he's not ready right out of the gate, I don't want to be locked into it. But again, out of the gate, he pitched well. That's the only reason I was going to go with Puck over him if it were me. But Justin Martinez has pitched well. So, yeah, if he's healthy, I just think he's the guy.
So you didn't want to lose games early on.
No.
As you were trying to find your closer.
Funny how that worked out.
Here we go.
Exactly what I didn't want to happen.
Exactly. Have we seen that happen to this year's Diamondbacks? Yes, we have seen that. We have seen that happen. But I honestly believe we're going to get news before we get off the air today that he is definitely taking the ball and he's going to be the closer. He's going to come back. They're going to activate him. He's ready to go.
Are you willing to say right now you will not get off the air today until they name Justin Martinez the closer?
No, I'm not willing to say that, as a matter of fact.
Just figured I would check.
1 o'clock, I'm out.
Well,
excuse me.
Show ends at 2, so this will be interesting. This is one of those moments where we'll know if management was listening.
I knew it was 2 o'clock, Mason audience. I was just saying it.
If one of them comes down the hall like, hey, Wolf, you know the show goes till 2.
Yes.
So far, you're good. I don't see anybody coming down the hall, so I think you're fine. Torey Lovello on the chance that Justin Martinez will be back here within the next couple days, couple hours.
There's a really good chance he will be joining us in St. Louis. So he's been working really, really hard. And I'll probably get that. You'll probably get that information very shortly. But yeah, there's a good chance he'll see his first outing in St. Louis.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a yes. And the only thing I would say, guys, is why haven't we heard already? This was yesterday, Torey, right?
That was actually Torey on Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I
feel like we
now
usually...
all of a sudden I'm nervous because, like, why haven't they said anything?
Don't we usually
Torey
hear
doesn't
stuff...
typically tip anybody off that this is going to happen.
It's usually like after noon, isn't it? Like between like noon and 2. I feel like we usually do get D-backs news.
We'll get an email, hopefully.
Yeah. I'll have my email open today on a Friday.
I always have it open, so I'll let you guys know too.
So we'll be all set. We'll know if it's going to happen. That is exactly the way Torey Lovello sounded when I was at the press conference. I forget who they were playing. I think going into the Dodgers game that Sunday when he was talking about Kendall Graveman, and all of a sudden Kendall Graveman was good to go.
Yeah. Okay.
So within a day or 2. So yeah, I if we don't see him today, I think we're going to see Justin Martinez by tomorrow.
Yes.
It certainly seems like. Now you got me worried.
Just saying.
All right, we
Can
come
I talk
back
to you, Torey. Go ahead and at me at X, will you please?
Yeah, right before the game. Get on X and at Wolf. All right, we come back. We'll go around the NFL. One pretty big name on defense has been cleared to resume football activities. So does that change the balance of power in the NFC? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs. Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I can tell you about the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, Basinonians, because I have had the all-on-4, and you can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth in 24 hours. Man, the all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. That's what I love. And Aria Dental Implant Center, they will save you thousands of dollars. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective as well. In most cases, Basinonians, patients can actually receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Just 5 days, man. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David, I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting will miss the 2025 season. Read more about Murphy Bunting reportedly being placed on the reserve non-football injury list. Up now on Arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA Finals continue tonight with Game 2 of the the NBA Playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Pacers-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the Cardinals cornerback room handle the loss of Sean Murphy Bunting? The Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports. Well, if I don't know what day you say is the most productive day of the week, I feel like it changes. You
Thursday.
say Thursday. Okay, I can tell you it's definitely not Friday.
Yeah.
I've been trying to print the same thing for 1 hour and 28 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, we've
Really?
had the show going on in the middle too, but yeah.
Okay.
It just tried to
print it.
It just tried to print to a printer that doesn't exist in this building. So then it was like, would you like to email this to your account? And it shut down my account. So this is great. So I'll
Command Center Printer.
Yeah, it doesn't exist on this computer.
If you want to send it to me, I
where's
got you.
IT, man?
It's Friday.
Okay.
I don't know. IT's probably
IT's not hanging out here. Is that what you're saying on a Friday?
No, this
Got
is
no time to hang out.
This
on a
is
Friday.
now my quest. I'm getting this thing printed, even if I don't need it anymore. I don't want any help. All right, Wolf, let's go around the National Football League. And how about the news that Aiden Hutchinson is back for the Detroit Lions? This is what he had to say about that.
I got cleared a while back, and now I'm just I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to. I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball, so I'm pumped.
Your thoughts on that, Logan?
It's tough to think that doesn't really potentially change things in the NFC. Again, I don't want to discredit what the Eagles did. They were clearly the best team last year, and it's not to say they wouldn't have beaten Detroit if they had met in the playoffs and Detroit had Aiden Hutchinson. But it certainly felt like that would have been the matchup if Detroit had Aiden Hutchinson. They were just so beat up defensively when they finally went out. And I just think it's not about last year now. It's about going forward. You can't guarantee anybody's going to stay healthy, but if Detroit's at full strength, they really feel like one of the 2 or 3 teams to beat.
Yes,
Which is still weird to say.
Aiden Hutchinson, I love the way this guy plays the game of football. I love watching him play and how he competes. He goes out, and he's not a guy that is going to throw a bunch of moves at you. He's just a guy that is going to go out there, and he's got about 3 moves coming off the edge, and one of them is a bull, and it's a really, really good bull, and he knows how to set the edge as well, but he's a football player. He competes. He's got the mentality that you want. That's why I'm really excited for him coming back. I can feel what that's like, to come back from a serious injury and know it's only OTAs, but it's everything to him right now. It's everything to Aiden Hutchinson to come back and compete.
Well, it was an ugly injury on top of it just being an injury to an impact player. More from Aiden Hutchinson on questioning why it happened in the first place.
In those moments, you try to look at all the silver linings that you can in order to make it make sense a little bit, and still at the end of the day you are still questioning why, and that's why you dive into faith, and that's kind of what I did, and it was a very challenging time for a few months, and you want to be a part of the winning that was going on, and as much as I was a part of the team, when you're not really there, you don't really feel like you're a part of it. So when I kind of was able to get back on my feet again, that's why I was trying to be as involved as I could.
You will have trial and tribulation in this life, Aiden Hutchinson. Yes, you will, and it will refine you and shape you and mold you into the player that you are.
Did he have like a stenographer sitting right next to him? Did you hear that at the end?
It was reporters doing their thing.
Yeah, but like right next to the mic. I mean, you guys could hear it, right? It was like there was a mic in somebody's keyboard. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was just that the reporter taking the video of that was.
Okay.
It was either that or it was me banging on the table.
No, it was not. In this case, it absolutely.
I don't even know I'm doing it.
Well, it wasn't that. Aiden Hutchinson was also asked, "Hey, the Lions, would they have just won the Super Bowl if you had played last year?"
Yeah, I mean, watching the defense, it was, it was inspiring. There's dudes rolling out there that it was like, I'm sure y'all didn't even know their name, and like coaches. My coach he was like, dude, I got guys out there that just got here 3 days ago, and it was, but to see the way they played is a testament to AG and a testament to those guys buying into what we were doing. And as far as if I was going to play in the Super Bowl, I guess we'll never know,
Yeah. AG, of course, is Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator at the time for the Lions, Aaron Glenn. This to me shows his humility as well. Do you feel that? It wasn't like he was saying, "Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we'll never know."
He was trying. You could tell he was trying not to be like, "Hey, did you see what they replaced me with?" Like,
yeah,
I didn't know half those guys were. They stepped in. The thing with Detroit is it wasn't just Aiden Hutchinson. By the end of the season, they were all beat up on defense, and it did. It definitely looked like it cost him at least one game there at the stretch. I don't know if it would have cost him.
Arizona Sports.
This better be good.
Breaking news.
All right, guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made the following roster moves. Right-handed pitcher Justin Martinez has been reinstated from the 15-day injured list. And as was reported yesterday, right-handed pitcher Christian Montes de Oca has been optioned to AAA Reno.
Okay.
Here we go.
Before ever pitching in the major leagues.
Yeah, you got to hang out for like 6 days.
Tori just added me, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did. He added you through a press release.
I'm joking, obviously. There it is. Okay. All right, good. This is what we wanted. Little clarity, right? Little clarity here. J Mart has been reinstated.
Do you think they were
When's the next announcement, Tori?
Do you think they were like, these idiots, they're not going to shut up about J Mart until we just put out a press release. He's back. Because the timing there is within like 5 minutes of us being like, where's that press release?
Yeah, I don't know.
Either that or they were typing it.
They were
like,
something.
hey, calm down over there.
Oh, wait a minute. Wolf and Luke were talking about this. I better get this out.
Yeah, like they forgot. Oh, yeah, you sent out that press release about us getting our closer back? Oh, yeah, that's a big one. So, great news there.
The freaking Mike Hazen got on the phone and said, hey, listen, will you get that? Wheeling and dealing. Will you get that presser out? This guy's... Did you forget about it?
He can hear that all the way from St. Louis. He can hear Wolf being like, who's the closer? What are we doing? All right.
I don't know. He's walking
He can
around
because
the
you
hill.
can listen on the app
That's
and watch on the YouTube channel.
Don't you feel like he's probably walking around the field in St. Louis, listening on the app and watching on the YouTube channel like Rick just suggested?
No.
He's got a couple different screens.
Yeah.
He's like, I really got to hear what Wolf's saying about our closer
No.
situation.
Maybe he's walking around the hill. Can't wait till Connecticut's.
Man, we got to go there. We just should start taking road trips for Italian food. That should be a part of this show.
Yeah, Canettos.
That's good news. I mean, lost in all this, that's really good news, even though it was expected. That's really good news, especially when you take a step back if you're a Diamondbacks fan and think where your concern level was for Justin Martinez, not an hour ago, but like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the fact that he, to your point, they wouldn't be bringing him back if he wasn't 100% healthy, Wolf. So the fact that he has worked through this is this could be the first step to them getting going here in the second 50 games of the season. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, we're going to take you through all the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch a little bit early because we got a guest coming up at noon. So Wolf and Down Your Lunch is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks on May 26th as we celebrate Memorial Day at Chase Field. Arrive early to the game and receive a special edition red poppy cap. Secure your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noonish. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? So now that Justin Martinez is officially back, should he be the D-backs closer immediately this weekend against the Cardinals?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Wolf on this one. If they want to go Shelby Miller tonight for some reason, if they don't, but again, why would you bring him back if he's not ready to go? So yeah, Justin Martinez should be the closer as soon as tonight. By the way, big series against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Who were not supposed to be this good, and that's when people were already talking about how good the National League was, and now St. Louis is in the thick of the race too.
I just want to see them name him the closer because that will tell me that everything is well.
You want me to refresh my email again?
Physically, mentally, emotionally, that he's good in all three areas.
Yeah.
Body, soul, and spirit. That he's good to go.
What are you going to do if they run him out there in the 7th inning tonight?
Let's not talk about that, okay?
This is what
I
I'll
might
say.
have to make an appearance on Tuesday.
Oh, you'll come back? Like the Carolina Cardinals game?
Yes.
The last summer, I believe you were in Amish country. You might have been in Cancun. I couldn't keep track. You were traveling the whole world last year.
Well,
but when you were there, Justin Martinez had, I would argue, his best game I've ever seen. He struck out 5 Dodgers in one game.
Oh, wow.
So maybe you going to Amish country is just what we need to get Justin Martinez going here.
Okay, yes.
Okay. All right.
Let's just get Justin Martinez back out there competing as a closer.
Oh. He's throwing 105.
Please.
He's ready.
All right, sticking with the
101.5, not 105.
I was like, Aroldis Chapman out here?
If he's throwing 105, he should be pitching every game.
All right, sticking with the D-backs, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now on ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which D-backs newcomer has impressed you most through the first 50 games of the season? Corbin Burns, Josh Naylor, Jalen Beeks, or Shelby Miller?
Corbin Burns.
Yeah, it's got to be Burns. I mean, if you want to get technical and say who's impressed me the most, I mean, we expected this from Burns. I didn't expect it from Shelby Miller, but Corbin Burns has been so good, man. It's got to be him.
Yeah, I would go Corbin Burns.
And I'd probably go Josh Naylor second, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Corbin Burns leads, who I voted for Corbin Burns as well. Corbin Burns leads 40%, Josh Naylor 35%, Shelby Miller 16%, and Jalen Beeks at 9%.
All right. Makes sense.
According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, which means he is done for the 2025 season. How big of a loss is this for the Cardinals?
It's, I think it's bigger than people are imagining it is. I think people are just looking and saying, Sean Murphy-Bunting, he struggled last year. Big deal. No,
Yeah.
I do think it is a loss. But I think it's a manageable loss. And especially, it's not like this happened in week 2 of the season.
Yeah.
It's the middle of May, and it sounds like they knew about it going into the draft, so they adjusted accordingly for the draft. I think that they can manage this.
Yeah, for me, it's a loss. They did not get better on paper. They did not get better by losing a guy that is a veteran cornerback in the league and a guy that is experienced and played in 15 games last year for the Cardinals. Started the vast majority of those games and led the team in interceptions, as a matter of fact, with 3. So, again, even though he wasn't dominant, wasn't a game changer out there, he's an experienced cornerback in a room in which there's not a ton of experience. And that's the reason why I can say with certitude, looking at his numbers and what he did last year, although he wasn't great, he was good. He was an experienced veteran corner, and now he's not in that room. That doesn't make him better to me.
The Oklahoma City Thunder rolled to a 118-103 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves to take a 2-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals. Is this series over?
Yeah, it is. All due respect to Minnesota. It's not about Minnesota. It's Oklahoma City looks so good, and they also have the look of a team that kind of got through their test. I mean, we heard the quote from SGA after Game 7 where he was like, yeah, you know what, honestly, kind of nervous heading into this game. Now, he went off in that game. But they look as a team like, okay, we got through that. Now look out.
Listen, this is what I know, and this is what we all know. Minnesota was desperate for a win to get the split. They were desperate for a win. They came out and played with all of that desperation, and they played. They came back, made it a 10-point game, as a matter of fact, getting blown out for the most part, and then came back and made it a 10-point game. They went out and they were desperate and they played, and yet in the end, they were nowhere near being as good as the Thunder, and you could see that. And because of that, yeah, I think they're done.
It's the nowhere near part of that, where if you're losing on like buzzer beaters, or you're losing last second, it's more gut-wrenching because you were that close. But you also, in a 7-game series, you're like, okay, but we are that close. But when you play Oklahoma City and you lose some of these games, you're like, man, we're not even close. Like, you're going to have to change something radically just to take game 3, and you're still down in the series even if you do that. In Oklahoma City, they look locked in at this point. The only knock that you could have had on them at the start of the playoffs would be like, well, first-time champion. Like, I mean, usually it's a team that's everybody around them that's left. Minnesota, Indiana, the Knicks, none of these teams have won championships recently or ever. So that one weakness that they had is out the window now.
Yeah, in a desperate attempt, a desperate game, a game they had to have, they came out and they balled. The T-Wolves fought their butt off. Wasn't enough.
So my next question will be NHL playoff related. Just wanted to point out my favorite part of your email today, Wolf, was when you had NHL playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Panthers 5 at Hurricanes 0. Bro, really?
Oh, it's just amazing to see it right now. Think about it. You want to know how good the Panthers are? They've won 4 straight road games by a combined score of 22-4. In hockey.
Yeah.
4 straight road games, 22-4.
It's pretty crazy. So my question is for you guys, is anyone beating the Florida Panthers?
Not Carolina.
In my world.
Florida's got they have figured this out, and it was clear before this season, but it's very clear right now. There are certain teams in hockey that are really good, really fun to watch throughout the season. They're fun teams. They're finesse teams, right? They're skill. Carolina's one of those teams. They're going to put a ton of shots on net. And good luck stopping that. Those teams don't go all the way to the Stanley Cup, though, and it's because a team like Florida comes along and picks them off, typically right around now. And Florida's done this to Carolina before. They swept them in the conference finals 2 years ago. Florida's better now. I would say Carolina's better now, too, but they're not better at what it takes to win in the playoffs. And Florida has cracked the code. Now, they get to the Stanley Cup. I don't know that it's necessarily a lock they beat Dallas or Edmonton. But against teams like Carolina, against teams like Toronto, they will do it to them again next year, too, because they have cracked the code to how to beat those teams. They're a much more physical team, and they do it without taking dumb penalties.
Yeah, and one of the things I love, too, is their head coach, Paul Maurice. I love him. This guy looks like a librarian, and yet at the same time,
one of the best quotes in hockey, too.
That's what I mean. Take those dark glasses off, and all of a sudden, throw some hands. Paul Maurice, I love it, man.
Yeah, Florida's at least going to the Cup.
So I saw an Instagram reel or a TikTok that talked about, there was some guy that was just like, the Florida Panthers are exactly who you want your hockey team to be. Yeah. They have all of those guys that you hate if they're on the other team, but love when they're on your team. And to further elaborate from that, like they have great goaltending. They're an offensive juggernaut, and they hit so hard. It's just, they're fun to watch.
And they all hit. It's not. There are teams that try to condense their physicality, and then they'll try to, but it's the way it works out. It's like, yeah, we got 2 goons that can go out there and they can get in fights, and they'll injure a guy and they'll get suspended for a couple games. Like, that doesn't help you in the playoffs.
Do you think that's an accident?
No.
No. This team was built that way.
They haven't even really been getting that much from Matthew Tkachuk in these playoffs, because he's clearly still hurt from the Four Nations thing, and it doesn't matter because their whole team, every line is built like that. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
Don't eliminate the Four Nations, though, please. Don't eliminate them.
I don't think they will, although I think Austin Matthews got hurt in that, too.
I know.
Yeah.
Just suck it up.
Well, they did.
Okay.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. When we come back, how would you feel about Nets assistant coach Steve Hetzel as the next Suns head coach? You know what? We're gonna get some intel on him next, Wolf. We're gonna talk to Nets radio analyst Tim Capstraw. He'll join us next for some inside info on that. He's one of the 9 candidates that the Suns are looking at, so we'll dive into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! and then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
They got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. All Pro Shade Concepts are celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. It's their 20th anniversary this May, of course. That's this month. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated, Basinonians. That's right. Robert Mulvin and his team have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens as well, offering free installation on all products and free estimates for you, brothers. These shades are custom built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays. They cut the dust in the wind and drop temperatures some 20 degrees. That's what's happening over at the compound, Basinonians. I can tell you this because All Pro Shade Concepts, they came there and gave us those shades and awnings. Schedule your free in-home consultation at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 each at all Albertsons and Safeway stores this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only. Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting will miss the 2025 season. Read more about Murphy Bunting being placed on the reserve non-football injury list up now on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Pacers-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona. And with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, there's a very real possibility when we come back here on Tuesday that the Suns coaching search is down to 3 names. And there's also a very real possibility that by the time you get back from the East Coast, well, not really East Coast, but from Buffalo.
Yeah.
That area.
Well, that is.
I guess it's East Coast.
The Northeast.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. By the time you come back, by your next show, we might know who the Suns' next head coach is at that point.
That's crazy.
So we've been trying to dive into this and kind of get a sense for some of these candidates throughout this week by talking to people that know them. And we're going to do that again right now. Tim Capstraw, Brooklyn Nets radio analyst, is going to join us right now to talk a little bit about Steve Hetzel, who is on that list of 9 potential coaching candidates for the Phoenix Suns. Tim, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Good to be on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I guess let's just start big picture with Steve Hetzel. Just what you can tell us. I know he's I guess the knock on him would be a relative lack of experience to make the jump to being a head coach. But as far as what you have just kind of learned about him from working with the Nets, what do you see as some of his selling points?
Well, I first of all, he's incredibly impressive, and he does have. I was fortunate enough to go to practice a few times, and I just watched the command he has with the players. It's really impressive. He's really a sharp guy who really carries himself incredibly well. And really, I thought, he'd been the head coach, and Jordi Fernandez was his assistant, I guess, with the Canton Charge, right, in the G League. And to see the roles reverse, I thought he played the role of assistant coach incredibly well. Like, didn't step on any toes, was all for Jordi Fernandez, was all about that, and knew how to play it really well. But then again, when I've witnessed him coaching, he's one of those guys that's got it. He's really, really got it. And I even know him. I don't know him, personally on that level. But one of the coaches in the NBA is a guy named Steve Clifford with the Charlotte Hornets. And I had watched Steve with him, too. And Steve Clifford would always tell me how impressive he was also. So, I know you got a lot of good candidates, but, he's one of those guys that will get a job one of these days. That's for sure.
So, Timmy, what do you think would be the Steve Hetzel culture? If he were to create a culture for the Phoenix Suns, what do you think that would look like?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it would be what I saw this year with the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, hard to say. The Brooklyn Nets are record 26 and whatever wins. I had never seen a more upbeat, positive, energetic, well-coached group, except they just weren't particularly talented. But they did everything at a really high level. I'm sure that's what he would keep. He's a pretty. It seems like a kind of a serious guy, and yet he's very cool. He's very always fist bumping people, pumped up to see everybody. It's hard for me to make that call, but I'm sure it would be very similar to what he just experienced this year in Brooklyn, which was incredibly upbeat, positive. And yet, you know what it is with NBA guys? They just want you to be good. They want you to be good at your job. And that's what he is. Like, NBA players can smell if you don't know what you're doing in about 2 minutes of your first practice. And I tell you what, this guy's got a command that's really, really impressive. And I know when I was at practice, I was blown away.
We're talking to Brooklyn Nets radio analyst Tim Capstraw. Tim, we're talking about Steve Hetzel here and the way a lot of Suns fans view Steve Hetzel. They see the Michigan State part of his resume, and that's what jumps out. And it's just like, okay, well, he's they got the ties to Michigan State, and that's been how the Suns are kind of doing things lately. I want to go back to something you said, though, earlier. You said you think eventually he's going to be on this track to be a head coach somewhere, whether it's now or later. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Eventually he's going to get one of these jobs?
Yeah, some guys you just sense it, Maybe it's, I don't know. I've been around 23 years now. I could tell you who's going to be the guys that are moving up. And I know I'm familiar with a little bit of the other guys on your list, and they all kind of, they're going to get jobs. It's just a question of what's the right time, the right place. And I really think Steve Hetzel really fits that. Again, he just carries himself in a manner that's impressive. And I think it would work out great, but I'm not exactly sure what everybody's looking for, but I did see that Michigan State connection, so that's really good. When guys know people for long periods of time, I think that's really healthy because you know the type of person they are, and this is the kind of guy that's a basketball lifer that went to Michigan State with the idea of I want to be a coach. And what better place to learn how to do it than with Tom Izzo? And, I know Brian Gregory was there and all those guys. And, it's cool to see guys evolve into this position to where they could, be in position for a head coaching job in the NBA.
So, Timmy, would you say he's more of an offensive guy or a defensive guy?
Oh, I don't know. No, I when I was watching it was everything. So I wouldn't really, would be able to pigeonhole him in one of those areas. Same thing with the Nets, watching Jordy Fernandez, who was really good. Yeah, he was really good this year. You wouldn't say what the strength of the team is. Both sides of the floor, they want to play fast. They want to play loose. I thought they had a great mix of organization on offense, but freedom. And it made for a high level of basketball that accentuated the skill levels of all the players. And guys that were borderline NBA players are going to be in the NBA because of the way the Nets played this year. We had a lot of borderline guys in the beginning of the year. By the end of the year, I'm sure these guys are either going to be with the Nets or be on other rosters. So not only is the offense, defense, but the player development part of it is there also.
Well, Tim, we appreciate this. We get some insight because everybody was just kind of looking at him as, oh, yeah, he's got Michigan State ties. So it's good to hear some of his qualities as well. Thank you so much.
Good. Great to be on. Have a great day.
You, you too. That's Tim Capstraw, Brooklyn Nets radio analyst right there, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Interesting to hear how he commands a team. I mean, and it's also interesting when you look at where this list of Suns potential candidates is coming from. You got a guy like Dave Bliss, who's probably going to win an NBA title this year with Oklahoma City. But then you've got a guy like Steve Hetzel, who's on a Brooklyn team that is just trying to build basically from scratch right now, too.
Yeah. Also, too, the Michigan State connection. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Tim say that. Brian Gregory, too.
Yeah.
The connection is alive and well.
It would be tough if you're Steve Hetzel or Jordan Ott, I think, to come in here as the head coach. Not that I don't know if those guys will be head coaches somewhere at some other point or if they'll be great, but I just think the Suns are not set up to win 50 games this upcoming year.
I was going to say, I think it's going to be difficult for anybody to come in here.
Yeah, but I'll just use Sean Sweeney. I know you like Sean Sweeney. If he comes in here and the Suns, whatever, they win 32 games. I'm just throwing out a number, 35, whatever.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But people, I think, optically, are going to look and say, okay, but they're building something. But if it's one of the Michigan State guys, it's going to be like, well, see, it's just Michigan State. Everybody here is from Michigan State. I just think that puts those two guys.
Unfortunately, I think you're right about that.
It's a tough spot right now.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. And it could be a must-see pitching matchup between Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens. That's the way it's lined up right now. So text half to 620-620. Again, half to 620-620. And speaking of Zach Gallen, he's starting tonight for the Diamondbacks, so does that potentially mean changes to the rest of the lineup? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll, number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between? You'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals cornerback Sean Murphy Bunting placed on non-football injury list, ending his season. How can the D-backs keep Jordan Lawler sharp without everyday playing time? And college football playoff changes seeding format after Boise State and Arizona State earned byes. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks tonight, Wolf. And this is something we looked at a little bit earlier in the week, but now it's obviously pretty relevant because Zach Gallen's starting and the lineups are not out yet. The ERA of Zach Gallen this season overall is not what you would expect. It's 5.14.
Yeah.
In games where Gabby Moreno is his catcher, his ERA is 6.89.
Okay.
And in games where Jose Herrera is his catcher, his ERA is 2.59.
Okay.
So that's a substantial difference. Now, the question is this cause and effect, or is this just totally random? You know, he started 10 games. So what, 4 with Herrera and 6 with Moreno?
Yeah.
Obviously, Gabby Moreno's hitting the ball pretty well lately. He always does against the Dodgers, it seems like. This might be nothing, but you know how baseball people are. They're aware of it.
Might be something.
Might be something.
Yeah. Can I just say this? I realize there have been pitchers at the major league level that enjoy their own private battery, so to speak, right? Their own personal catcher. I get that. We've seen that before in the past. I understand that. Yet at the same time, I don't like it. I don't. I don't like it. It's to me.
That does not surprise me.
Zach Gallen does not. He does not strike me as a diva. He does not. It's one of the reasons why I like him personally. I don't think he is a diva, Zach Gallen. And I think maybe you ought to just take the ball and go do your job. And I'm not saying Zach Gallen is requesting that he has Jose. Okay? I'm not saying he's requesting that. I'm just saying that he doesn't strike me as a guy that would do that. So you know what? Don't worry about it. Run out Gabby Moreno, because Gabby Moreno is the catcher of this team and this franchise.
It's possible, honestly, if Zach Gallen were here right now. I mean, that'd be weird because he's pitching in St. Louis in a couple hours.
That would be difficult.
But if it's possible, if he were here right now, that he would be like, no, I don't have a preference. You know what I mean? It's also possible that, you know, they might go to him and they might say, your numbers are a lot better with Herrera. Are you more comfortable? Is there something he does while you're pitching? And he might be like, yeah, you know, I didn't think about it coming into the year, but it is working for whatever reason. I mean, I just think there's a fine line between him being like, I got to pitch to this catcher, or them being like, hey, this is working and we're trying to put everybody in a position to succeed. So I'm slightly distracted, Wolf, because the lineup is out and I know who the catcher is. It just came out.
It just
came out, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. All right, tell me.
All right, you want to guess who the catcher is?
It's Jose.
It is Jose Herrera.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, base underneath right there. All right. You know, again, so maybe Zach Gallen is listening to this show right now in St. Louis,
I'm sure
and
they're all
laughing
gathered around listening
hysterically. Because, yeah, that's right. I like Jose. You know, he, for whatever reason, I don't like it when the stars need to be aligned for you to do your job. Does that make sense? I don't like that. Like, I need Jose Herrera to be my personal catcher every time I take the ball.
But that might not be what this is. This could simply be a managerial decision of like, hey, you know what? I've noticed that this pitcher's pitching better. We're just going to play Jose Herrera. He pitches better when Jose Herrera is the catcher, so we're going to do that. I don't know. I mean, it could be that. Like, I hear what you're saying philosophically. If you're somebody who needs all the stars aligned to be able to succeed, you're not going to succeed consistently. But
you know,
this...
it's once again, in today's Major League Baseball, the pitcher calls the game.
Yeah, it's not the same as it was.
It's not the same as it always has been in baseball with a catcher. So, what's he doing back there that is allowing you to pitch better? What is he doing that Gabby is not? I just, again, it's just me. I don't like it when everything has got to be aligned for you to just go do your job, because this is what you get paid to do. So go do it.
But what if Zach Gallen never said anything about it, and you were Torey Lovello, and you were looking at the same stats we are? Would you put Herrera in?
For me, once again, I would think, because the pitcher does call the game, I think it's pure coincidence.
So you would just go by who's hitting, or whatever. They're going to get Herrera in there sometimes anyway.
Who's the catcher on our team? I mean, I realize you've got to have a backup catcher. But Gabby Moreno, again, you either think he's the Yachty of this organization or not. I happen to believe he is.
Gabby caught the last 3 games. So, I mean, I guess it's possible that they are just kind of in a spot where they were going to. No doubt about it. This could all be coincidence.
You could say that for every time through the rotation, though.
Yeah.
You could say, hey, you know what? He's caught the last 4 games.
I've moved into the mode of just throwing information out there in this segment just to see what's going on. Because we don't know. This could all be a total coincidence, but we hadn't seen the lineup yet when we started this segment. And as we're talking, the lineup pops up, and Jose Herrera is the catcher.
No wonder why you were distracted.
Yeah, I don't even know what I said. I was like, I think I said 3 different things that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, again, I love dudes who are tough, based on our needs. Don't say mentally tough. It's redundant. Just tough. Guys that don't care. They don't need the stars aligned. They don't need everything set up in order for them to go do their job. I can't believe that Jose Herrera is doing something behind the plate that is just so much better than Gabby Moreno when they talk about this stuff as a staff.
But I don't know that it would be so much better. It would just be it fits with Gallen. You know what I mean? He's not catching every game. And he didn't catch Gallen's last game. So this really totally could be a coincidence.
Yeah.
But the numbers...
I'm not talking specifically about today.
Yeah.
I'm talking about philosophically.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great if we had to have it lined up that perfectly.
I'm just saying, once again, Zach Gallen does not strike me as that dude. So are we seeing this rando, or is this the way that it's going to be going forward?
Well, again, what's the ERA? 6.89 when he's pitching to Gabby and 2.59 when he's pitching to Jose Herrera. I mean, at this point, it's so important that they get Gallen right that if I was Torey Lovello and I had those numbers, I'd be like, well, let's just throw him out there. Let's have Herrera catch and see what happens.
If there is a reason why, something you could look at and say logically, wow, you know what, he does. Gabby doesn't like catching the ball like this, but Jose does.
Yeah.
Then you're going to go ahead if there's a reason why. You're going to run him out there and let him have it.
Well, we can test this theory tonight, because if Gallen goes out there and throws like 7 shutout innings, I'd probably be throwing Jose Herrera out there next Wednesday when we're out there for the half-day club, too.
I'm not saying it's not a possibility, Luke. I'm not saying that it isn't being considered. I think they're considering everything. What is wrong with Zach Gallen.
Especially with Gallen right now.
But more than anything else, the answer lies with Zach.
Before anybody asks, too, Jordan Lawler, not in the lineup today. I have the lineup right here. It's Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Josh Naylor batting cleanup, Gino 5th, Pavin Smith 6th, Geraldo Perdomo 7th, Alec Thomas 8th, Jose Herrera 9th.
Wow.
So
are they adding you on this?
No, this is now available for everybody to see.
Luke Lipinski reporting.
The timing just happened to work out while we were doing this.
My sources.
Yes, apparently.
All right, when we come back, do the Cardinals need to add more at corner now that Sean Murphy Bunting is going to be done for the season? We'll talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's not enough anymore to just say, hey, they were 31-7 at Dodger Stadium for 3 years. That's great. The Diamondbacks have evolved past that. It doesn't keep me warm at night knowing anymore that you can be close to the Dodgers. I want to beat the Dodgers. This window, to me, doesn't make me go, hey, yay, we're close. We went 3-4 against the Dodgers. We're right there on the doorstep. No, I look at it and go, yeah, 3-4 against the Dodgers should have been 4-3. Probably should have been 5-2. Figure out how to get there. Figure out how to get that done, because until you do, the difference. That's the difference between the Dodgers winning the division and you winning the division.
Exactly.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
In Arizona, air conditioning isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And when it breaks down, who can you trust? At Precision Air and Plumbing, we take the guesswork out of AC repair with our revolutionary technology, Precision Link. Precision Link performs a complete diagnostic, grading every part of your system. No opinions, no guesswork, no upsells, just honest answers. For AC service you can trust, make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Train for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Justin Martinez could pitch tonight as he has been activated from the injured list ahead of the game. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Pacers-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. $1 off each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumors Center's fight against brain cancer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll find out if the Suns found their new head coach over the holiday weekend. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports. All right, Wolf. Cardinals took a little bit of a hit yesterday. Now, it sounds like they already knew about this, so they didn't really take the hit yesterday. They probably took the hit a few weeks ago, that Sean Murphy Bunting is going to be out for this entire upcoming season on the non-football injury list. They have set themselves up about as well as you could at the cornerback position in terms of young talent. I don't think anybody's concerned that they don't have enough young talent at the position when you consider what they were getting from that spot last year. And then you add in the fact they drafted 2 more corners in this year's draft, including Will Johnson in the second round. But, if you need a veteran corner, there are still some out there you could go after right now.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
See, Friday heading
it's
into
Friday,
a
and
three-day
it's,
weekend.
yes, and by the way, I'm on vacation after this show, Base. I don't even sound.
Well,
forgive me for
as
not
you pointed out
having my
earlier, you're on
microphone.
vacation at 1 o'clock today, and
Yes,
so that freaked
is.
me out for a second because yesterday I forgot to turn you guys back on
Yes.
after doing our look aheads, which we recorded
That's
in the
okay,
break.
Ro.
And
we just did the look aheads.
and we just did it, and I was about to feel so terrible.
Yeah, so, well, don't worry about it, Rick. Are you kidding me? Can I tell you right now, there are some veteran corners that are out there.
Yeah.
That I think the Cardinals would be interested in. I like Shaquille Griffin. I like Shaq Griffin.
Yeah.
A lot.
So, do you think that they view this as a need, or do you think that because it sounds like they knew about this before the draft, that they've already addressed it in their minds?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility. I'm not absolutely sure that is the case, but I do know this right now, Basinonians, and we were talking about this earlier, but they're not as good today as they were with Sean Murphy Bunting. Now, I'm not saying he's going to make this dramatic change. I'm not. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to be a better team. Yet at the same time, I know on paper, losing a guy that is a veteran cornerback that is experienced in the National Football League, who started 15 games for you last year, and oh, by the way, had 3 picks, I know you don't get better losing a guy like that, especially when you got a room filled with young guns.
I tend to wonder when you have any room that doesn't have any vets. That's always like you remember those years. We see it in basketball a lot, where you have these teams where they're like, oh yeah, we just have nothing but young players. It'll be great. Well, if you don't have any vets, you're not probably going anywhere. You got to at least have some vets. Now, football, the rosters are so big that I kind of just use it when you look at a room. That's why with the receiver position, I've kind of been wondering, like, do you need a veteran receiver? But they do, at least as far as a voice in the room, have Zay Jones and Greg Dortch in that regard. They're really young at corner right now. They might be ultra talented at corner, but I'm with you in the sense of just, I didn't hate the idea of having a veteran voice in there that could be like, hey, this is what I just saw in that last player. This is what I've seen watching film against this team, because he's been around the league a little bit.
It's so important. It really is that you have guys like that. You know what's interesting? You look at the corners now for the Arizona Cardinals. Garrett Williams. Okay, I like Garrett Williams a lot, okay? I just like saying Garrett Williams.
Is it wrong that we've just kind of assumed, like, he's a lockdown, we're good?
I honestly think, I don't think he's going to be a lockdown. I don't think he's going to be a guy that is going to go out there and suddenly is going to be an all-pro.
But you don't have to worry about him.
But you don't have to worry about Garrett Williams. He is so smart, and he's so good. I think he's going to be a nickel corner in the future. I think that's what he's going to be. But right now we'll see where he falls. Max Melton is a guy that I think is going to take a next step, that big year 2 step. I'm really confident he's going to be better. He's going to improve as well. And then you've got Will Johnson, of course, right now. Starling Thomas, you got Keitrell Clark. By the way, Elijah Jones in that room as well.
A
A
lot of
third-round
corners.
pick.
They can't keep all these
They've
guys.
got a lot of guys that are good corners and high picks, I might add. To me, the first 3 rounds, you're talking about a high-round guy. Garrett Williams was a third-rounder. Max Melton was a second-rounder. Elijah Jones, a third-round guy. Will Johnson, a second-round guy. They've got a lot invested into the corner room. They've got a lot of young guys, man, and that's the reason why losing a veteran guy like Sean Murphy Bunting is a little disconcerting. Who could you possibly replace him with? There are veteran corners that are out there.
You said you like Shaq Griffin. I mean, I'm looking at a list of some of the bigger names that are still out there. He's definitely on it. Stephon Gilmore seems to perennially be on it.
Stephon Gilmore is out, but Stephon Gilmore is what, 34 now, I think?
He is mid-30s. I don't know the exact age.
I think he's 34.
Usually you're right about this random
Don't ask
stuff.
me why. Honestly, I'm not looking at anything that says
Believe he'll be
34.
35 at some point during the year, but how many years in a row have we had that conversation? I feel like we've had the Stephon Gilmore conversation every year. He never comes here, and I'm not really feeling it. I think they're good.
Wow.
Okay.
Rick's like, move on.
That was awesome.
You're not feeling it with Stephon Gilmore or anybody?
Especially Stephon Gilmore, because I'm tired of having this conversation every year, because I just don't feel like he's ever coming here.
Now I hope they
think
get him.
you
Just
had the
so Rick has to
conversation with
book
somebody
him.
else.
Just so Rick has to book him on the show, so he has to have the conversation with Stephon Gilmore.
Yes,
we have
Stephon
definitely
Gilmore.
talked about it on this show before.
Okay, I know we've talked about Stephon Gilmore. I just don't remember how many times we talked about it. Like you make it sound like, man, it's every 4 months we're talking about Stephon Gilmore.
Rick's like, we're done. No more Stephon Gilmore, so I guess he's out.
I would like to bring some veteran leadership into that corner room right now, man, because it could help them dramatically. Now, listen, I think Garrett Williams is a guy, he's an old soul. He's a guy that's been in the league 2 years. I understand that. But he's an old soul. He reminds me of a guy that's been in the league 10 years, Garrett Williams. He does. Because of, if you watch him on tape, too, it's one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals move him to safety base in Onions. Move him to safety when they're going to play a too-high look. Because he's so smart in how he deciphers route combinations and the coverages that they're playing. He is a great brain. And that's one of the reasons why I love Garrett Williams, and also one of the reasons why I get the feeling that he's well beyond his years in terms of veteranship in this league. But having said that, the fact is I would love to see them actually bring an older guy into this room and put him on the 53.
I have a name I want to throw at you, okay? He is only 25, so I don't know if that qualifies as experienced enough.
Still young.
What do you think of Asante Samuel Jr.? A guy who, let me just say, they did host on a free agent visit in March.
That's really good. That's well done by you, because they did host him. Yeah, that's a real possibility. But again, Monty Ossenford, he's a little stingy when it comes to signing guys, and maybe he could go ahead and get a better deal on somebody else that is out there. I think Shaq Griffin is probably going to command some money as well.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of money freed up, I would think. So, and they still have cap space.
Yes.
So, Asante Samuel Jr.
But maybe they want to spend it elsewhere, if you know what I mean.
No. Offensive line.
Like an offensive lineman.
So I do.
I like big.
I'm just saying, an interior offensive lineman that could be a game changer, difference maker.
Asante Samuel Jr. missed most of last season, but prior to that, his first 3 seasons in the NFL, 6 interceptions, and I know you love the stat. Well, 35 passes defensed over those first 3 years.
Yeah, that's really, really good right there once again. So we're going to have to see what they do here, but the possibility of adding another corner to that corner room, yeah, I think it's a guarantee. But I will say this, once again, that room looks a lot better on paper than I have seen in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, now I don't feel like the conversation is do they have enough talent in there. It's just a matter of does it, get hit its ceiling at the right time. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs Pirates. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's crazy for a Major League Baseball game. And it could be a must-see pitching matchup. We'll be out there. That's not why it'll be a must-see pitching matchup. But Zach Gallen is currently slated to start that one, too, against Paul Skeens of the Pirates, who we don't see really ever here. That's half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620. When we come back, Wolf, how about some college football? Who's going to step up and take that role of the face of ASU football that Cam Scadaboo held last year? Could it be Sam Levitt? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
This is a very difficult time for Suns fans dealing with a couple of what-ifs. Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, a guy that could have very easily been a Phoenix Suns. In fact, there are times when teams make mistakes drafting players, and years later you go, man, we could have done that. We could have had that. We all knew in real time that it was a ridiculous mistake. For what the Suns needed, a future beyond Chris Paul, it was right there.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season. And we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed them
the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Purchase a special event ticket pack for Women's Night on Friday, May 30th to receive an exclusive D-backs cap with your game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/women.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports. All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon. Show goes till 2. Wolf informed us earlier he'll be leaving at 1 for his vacation. So this could be the last segment for Wolf. I don't know.
I'm hanging on, ladies and gentlemen, dreaming of campfires in Amish country.
It really hasn't been that noticeable, except when you said I'll be out of here at 1, and we all looked like, wait a minute, doesn't the show go till 2?
I said that to get a response out of you.
Oh, you got a response. I'm still responding.
Yes.
I got some Sam Levitt audio from the Matt Berry show. Okay. And you purposely were not allowed to hear this before the show because we wanted you to react in real time.
Yeah, this is something to keep in mind as I react to this in real time.
Okay, good. So there's a lot of these. Okay, I'm just going to start at the top. Talking about how things have changed with the ASU program. I mean, this is certainly a question that if you are an ASU supporter, you could answer. You could take a step back and be like, even just over the last, I don't know, 3 years, things have changed dramatically. But here's Sam Levitt.
Yeah, I mean, everything's changed, recruiting, how the media's talking to us, how we have to, view this off season. And, it's going to be a different approach for sure. Last year was, get people to believe in us. And this year, we got to kind of limit what we're taking in and focus on what we got to do every single day. And that's going to be the biggest key to our success this year is just seeing, how much we can really lock in on ourselves every single day, day in and day out, and not worry about what other people say.
Oh, that is so cool right there because, think about it. It was about, hey, everybody, look at us, look at us. That's what he just said. He was saying, last year was about trying to get people to recognize what we're doing. Look at us over here. And now this year, I'm just wondering if this year is a little bit different in terms of saying, hey, listen, don't listen to the noise that is out there.
Yeah.
Just go out there and ball. It's a whole different approach right now. And this is where I think Kenny is so good. I think he's so good at this. Oh, my goodness. I think Kenny Dillingham truly understands, based on how to mold and form a football team. It is critical, I think, at the college level, that your head coach sets the paradigm and creates the paradigm for his team. This is how we respond. This is how I want you to think. This is what I want you to say. I think every player knows what his head coach likes and doesn't like.
Yeah.
And I think that's something Kenny's really good at.
He's good at working with quarterbacks, too. So this, in theory, could be a strength for ASU for, long after Sam Levitt isn't here. I mean, ASU has built up an advantage this upcoming season. We'll see how it plays out, but they've built up an advantage in that they kept most of their team from a team that was one of the final 8 standing and should have probably been one of the final 4 standing. They're bringing back most of their team. The majority of college programs now can't do that. And maybe ASU can't do it beyond this year. I don't know, but they should be in a good position at quarterback just because Kenny Dillingham is really good with quarterbacks, and that's a coach you want to play for specifically if you're a quarterback. Here's more from Sam Levitt on if he was hesitant to go to ASU at all.
Yeah, honestly, at first I was a little hesitant because of, everybody always talks about the party life, this and third, and you got so many distractions. It honestly made me not want to come here and get distracted from football. But once you get here and, you understand what it is and you just lock in on yourself and then you have everything you want to do. You have a great dinner setting in Old Town and, you can go play golf and you have a bunch of connections out here. So, you get your work in and then you're living in, such a pretty state and, great weather year round. And honestly, I'll definitely have a spot here in my off seasons when I'm older and everything like that. So, Arizona is one of my home places now.
Is it just ASU that has this party school reputation? Isn't it college that has a party school reputation? Honestly, I asked the question because I don't know.
ASU gets a bad rap. And it's one of the things that bothers me the most about my, you just hit a chord. Perception of my alma mater, because, I grew up near Virginia Tech, and I will tell you 100% that I noticed that Virginia Tech was way more of a party atmosphere than ASU ever was when I was there. I went to a couple of parties. They were lame. They were at the journalism apartments.
Wow.
I
mean, you want to give out specific names of
no,
people who can't throw a
but
good
they
party?
were lame.
Okay.
They were not fun parties. I never had. I was like, this is dumb, and I went back to my dorm.
All right, look, let me add some clarity here. There's some good parties at ASU, but to your point, Wolf, there's some really good parties at ASU. But to your point, I think that happens at pretty much every college. I honestly think that reputation is from, I don't even know when. When do you think, Rick?
2002?
I think it's even before that, man. I think it's from like the 80s. I think it's just, you just go to ASU to party because it's sunny 355 days a year. There's a lot of reasons to think ASU is a party school, but it's interesting that it still has the reputation of being like the only party school nationally.
Can I just tell you right now?
Florida State's
go to Morgantown, West Virginia, bro.
Yeah.
You got a lot of guys walking around right now with bloody knuckles.
I don't know if that's
and
a party.
Bottle of whiskey.
That seems more like a bar
I'm just
fight.
saying.
Remind me never to go to any Wolf's parties.
I'm just saying it was nasty on a Saturday night.
Well, either way, at least Sam Levitt worked his way through that and came here because that's a real thing. I mean, I do think that's probably a perception that Kenny Dillingham has to fight through with certain players. Some players, I'm sure it's a selling point. But other ones, it's like, you're coming from Michigan State. Hold on, like we're serious here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's Sam Levitt on the Texas game that I have not moved past emotionally. Hopefully he has.
I mean, the whole time I was like, we just need one play to pop. Like we need a big play, or we really didn't even need a huge play. We were playing pretty well. We needed to finish in the red zone, which we weren't. And that was the most frustrating part is we just needed to finish in the red zone. And so we'd get there and then it wouldn't work. And that was frustrating. And then, I remember there was about 6 minutes left and I was looking at everybody and I was like, we go down and score right now and get a stop, we'll get the ball back. And y'all think this game's over, you're crazy. And we went out there and scored, pretty quick. And that got the juices going. And then we got a pick. Came out and then scored again, and it was just like it just fell into our laps how it was supposed to, and it was the craziest high, and you just get everybody to believe that that's even going to happen in the first place, and then you always got a chance if everybody believes.
Yeah, I don't think I was ready to listen to that yet.
Yeah,
to be honest, what I remember is being here doing the post-game show, and they kept showing Jake Plummer on the sidelines and how fired up Plummer was. And you're like, man, Plummer's feeling what we're all feeling right now. Like they're going to win this game. So apparently.
Yeah, you know what they needed? It's just interesting. At the beginning of that cut, he was saying, we needed and need and all this stuff like that.
To win.
What he needed was Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
That would have been nice.
Or, Shamari Simmons in the first half if he hadn't been thrown out for targeting in the previous game, even though targeting wasn't a rule in the Texas game.
Of course you've let that go.
Yeah, totally. Here's more from Sam Levitt. Totally. Actually, I'm going to play this cut. It doesn't sound like Sam Levitt has totally let it go yet either.
I don't know if I'm still over it.
Yeah. Why?
There's just so many plays that could have been made, out there. And, it was like, you always have plays that you're supposed to have made in the game or that's supposed to happen, but there was so many that it was ridiculous, on my part, on other people's parts. And it just felt like, we were just so close so many times that there should have been one of those things that went right and that would have changed the entire game, so it just felt like that. And just gives me all the more belief this year that, it's plenty possible to go above and beyond what we did last year, but that can't be the focus every day.
Man, Sam Levitt is going to play in the NFL one day. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to play. I don't know if he's going to go on and have a long career. I don't. What I do know is I think he's going to get the opportunity, and I think he will stick initially. What happens after that, I don't know.
I mean, if he has another year next year like he did last year, he'll probably be a first-round pick in a pretty loaded quarterback class next year. At least that's the way it looks. Last year for me, Wolf, when it flipped, I remember at the start of the season thinking they could win 7 games. I thought maybe they'll have a winning record. I didn't think in a million years they would do what they did.
I would be surprised if he was a first-round pick. That's just me. Right now, looking at it, I would be surprised.
This is a whole different conversation we have to have after a break. But that's where it flipped for me, was when he started to win games for them. It's like, oh, well, they have a quarterback. I didn't realize they had a quarterback. And so now next year, you wonder if maybe he's going to be the face of the team. Last year, Scatterboo was the face of the team nationally.
Yeah. Yes.
There's just no way around it, especially with some of the stuff he did in that playoff game. But now it's like, this is Sam Levitt's team for sure. Yeah, I think it was subtly last year anyway as the quarterback. I mean, he's what made a lot of it work, but I just think perceptually it's going to be that way this year. All right, when we come back, Jordan Lawler not in the starting lineup today either, as it turns out. At what point did the Diamondbacks have to maybe change course with him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Are you looking to build that dream pool? I can tell you 7 years ago, we, the Wu Fang Clan at the Wolfley compound, we were looking to build that dream pool, and we hired Presidential Pools and Spas. Go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, of course, and now I'm recommending them to you because of the great job that they did at the Wolfley compound, man. And to show their gratitude right now for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts just for military members and first responders. I love that about Presidential Pools, man. Maybe you're ready to dive in right now, Basinonians. If you are, go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you pay.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here's a fresh deal on steaks. USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Super Value Pack are $7.99 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Justin Martinez could pitch tonight as he has been activated from the injured list ahead of the game. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5, and you can listen to Pacers-Knicks over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports.
All right, D-backs Cardinals tonight. Jordan Lawler not currently in the starting lineup. I don't expect that to change before the game. So he looks like kind of playing maybe once every 3 days right now. Wolf.
Yeah.
This has got to be one of the most difficult things to manage if you are a front office or a manager. I mean, this is a situation where obviously everybody has to be in total lockstep. This is where you need everybody aligned, to steal the Sun's word, but this is where you need everybody aligned. Because you are right now you have a guy that's one of the top prospects in baseball, and he was just crushing the ball in the minors. But since you called him up, and it's been about a week and a half now since you called him up, his playing time's been very sporadic. He's only started 3 of these games, and he doesn't have a hit yet. He's 0 for 10 with 7 strikeouts.
Yeah.
So this is not going well right now.
No, it is not. So what do you expect to happen?
I don't know, honestly. I really don't. I thought he would be playing a little bit more. But at the same time, if he's struggling to hit the ball, you need to win these games, too. This is not developmental time.
Yeah, for me, once again, it doesn't appear to me that Jordan Lawler is getting the at-bats that I thought he was going to get somehow, some way. He's not getting them. And that makes me think, who called him up? Whose decision was it? Was this an organizational decision here? It just seems like, I know that he was tearing the cover off the ball at AAA Reno. We all know that. Yet at the same time, why would you call him up and not get him the requisite amount of at-bats that you think he needs to continue to progress?
The why did you call him up question, it sounds flippant. It's a great question, actually, though, because it's not.
I mean, they had their reasons, trust me.
But we don't know what they were.
Yes, they know why they called him up.
Because if it sounds like you're like, why'd you call this guy up? He doesn't have a hit yet. It's not that. It's, did you call him up because you thought somebody else in the lineup was more hurt? I mean, that's
Right.
kind of what it's starting to look like now. You maybe thought somebody else was more hurt, so you thought he was going to get more at-bats. It's possible they just called him up because he was hitting everything in the minors, and but the problem with that is if there's nowhere to play him, there's nowhere to play him.
Yeah, that is the problem. And, I thought we were going to see them be a lot more active in regard to getting him at-bats out there. The fact that he doesn't have a ton of at-bats, but 10, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
That is something I did not expect to see when they called him up. And, Torrey obviously is trying to be prudent here in regard to where he's going to play and being mindful of the guys that are already there, like Ketel Marte, of course, and Eugenio at third, and, Perdomo at short as well.
Guys who are all hitting right now.
They're all hitting. They're all doing their jobs, and maybe that's why you brought them up, just to remind them
maybe
of doing your job.
That is,
and you know me,
that
because
is a wolf answer right there.
Well, I am the grassy knoll, but I also know, too, that it's not a bad thing to remind professional athletes that this is a competition. And don't get comfortable.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know who they'd be talking to of those three guys. Ketel Marte doesn't strike me as that, although I know that he's nicked up from time to time. But Perdomo, Jerry doesn't.
I don't think it was Perdomo.
Eugenio, it logically doesn't make a lot of sense. But they know why, Basin Earnings. Trust me on this. They know why they called him up.
Well, so now the question is, how long do you leave him up if you're gonna do this? Because you don't want to get in a position where you're messing up his development. And actually, just as a side note, when you were talking there, I pulled up the stats for the last 2 weeks. So basically, since they called him up, I mean, it's a little bit longer. But just if you combine all the stats, 3 of the 4 best hitters on the team in that stretch have been Ketel Marte, Gino, and Jerry.
See, it's working. See, it's working, Luke. Why they called him up right there, it's working. Ketel Marte is absolutely on fire right now, and he hasn't played in 36 games. Okay?
He's played in 26. You were correcting something from yesterday?
Just what do you mean, Luke? And just knock it off.
No, that's fine. I've got this. I still have this. The Stephon Gilmore's stat page up here. Should I just print this out and hand it to Rick since he's such a big Stephon Gilmore fan?
Yeah.
Okay. The issue, the only potential issue is, okay, you called him up. You're playing San Francisco. I get it. You're not trying to work a rookie's at bats. And hey, let's develop him. We'll just lose games to San Francisco. You got to beat San Francisco. Then you had Colorado. I was surprised he didn't play in more games there. He actually got 4 at-bats in the game where there was 26 runs scored, and he went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Then you're playing the Dodgers. Again, you're not trying to shovel at-bats to a rookie there. And even this series, St. Louis is a team now that's ahead of the Diamondbacks. These games are important. He's not starting tonight. But the issue is you don't want to mess up his development. Hey, go up to the majors, and you're going to sit 3 days, and then you get 3 at-bats, and you go 0 for 3, and you got to sit for 2 more days. And because right now he's 0 for 10 with 7 strikeouts.
Yeah.
That's not Jordan Lawler.
Yes. And when you say that, his development, you don't want to mess with his development right now. What are you really talking about? For me, you don't want to mess with his confidence level.
Yes.
You don't want to mess with that. You come up, and all of a sudden you're 0 for 10. And with 7 strikeouts.
Spread out over almost 2 weeks.
Spread out over a couple of weeks, right. You'd like to see him get more consistent at-bats because you don't want him to lose his confidence. You don't want a mental block suddenly that the transformation from AAA to the bigs is really that consequential.
Yeah.
You want him to ease into it, yes, but at the same time you want him to be successful. And I know what this is like. Oh, my goodness. The doubts that can actually creep in when things aren't going well at the highest level. We can develop. It hurts. It does. When you're not successful from the beginning. I don't know that, Basin Earnings, because I didn't struggle early on. And I'm not saying that to say, look at me. I'm just saying my job was run as hard as I can into the guy in front of me. And I did that from day one. It wasn't hard.
Not surprising.
It doesn't mean I killed him. Many times I killed myself.
But you told him
process.
that you did.
I'm just saying, the success, I experienced that early in my NFL career. But that's not always the case. And I've seen a lot of guys who got the opportunity to play, whose confidence was shot, and they never recovered.
If I were Jordan Lawler, and I understand that that's not how this works, but if I were Jordan Lawler and I struck out 3 times in 4 at-bats against the Rockies in that game on Saturday,
your confidence is not going to be shot.
No, and I'd want to play the next day. I'd be like, put me back out there. Like, that was a horrible night, and there was 26 runs scored around me. Like, I should have been a part of that. Get me right back out there the next day. Now, I understand where I say this is not how this works. If I'm Torey Lovello, I'm like, I cannot even remotely risk losing a series to the Rockies. If Jordan Lawler doesn't give me the best chance to win, I can't put him out there. But the conundrum that they're in now, we all remember that awful Rockies game on Saturday night. Jordan Lawler's had 2 at-bats since that game, and they were both strikeouts against the Dodgers.
But even that, I'm not saying his confidence is even in question.
No,
with that,
and it seems
not with that small sample size.
But he's just kind of stuck right now. It seems like he's about the most level-headed prospect you'll ever meet.
Yes.
Too. So I agree with you. I don't think his confidence is shot, but I just don't think they're going to keep going just like this. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Pirates. Just text half to 620, and we will send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. And it could be a must-see pitching matchup between Paul Skeens and Zach Gallen on Wednesday, too. So text half to 620. Again, that's half to 620. We come back. Ryan Dunn has been given the Dan Marley Hustle Award for the Suns. Is he one of the guys that this team is building around? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Justin Martinez is going to have to come back, and he's going to have to be elite. Hopefully he can regain his 9th inning duties, slide Shelby Miller back to maybe a role for which he was actually intended for, and not the one that he's pitching in right now.
Right.
Ryan Thompson, to me, is the big one.
Still a belief that he's going to get it figured out.
Okay.
They're not giving up on him right now.
I hope they're. I just don't know what situations they're going to use him in where I feel comfortable with them testing that out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a 3rd-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvey's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, I never got to tell you my story about where I was. You want to hear it now, or you want it at the end of the show?
Yeah, no, I want to know.
Man. I feel like there was a moment last night where I'm looking around. I'm like, man, Wolf would appreciate this. This is a Wolf moment. Okay.
Okay, right.
I get home yesterday. A buddy of mine from college, really good friend from college, calls me out of nowhere. He's like, hey, I'm going to this concert. It's a tiny venue. It's almost like a warehouse. Tiny. It's punk rock.
Okay.
Right? And it's bands I've seen before.
Oh.
And he's from the East Coast. He's from Boston. He grew up in all this. Like, he's in the mosh pits, all that stuff. Like, that's how he grew up, right? Well, that ended up with me basically in a mosh pit last night.
Last night?
Yes. And I'm looking around.
What is going on with you? What are you doing?
As people are flying past me, I'm like, you know who would like this would be Wolf. He'd just be running in there. I wasn't in it.
Oh, my goodness.
It was one of the ones where they're running in the circle and everybody's just shoving each other. But I was in front of it to the point where my buddy's like, hey, make sure you stand a little sideways here because you don't want to get you don't want somebody running into you, so you may need to shove somebody back into the pit. That's how this works.
Oh my goodness, man.
So that's where I was till 1 a.m.
You know what's amazing about this, Basin Orleans, is Luke has this he's involved in some hockey league. It's
some hockey.
Yeah, what is it? It's what
played hockey
league
my whole life.
Is it? Yeah, I know that.
I'm bouncing around right now.
You're bouncing around right now. It's not some over 30 hockey league or something like that.
I've played in those.
Okay,
Luke is a side quest champion.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like. Luke is a side quest champion.
Side quest. What do you mean by that?
Like things you do outside of what you normally do in a day. So
so you mean side quest?
Yeah,
I like
quest.
That. A side
I need a
quest
shirt
champion.
that just says Side Quest Champion.
Basin Needs, what you need to know is Luke he'll play hockey at 1 a.m. or something.
If you want to play hockey, you have to play it late at night.
Yes.
It's not as bad in the summer.
Yeah.
But when you get into get into the fall and winter and because then there's all the youth leagues too they tried to destroy that by taking the NHL team and putting it in Utah, but so far the youth leagues are still good.
Yeah.
So then if you're playing rec league, adult league hockey, that gets pushed back till 11
rec
midnight.
League. There you go, right there.
Beer
and that's
league,
what
whatever
happens.
You want to call it.
Yes. Okay. And it's obviously because it costs money to rent the ice.
You gotta rent the ice, yeah.
You gotta rent the ice, man.
But I don't accidentally end up in a situation where I'm playing hockey. I did not plan on ending up right next to a mosh pit for 4 hours last night.
Okay, but my point is this. The fact that you stay up late, man. You stay up late and you actually get up and do the show. That's amazing.
And you stay alert when there's people just flying into a wall next to you. My favorite part people kept jumping on stage.
Yeah.
Some guy jumped on stage, grabbed the mic. He's like, I've only got one thing to say. And security just came and pulled him away, and he never got to say it.
Was it a good show?
It was actually a really good show. Yeah. I had seen some of the bands before, but I just had not right there.
Okay, I like that story. That was really, really good.
I'll send you off to Amish country with that.
Almost like the Pantera concert that I went to with Paul Calvisi, and suddenly the curtain went up and they started with Walk, if you can imagine.
Perfect.
And suddenly the surge, everybody went forward. Paul went down to a knee.
Paul called for a fair catch.
Might have been me who went down, but.
Yeah, but you would have got up swinging.
Don't tell Paul.
All right, so with the Suns, Ryan Dunn ends up winning the Hustle Award. I was looking at the list of former Hustle Award winners for the Suns.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges won it 3 times, did he? Okay.
3 times in 4 years. Javon Carter won one in there. It's very strange to see Mikal Bridges, Javon Carter, Mikal Bridges.
How many times did P.J. Tucker win that thing?
I feel like
Marley
a lot.
Hustle Award.
He won it. Yeah, he won it 4 times.
4 times.
2013, 14, 15, and 16.
Okay, it's one of the things I love about the Phoenix Suns, the fact that they have that, the Dan Marley Hustle Award winner. Except the hustle. I don't like the word hustle.
So you just want the Dan Marley Award winner?
Maybe just, maybe just call it that. The Dan Marley Award winner.
Okay.
Because the hustle just kind of, it seems so high school to me.
Should we start this whole segment over?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Hey, Wolf, you never guessed where I was last night. Do we have to go through all that again?
No, we don't have to go through that.
So we'll just call it the Dan Marley Award winner.
Yes.
Here's Devin Booker last month talking about what he sees from Ryan Dunn, because I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, I look at the Suns and I know Devin Booker's back, and I know Matt Ishbia is back, and I know Brian Gregory will be here. And that's about it. But if you press me and you're like, you got to name me somebody else that you know will be here or you think will definitely be here, I think Ryan Dunn would be next on my list, honestly. Here's what Booker said about him.
Yeah, just, IQ for the game. On top of just how hard he plays night in and night out. His competition level is super high, and, you get rewarded with nights like this when you play like that all the time.
So there you go. That's I got to think that duo, Devin Booker and Ryan Dunn, when you talk about building the Suns back up, I have Devin Booker, Ryan Dunn, and then maybe some other guys that are under contract, depending how creative they get this offseason. But it's those two, and hopefully Oso. If you don't trade Bradley Beal, if you just buy him out, I think you can keep Dunn and Oso, obviously.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn, I cannot wait to see what happens with Ryan Dunn going from year 1 to year 2. We talk about it a lot, but it is true, and there is carryover. No doubt, the NFL and the way the Arizona Cardinals have drafted, how much better you are in year 2. I got to imagine it's the same way in the NBA, going out and experiencing success and then getting better.
So I'm looking at the list of all the winners. I got to say, Josh Jackson kind of jumps out. I didn't expect to see Josh Jackson on here on the list of Dan Marley Award winners. Is there anybody you thought it would have been other than Ryan Dunn this year?
No.
That's kind of my point.
Yes.
I think that was pretty clearly him, and that's pretty clearly a guy that fits into what they say they want their culture to be going forward. You talk about, we want to be gritty, we want to play defense, we want to do this and that, and we want to be building from scratch. Well, okay, you want to be gritty? Ryan Dunn's pretty gritty. You want guys to play defense? Ryan Dunn plays defense.
Yep.
You want to be building from scratch? He's a guy you just drafted going into year 2. I mean, he embodies a lot of what they say they want their whole team to be right now.
Yeah, and what a great award it truly is. Can you imagine being Dan Marley and actually knowing that you created this, where the Suns in perpetuity will go ahead and actually award this to a guy that goes out and plays like Dan Marley? I think that is super, super cool.
Yeah, that is. What would the Ron Wolfley Award be? Running straight into people.
Let's see. What would it include, the Ron Wolfley Award?
You should have some say over what the award is if it's got your name on it.
Yeah, well, it's not going to have my name on it.
Okay, I feel like it couldn't exist because wedge busting is not allowed anymore.
That's exactly right.
Man.
Hey, you know what? We're going to take some dude, and we want you to run as fast as you can down the field. A 50-yard sprint.
Get
Imagine
some momentum.
about
Get
that.
some speed going.
A 50-yard sprint, when you think about it and break it down, it really does blow your mind. And there's going to be a man who's 340 pounds who's going to look at you and hit you on a dead sprint. That hurt.
It can't possibly feel good.
That hurt, brothers. Can I tell you that? Oh. I feel that, man, right now.
When we come back.
Wow.
The Cardinals keep bringing in linebackers, but none of them are Kaiser White. So what does that mean? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. As a matter of fact, you have that Brooklyn beat for me, Rick? Right there, that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You better believe it. Listen, the opportunity only comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30% off everything in-store and online, brothers. Not only 30% off of everything in-store and online, but also 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th, coming up, Basinonians. That's Monday. Do not miss this. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sales event. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Justin Martinez could pitch tonight as he has been activated from the injured list ahead of the game. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll find out if the Suns found their new head coach over the holiday weekend. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, if we keep almost doing this story and then something keeps coming up. So the NFL added an award this week, the Protector of the Year award.
Yeah.
For offensive linemen, which I think is actually something you brought up a few months ago. Why don't they have one for an offensive lineman?
Yes.
Well, now they do.
It's so cool that the NFL is going to do this, the Protector of the Year award, and it's going to go to the best offensive lineman in the National Football League. Why not do this for every team? That's what I would like to see them do.
So the Protector of the Year for the
And
Cardinals,
then pick
for the
one.
Ravens.
You can still actually pick one, but why not name one guy from each team that wins the Protector of the Year award?
So like the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, almost
very similar.
Same
to
setup.
That.
Okay.
Very similar. Yes.
All right.
I'd like to see more of that in the NFL.
I have absolutely no power, so I'll totally allow it. Did you have another award though that you would put out there?
Yeah, I did, but I just wanted to, if in fact we handed it out personally for the Arizona Cardinals, it would be Paris Johnson Jr.
Yes.
For me right now.
Yeah.
That's who it would be. The physicality of Paris Johnson at the point of attack is very, very impressive. And I expect him, based on needs, here's a little tip from your Uncle Ron. I think he's going to be a team captain this year.
He wants to.
I know.
He really wants to.
I think he's going to be voted his third year. It's time. I think he's going to be voted as a team captain. That's going to be interesting. But, you know, it got me thinking, based on needs, about another award in the National Football League. And I would like to create an award called the Butt Kick Award.
Okay.
The Butt Kick.
People are going to think it's the Dick Butkus Award.
No, it's not. The Butt Kick Award goes to the toughest, most physical dude that wins at the point of attack, that wins battles at the point of attack. It's voted on by players that actually play in the box.
Okay. I do like that.
Do you see
I like
that?
Yeah.
Guys who actually play in the box, they vote on this. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, edge players, tight ends, running backs, and you better believe it, fullbacks. Okay, so it's voted on by those guys who actually play in the box. Position coaches get a vote as well that actually coach players who play in the box.
Okay.
This is the way that it used to be in the National Football League in terms of Pro Bowl voting. But you also need position coaches to vote. And then after the players and coaches vote for each team, they ultimately vote as a team for one player on offense and one player on defense. So what happens is you individually in each room, whether it's the linebacker room, defensive line room, offensive line room, you go ahead and you vote individually. And then they actually come together to collectively vote.
This.
Yes, it's just because I wanted to create these layers, because it would be once you got voted, if you were picked to be this guy, and it would be a situation where it doesn't matter what conference. Forget about conference. There's no AFC, no NFC. It's just the dude that actually kicks butt more than anybody. If you ever got voted that, you would know that it was vetted to the core.
Yeah, and I like that you have the players voting on it, just because you get a much more accurate representation of something like that. Something that's more subtle if you're just watching it. Like hockey has the Selke Trophy where it's defensive forward, but once a guy wins it, he just kind of wins it for 3 years because people are just like, oh, yeah, he must be doing a great job. You got to have the players vote on something like that. You can have other people vote on MVP.
Yes.
But when you're talking about something like that you're only going to know if you're down there and you're like, I hate playing against this guy, then he gets my vote.
So it would be just guys in the box, once again, who get the vote. But collectively, they would come together and whoever they voted for the most. Different rooms, of course, coming together as a team. There would be a winner. I'll guarantee you there would be a winner. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to vote as a team. You get one vote as a team to vote for that guy. So it starts at the position level, and then it goes to the unit level. Offense and defense, you vote for one guy from each. Offense and defense, who would be butt kick award winner.
Isn't there a Butkus Award, though, too?
There is a Butkus Award.
Okay. You're not worried about...
Yeah, not Butkus.
Okay.
I mean, that's...
But they sound similar, though.
Right.
When
No.
you just, okay.
Butt Kick Award.
Okay. All right. I figured you'd have a good one. And I like how that's organized pretty well.
It's all at the point of attack. And
In
it
the
would
trenches.
be grassroots coming to a head where each team had one vote, period.
I want to get to this you had in your email real quick, too, with the Cardinals going out and doing a little shuffling at the linebacker position. But Kaiser White is not a name that pops up. So they signed J.J. Russell. They released Milo Eifler. And Kaiser White's still not on a team, Wolf, but you brought up a good point before the show. They have made moves at that position, and he's not one of them. And it's starting to feel like that's just kind of he's going to play somewhere else next year.
I honestly, right now, the signing here of J.J. Russell as an inside linebacker, this is a guy that is really, really good in regard to special teams. He is 26 years old. He's been around for a few years. But this is another depth move by the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it, and, I'm just thinking at this point in time, there's no way Kaiser White is coming back.
It doesn't really feel like it because now you've drafted Cody Simon and you've added Akeem Davis-Gaither and you've added Michael Walker to
Yes.
and it's not like if Kaiser White came back and was like, you know what, I'll play for less than you were paying me last year, less than I was asking for, that they'd be like, no, we can't fit you in there. But they have added guys this offseason at that position. They've moved guys out and moved guys in, and you're right, that's kind of a pretty good sign that they're just moving forward.
It's going to be really interesting to see that because, again, interior offensive line is what I worry about. Interior offensive line. I think the Arizona Cardinals have got to solidify that. And maybe they've got a plan for doing that. Maybe they've got a lot better idea as to who's already on their roster, who's going to take that next step. And if he does, they feel okay. They're going to be fine with the interior offensive linemen. But on the defensive side, I am getting a little furrowed with the brow in regard to inside linebacker as well.
It does feel like their biggest question mark on defense at this point. They've addressed.
Yeah, it's not corner, is it?
No,
It's not defensive line.
I feel like they've strengthened, at least on paper, every other position on defense, or safety just kind of stayed the same, but safety was fine. But inside linebacker it's in more flux than maybe any other position on defense. Before we hit the break, who would win your butt kick of the year award?
Wow, man.
You want to go to break and then you can come up with it?
Yes, let me think about that.
I think
I thought of everything, the protocol you're going to use.
Yeah, but you
actually
didn't have a winner.
Think of the dude.
Okay, so here's your option. When we come back, you can either give us who won the butt kick award for last year, or just when you played, who would have won.
Okay. We'll go last year.
All right. Well, because if you played, you would have had a vote when you played.
True.
Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, D-backs Cardinals starts tonight, and the Cardinals are ahead of the Diamondbacks. So how badly does Arizona need this series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a condition in my back known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Now, the spine surgeons at DISC, of course, Dr. Chris particularly, they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're battling spine or back issues, you need Desert Institute for Spine Care. The DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the U.S. and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Brothers, it's one of the reasons why people from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of DISC. Enjoy life again. Go to www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is. 12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Kimberly,
I'm Ken.
and we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we lived 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Fulton home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, you know, which I think everybody wants. And so, you know, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in St. Louis. What should we expect from the Cardinals in this big 3-game set? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 right here on Arizona Sports. All right, final segment of the show for the week. So why not talk Diamondbacks going into this series with the St. Louis Cardinals?
Well, wait a minute. You're not going to let me actually
I wasn't sure you
give
had it ready.
my
You have
award
you
ready to go? Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go.
All right. The Butt Kick Award from last year, Basinonians. The offensive player that wins the Butt Kick Award, Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry.
I feel like he would win this a few times.
A box player, of course, that plays the game in a very physical, in-your-face kind of way, beating out Penei Sewell.
All right, this is super weird, but NFL Live is currently showing a Derrick Henry interview with Chris Berman. As you were saying that.
There it is.
Oh, my goodness, there it is. You got to be kidding
It's like he
me.
just got the award.
Look,
he's nodding
I
his
wrote
head.
it down.
You
It's
did.
already there.
Was that so? When you came up with this award originally, before we asked you to pick somebody, did you have was there a player that made you think of it?
Yeah, I Derrick Henry, an awful Penei Sewell as well. You know, it's more just about box players, guys that play in the box, defensive fronts, of course, and then, of course, on the line of scrimmage inside the box. Dexter Lawrence would be my defensive player that would win the Butt Kick Award. And the Butt Kick Award, again, is who's the most physical, aggressive, violent player at the point of attack. And then you let NFL players and coaches vote on that. I love that.
I mean, I like this idea.
It is football if you're voting on that.
The essence of football.
The
all rolled
essence,
into one
bro.
Award. All right, so the Cardinals. We talked about this before the season, Wolf, and we were talking to guys like Tim Kirkjian or Buster Olney, and they would come on the show and they'd be like, the National League, you could be the 5th best team in baseball and be the 5th best team in the National League.
Yes.
That was the narrative heading into the season, and that's still a narrative. We talked to Buster Olney about this a couple weeks ago. The St. Louis Cardinals were not supposed to be a part of this. Much like the San Francisco Giants, two teams that every couple of years I feel like they're just good, even though they're not good on paper necessarily. It's the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Francisco Giants. And unfortunately, this year of all years, when you already have a bunch of good National League teams, all of a sudden you have the San Francisco Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals just suddenly in there again. And the Diamondbacks are playing the Cardinals for the first time starting tonight. So I would say this is kind of a big series.
For me, it's a big series because, once again, it's just me, Basinonians. It's not going to apply to you. But we're 50 games into this season, of course, and we've been talking an awful lot about that. Mm-hmm. It's a third of the season, okay? Now, I realize it's not a third of the season. Don't get technical on me with the math. We're just taking the season in 50-game chunks.
Okay.
And for me, this is all of the question marks that you're going to have about a team. For the most part, they're going to be answered in the first 50 games of the season. It doesn't mean that that's the way they're going to finish the rest of the season. But if you had any concerns, the sample size of 50 games is big enough to start connecting dots. Would you agree with that, Luke?
Yeah, 50 games is 50 games.
50 games.
You can stand there and be like, oh, there's still 112 left. Who cares? 50 games, even if there's still time to turn it around,
yes,
something you're doing over the course of 50 games is either a good thing or a bad thing, but you're doing it.
There are character traits that human beings have, right, Basinonians? Individuals. There are character traits that they have. Well, guess what? Teams collectively have character traits as well. What would you say is one of the character traits of the Arizona Diamondbacks at this point in time? I know. For me,
I have two that jump to mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Inconsistent. That's number one. And that's not a really good character trait to have right now.
No.
Inconsistent is something that I think when you start connecting dots, that's what it spells.
Yeah.
Inconsistent. What about you?
Well, now that you say that, they have not won or lost more than 2 in a row since late April.
Yeah.
I mean, and they've been playing pretty much every day. So basically in a month, it's either win one, lose one, win two, lose two, win one, lose one. Like that's the definition of inconsistent.
In base innings, this is just me. I look at the roster, and again, I'm no fantasy baseball guy, okay?
That's surprising.
No rotisserie league baseball dude, okay? Yet at the same time, I look at the roster, and they're underachieving, in my opinion. I thought this team was going to be significantly better, at least maybe 6, 7, 8 more wins or more. That's 32 wins at this point of the season. Yeah, I think that it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal.
Yeah, they were last year 50 games in, they were 24-26.
Yeah.
So pretty similar to where they are this year.
26 or 26-24.
Yeah. I guess they're improving.
That's just crazy.
My two, and they had just finished playing the Dodgers after 50 games last year too. My two characteristics that jump out when you ask that question, they basically come together to form inconsistency because one's really good and one's really bad.
Okay.
The really good is that I never believe they're out of a game. I really don't. You watch these games and you're just like, you never feel like, okay, well, they're done. They're down by 5 to the Dodgers. Well, they'll just come back. They'll take the lead. But the flip side is I rarely feel like they've got a game locked up. There's a couple pitchers. But
I like your answer better than mine.
Well, but it's the same thing, really.
It is, yes. I just went strategic. You went tactical.
But that's it. I mean, you can't trust the bullpen right now. Hopefully, for anybody that missed it earlier today, Justin Martinez has been activated. So hopefully that's step one towards getting the bullpen trustworthy again. Because I do feel like you can trust him. And I feel like you can trust Shelby Miller and maybe a couple other guys. I know Jalen Beeks got lit up the other day, but for the most part, he's been fairly reliable.
Yeah.
But these are the first steps, hopefully.
See, and, once again, I say inconsistent, and I mean that collectively. I really do, Basinonians. But that's because there's been a lot of high-profile guys that I expected consistency in that have been inconsistent, if that makes sense. Guys that I expected to be more consistent, I'll give you Zach Gallen by way of example.
You're describing Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen. I expected a lot more out of Zach Gallen right now than 3-5 with a 5.14 ERA and a 1.38 whip. I expected a lot more, better out of Zach Gallen than that. And that's why I think you can take one player like this, and I realize it's one guy, and Zach would tell you he's disappointed as well. I'm sure he would say that. Yet at the same time, I think it applies to the team collectively.
He's got 3 of their best starts of the season and some of their worst starts of the season.
Yes.
I mean, this will sum up everything you just said, Wolf. These 2 stat lines, okay? Zach Gallen in New York against the Yankees goes 6 2/3, gives up 0 runs, strikes out 13 against the Yankees.
Man.
Zach Gallen against the Colorado Rockies at home, 5 innings, 6 earned runs allowed, 4 home runs allowed. That's the same pitcher.
Not jibe. Yeah, it just
in the same season.
And I realize once again, though, you're going to have games like that. But Zach Gallen has had games.
Yeah.
Plural.
I just gave you the extremes.
Right.
The other 8 games all fit in there, too.
He's had games where he hasn't been as consistent or as good as we know he is. And that's really troublesome.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gemmo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Hey, Gonzo, what's up?
Hey, David. I love my Bronco, but I'm looking to upgrade.
Well, now's the time. Ford gave us employee pricing for our 70th anniversary sale.
I get it. So now I pay what you paid.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've added additional Memorial Day incentives.
Get a new 2024 Escape for $24,900. That's a savings of over $6,000. Or purchase a new 24 F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $42,900. That's a savings of over $9,500. And the sale list goes on and on.
Shop with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and pick up a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Shop early, as Sanderson Ford will be closed on Memorial Day to honor the fallen.
Escape stock number 246253. F-150 stock number 246856. Employee pricing on most models. Prices include employee price. Sanderson Ford retail bonus cash discounts plus trade assist cash on F-150 you must qualify for. Offers expire June 2nd.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the St. Louis Cardinals. Zach Gallen gets the start for Arizona with first pitch at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Justin Martinez could pitch tonight as he has been activated from the injured list ahead of the game. The Phoenix Mercury are back on the court tonight looking to start 3-0 on the season. They face the Storm in Seattle with tip-off at 7. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for Pacers-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for John Gambador today, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, Mitch Ferreldes. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, Burnsy.
What's going on?
How are you doing, as the kids say?
It's not. You're not going to do your best, Burnsy. What's going on? No,
I'm not going to.
Somebody does that. Somebody has. That's fine. That's fine. I respect that.
I'll steal Joseph Tribbiani's thunder instead. Try it that way.
Hey, how are you doing today?
How are you doing?
Yeah, I can't wait to get a status report on Kellen and anybody else, frankly, who's going to take Gambo's advice and try to use that line this weekend and see what success they have. You know, I want what's going to be the batting average for that over the weekend, right?
Okay, so we gotta figure out how many at bats, right? And then we gotta figure out how many of them are actually going to hit.
What's the OPS on that one? What's the on base percentage?
What about a square out to bunt? A sacrifice bunt version of Hey, how you doing?
If you missed it yesterday, as he usually does, Gambo he dropped the Hey, how you doing line, right? And then he implored Kellen to try the how you doing line this weekend just to see if he could have it. I don't think Kellen will. But, you know, I'm just curious to see if he's going to have any luck with it. I don't know.
I mean, look, if it worked out for Gambo and if it worked out for, I can't remember, somebody in the Burns and Gambo mentions yesterday that it worked out for them in a Facebook comment.
One of our listeners. Man. Wait, it was a Facebook? Really?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't even spelled out either. It was just HYD.
A guy on Facebook just HYD'd
in the comments of it was like a relative or somebody close relations, somebody else's sister.
Hey.
Dropped a how you doing? And how are they doing now?
And it worked out okay. And it worked. They got married based off of how you doing. Hey, if it works, it works. Mitch is with us today. Shorter show. Diamondbacks in St. Louis today, taking on the Cardinals. That game starts at 5:15. We will depart these airwaves at about 4:30 or so to bring you that game. We'll still have Torey Lavello coming up in about a half hour from right now. We have a lot to talk to him about. We have a lot to talk about with this baseball team, and that is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I don't know if anybody, even like 2 weeks ago, was looking at the St. Louis Cardinals and saying, you know what, that's going to be a big series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. In fact, if anything, we were probably looking at the St. Louis Cardinals, even like 2 or 3 weeks ago, like, okay, that's going to be a relatively easy series for the Diamondbacks. That's going to be a little island where they're going to go, okay, we get a little bit of break here. We just got done with the Dodgers, and now we play the Cardinals. Cardinals have been playing some unbelievable baseball for the better part of the last 3 weeks or so. They've barely lost over the last 3 weeks or so.
6 times in the month of May.
Is how many times they've lost?
They've lost 6 times in this entire month of May.
They were like 12-17 on the morning of, I think, April 30th. And since then, they've lost 6 times. And they've just been, and it's not like, yeah, they've taken advantage of playing the Pirates and they've taken advantage of playing the Nationals. Okay, fine.
Right.
I think there's also a series win in there against the Mets. I think there's also a series win in there against the Royals, the Phillies. Yeah.
Just came off a series against the Tigers. They lost that one, but they played well.
Yeah. And so suddenly, this series
takes on a little bit of a different look for the Diamondbacks. The look of, in the short term, if you look at the wild card standings, and I know it's probably too early to look at the wild card standings, but screw it, we're going to do it anyway. If you look at the wild card standings, this is the team that's right in front of you. You are not a wild card team because the St. Louis Cardinals are in front of you, and then you're like 2 back of the San Francisco Giants. So that's number one. I mean, just leapfrog them in that regard to feel good about yourself in that regard. But more than anything, if St. Louis is going to be this good, there is going to be a little matter of a tiebreaker that's going to come down at the end of the season. This series, much like the Mets and much like the Phillies, kind of takes on that importance.
How do you do against your National League opponents? That's one thing that's going to be looked at the end of the year because, as you mentioned, it's one of those tiebreakers. It's how do you do against common opponents that the other teams ahead of you are faced with. 27-23 are the Cardinals right now. Diamondbacks 26-24. So if you do the quick math, that is a literal game you are back of the Cardinals. So this series, just on the surface level, takes on that much importance because a series win then ties you with the Cardinals, or it puts you ahead of the Cardinals just enough because you've taken that 2 out of 3. When you play them later on in the year, when they're here at Chase Field, it adds that extra importance, but it gives you a little bit of a head start because you already took 2 out of 3 against them earlier in the year, which is right now.
And I think the question that we'll be asking ourselves somewhere down the road later is like, will it matter that you had the tiebreaker against the St. Louis Cardinals? Because unlike the Mets, we all know the Mets are good. Unlike the Phillies, we all know the Phillies are good. You've already lost the season series to the Chicago Cubs if it comes down to a tiebreaker, Brett. We know the Chicago Cubs are good. We don't really know if the St. Louis Cardinals are actually good or not. And, and there are, like, I read a big story today from Jeff Passan, great baseball insider over at ESPN, who he wasn't trying to debunk them. He wasn't trying to say that they weren't good. He said their calling card is defense. They might be the best offensive baseball team in all of Major League Baseball. But what was very clear from his article was, like, nobody was expecting any kind of success from St. Louis at all this year. I mean, hell, even every conversation we've had about their closer, Ryan Helsley, we just assumed he was going to be available because we assumed the St. Louis Cardinals weren't going to be very good. As of right now, you're not getting Ryan Helsley off of this baseball team because they're good. I just don't know. Are they real? Is it fraudulent? Is it fake? Is it going to be revealed over time? Did they just get hot? That's what people are trying to figure out with St. Louis.
I said this last night with Kellen when Kellen and I had our most recent Arizona Sports at Night, but the timeline to now of understanding St. Louis's offseason to this point where we are on May 23rd, it doesn't necessarily line up. They announce that John Mozeliak, who's been their longtime baseball ops lead guy, their GM, he's going to be stepping down at the end of this year. They've already picked the successor in Chaim Bloom, who was most recently with the Red Sox up until not having a job. And all that reads to me, and I'm sure it read the same way to you, is that, oh, this team is not going to try hard this year.
Yeah.
This team's going to tank this year. How much conversation was there around, is Nolan Arenado going to get moved in the offseason? They say goodbye to Paul Goldschmidt in the offseason, and he goes and signs with the Yankees. They do a lot of things that, on the surface, it didn't read as a team that was going to be 27-23 on May 23rd, and yet here we are. And quite frankly, maybe this is just the culture that St. Louis was looking for all along.
Maybe.
And it was disguised with this, we're taking a new direction, but we're right now getting a taste of what that direction could be as soon as next year.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit here and throw mud all over the St. Louis. First of all,
Why not?
It's one of the, because I don't. It's one of the great baseball organizations. Obviously, we know that they've had some down years the last couple of years. Look, it's one number, but it's oftentimes one of the main numbers people look at. In run differential, they're kicking the Diamondbacks' butts on that one. Like
plus 40.
Which is typically kind of a measure of, it's the most basic thing you can talk about. How many runs have you scored? How many runs have you prevented? It's the most fundamental thing about winning a baseball game, and they're a plus 40 in the the run differential this year, and the Diamondbacks are a plus 4, I think, on the season, which kind of suggests, they're a 500 team. That's so I don't want to completely say it's fake, it's phony, it's false, but it's
unexpected.
It is very unexpected, and they're certainly off to a surprising start. Now, a couple things that we'll dive into a little deeper over the course of the show, but we'll just touch on them here.
Sure.
Number one, Justin Martinez has been activated off the injured list for the Diamondbacks. We'll find out from Torey what the plan is. I can only imagine he's not super high leverage closer guy right away. I got to think there's going to be a little bit of a soft landing for him, but I don't know how long that will last. That might only be an outing or two before he starts moving up the charts. So J-Mart is back, and Christian Montez de Oca.
We hardly knew ye.
We poor guy. We were talking about this yesterday.
They talked so highly about him when they called him up, and he didn't even get one appearance.
We were talking about this last night. Like you do. I mean, I get it, but I don't. Like, you called him up, and he was here for, what, 6 games, 5 games? There wasn't one opportunity to use him. Poor guy was probably just waiting to make his Major League debut, and he never got into the game. That's number one. Number two, and again, we'll dive into this specifically a little bit later. Zach Gallen is getting the start. We know about the struggles of Zach Gallen. If you've been listening to any of the shows at the station, you also know we've all noticed how different Zach Gallen has been when Herrera is his catcher. Herrera is his catcher tonight. The opener of the series. I mean, you'd go your starter on a Friday night, your starter on a Saturday night, your backup on the day game after the night game on Sunday. Mm-hmm. They're starting with the backup right out of the chute, which suggests that maybe they've gotten wise to the idea that Zach Gallen wants to throw to Herrera, or he's asked to throw to Herrera, or they've just seen the numbers for themselves and they're like, we'd be idiots if we didn't do something about this.
Well, here's your tease to that. In 31 1/3 innings that Gallen has pitched to Gabby so far this season, he's got a 6.89 earned run average. He's allowed 24 earned runs. 24 2/3 innings thrown to Jose Herrera, 2.92 ERA, 8 total earned runs allowed. That's a massive difference. That's an entire 3-run difference.
Given the struggles of Zach Gallen this year, I mean, relatively speaking, he's had a few good outings, but he's had a few really wonky outings. If that's some sort of a solution, you must try it. You must try it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention to the Arizona Cardinals. Sean Murphy Bunting is out for the year. We still don't know why. What we also don't know is what exactly the Cardinals are prepared to do about it. There are names out there. Are they interested in any of them? Mitch is in for Gambo. We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Memorial Day weekend is upon us, which means the deals going on at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. It's the best savings of the year. It's been going on all month, but if you've been waiting for actual Memorial Day weekend, here it is. $12,250 off a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, the best truck out there on the roads right now, or 5.9% financing for 84 months on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. How about this great lease deal on a GMC Terrain? Get a 2025 Terrain with only $29.95 down. You can lease it for only $359 a month for 36 months. All of these deals all weekend long at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend series for the Diamondbacks. How will they look when they get by the Memorial Day milepost? We'll discuss on Tuesday. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Friday, going into the long weekend. Troy Lavello joining us in about 15 minutes. Mitch Vareldis is filling in for Gambo today. Lauren's on the other side of the glass, I should say. Gambo is on his way to California for a baseball tournament for his son, who just won the state championship. So
Wait, they won the state championship?
They
That's
did.
crazy.
Yes, they did. There was a parade and everything.
In all seriousness, congrats to Q and the rest of Corona.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
They're on their way to California right now, so good luck to Q this weekend as well. Next week, we are going to be live out at Cardinals HQ for a broadcast for OTAs. I'll be really curious to see how different, even on the margins, the Cardinals roster looks when they open up OTAs. Because with the move yesterday of Sean Murphy-Bunting on the non-football injury list, he's out for the season. Mm-hmm. There was another move the Cardinals reportedly have made, releasing defensive lineman Ben Stilley. That leaves them with kind of 2 open roster spots going into the OTAs. You would think they don't want just random open roster spots. They want competition. They want guys. So it kind of suggests that something might be coming with either one of those guys. The organization hasn't announced either one of those moves, but per the transaction page, right, that's how we know that it's happened.
And Darren Urban, who writes for azcardinals.com, usually the key indicator for me is that when he reacts to some form of report in real time, that would indicate to me that it eventually is going to happen or be announced, but if Darren is tweeting about it / reporting about it, then I would imagine it to be true as opposed to false.
So what those moves are, I don't know. The Sean Murphy-Bunting thing, it happened right before our show started yesterday. We talked a lot about it yesterday. It was later reported by Josh Weinfuss of ESPN that the Cardinals did indeed know about Sean Murphy-Bunting's injury before the draft, which could explain why they drafted 2 corners, Denzel Burke in the 5th and, of course, Will Johnson in the 2nd. But they've also had time to be able to add a free agent corner if they wanted. I mean, this didn't happen yesterday. If Josh's reporting is true, they've had at least a month's worth of knowledge, and yet there are still plenty of corners out there that are unsigned that if they wanted to, if they were inclined to bring in some help, they could. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Are they inclined to bring in help? Or are they good with just trusting the kids to do the heavy lifting this year?
Maybe you could argue that's why they haven't done anything yet either, is perhaps they knew. Perhaps they wanted to see how the draft rolled out before they were just testing the free agent market willy-nilly. Because if you make any clear indications that you're looking for any sort of position before the draft, then that gives information to other teams that maybe feel differently about certain guys. Like, again, Will Johnson feels like the serendipitous pick of the entire draft, even if they were interested in adding a cornerback or not. The fact that he was in the second round to begin with we're still shocked by it. It feels like to this day.
Well, honestly, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. It was almost, it was luck to begin with that he was there in the second round.
Yeah.
But it was luck upon luck that you had a bigger need at corner than maybe we were even aware of in the moment. And you passed on Will Johnson in the first round and still took him in the second round. You know, like they knew what the cornerback situation was.
Right.
We didn't. And we all kind of were like, wow, they're drafting 2 corners this year, including one in the 5th round. Okay, hey, just throw as many bodies at it as you possibly can. Now that it's happened with the Murphy Bunting injury, we can look at it and go, okay, they knew, they were acting upon it, but boy, did they get lucky.
Like you can argue
Will Johnson was there in the second round, given this suddenly, maybe not a major pressing need, but more of a need than we thought, given that we didn't know the injury was there.
But you could also argue maybe they had tabs on Johnson to begin with, and Burke was more of the filling out the necessity of losing Sean Murphy Bunting as opposed to. But the fact that they got Johnson, it definitely gives a boost to the room, even if Sean Murphy Bunting was going to be healthy. Now that they know he's not, you have a guy that could realistically slot in as an immediate number 1. But some of the free agents out there, we've got all these different compiled lists. There's some pretty fair to decent options out there that could slot in.
There are some interesting names out there, and I got to admit, we emailed each other a bunch of ideas. There was a name on your list that I missed on my list.
Are you talking about the one at the top of that list?
I'm talking about the one at the top of the list, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I forgot about former Philadelphia Eagle James Bradberry. Forgot all about him.
They had to cut him due to cap casualty, plus they got the advantage of Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean working out so well.
Yeah.
So he's available.
I forgot all about him. Now, I'm not trying to go conspiracy theory, former Gannon guy,
They've brought in a few already.
There is a familiarity, right? They just spent big bucks to bring Josh Sweat in. So, there's certainly a familiarity there. He's older. He's 32 years old. The reason I forgot about him, honestly, was because we just kind of did a quick search yesterday.
Yeah.
And all I found were the top corners that were left on NFL.com's top 101 free agent list. Bradberry was not on that list. There were 4 corners. He wasn't one of them. But as soon as I saw your email today, I'm like, oh, yeah, him. I wonder, especially if you're looking for a veteran, someone to kind of add a little gravity to the room with a bunch of young kids in it. Somebody who doesn't necessarily have to play a lot. I don't think whoever you're bringing in, you're asking them to play a ton. You just want to give yourself a little veteran insurance and presence in the room, and that guy fits.
The way that we've learned this Cardinals defense to operate is that they don't like to just throw guys out there for 90%, let alone 85% of the plays. They like to do a lot of rotating. It keeps the guys fresh. Plus, it gives themselves the advantage of if a depth piece goes down, they've got the trust that somebody who's already been getting a decent amount of snaps can just go in there and do the job. James Bradberry, I would guess at this point in his career, fits that idea, fits that mold. The problem is if you look at his previous average annual value, there's a reason why the Eagles had to make him the cap casualty, 12.6 last year. Is he going to get that from somebody else? Probably not. But can the Cardinals at least make him an intriguing enough offer on like a 1-year, we need this veteran type of bravado in the room right now?
Like a lot of these names that we're about to throw at you, and some of them are similar to the ones we threw at you yesterday, but if you weren't listening to yesterday's show, maybe you haven't heard them. It's going to be like that for all of them. I mean, there's one of 2 reasons why most of these players are still available at this point in free agency. Either number one, they're too dinged up to financially commit to right now, or number 2, it's because they're asking for too much money, and you're just like staring them down saying, okay, as soon as your price tag comes down, we'll talk. But until your price tag comes down, we're not talking. There's no reason for, and I don't know which category Bradberry fits in, if he's either one of those guys. But that's when you talk about some of these names that we're looking at, whether it's Stephon Gilmore, whether it's former Cardinal Rasul Douglas, whether it's Mike Hilton, whether it's C.J. Henderson. I heard Wolf earlier talking about Shaquille Griffin and how he kind of likes Shaq Griffin as maybe an option who'd be out there. those are like Asante Samuel Jr., who we know had a visit with the Cardinals back when free agency started. There are other names. Emmanuel Mosley is out there. There are others as well. What is their asking price? And do the Cardinals, are they waiting those guys out to see if the price comes down?
You can categorize some of these guys too, like the vets, who are Bradbury, Kendall Fuller, Stephon Gilmore, Rasul Douglas, Mike Hilton. And then you can also group in the, I don't want to call them the Sean Murphy bunting group, but it's basically the group of guys that got drafted higher than what they've put out at the NFL level, right? So that's C.J. Henderson, right. That's Emmanuel Mosley, and that's Asante Samuel Jr. Guys who are still young enough to be able to contribute at a high level, but they didn't necessarily hit with their first team, or in Henderson's case, their
really
first, their second, or their third team.
You look at the list, the young guys are I don't want to call them busts, but they're certainly guys who haven't reached their full potential.
No.
Or they're older guys who are on their last leg. So if you're going to go shopping from this part of the store, what kind of cornerback are you looking at? And I don't know how you feel about this. I don't think the Cardinals have to do this. The room, it feels too young in that room. It feels like they need
average age of 24 when you subtract Sean Murphy bunting, by the way.
That's young.
11 guys.
Even though I'm a big believer in Max Melton, and I think he's going to have a big year. I'm a huge believer in Garrett Williams. Star Thomas has really held the fort down well. Of course, Will Johnson's very intriguing. There is something about having a been there, done that guy, just in case. I don't know if they have to do it, but I think we'd all feel a little bit better if they did.
Last thing I'll say is I think the one aspect that doesn't get looked at the most in Sean Murphy bunting being injured and now out is, does it raise the extra flag on Will Johnson, who had those injury concerns coming in? Cardinals trusted enough that he was going to be here. Does it put extra pressure on him just to be healthy as opposed to contributing at a high level right away?
The answer for me is yeah. I think it does a little bit. Maybe more so than we were expecting Will Johnson to have put on him. Like you took him and you thought, okay, you can slow play this a little bit with his injuries. Maybe you can't slow play this as much as we thought. When we come back on Burns and Gambo with Mitch filling in, what does the return of Justin Martinez do for the bullpen? Does Zach Gallen now have a personal catcher? We'll catch you up on the soap opera that is the Arizona Diamondbacks next on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. More often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100s instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers could also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save $10 when you spend $75 or more in one transaction. Simply clip your digital coupon and save $10 today. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A fresh series for the Diamondbacks begins tonight in St. Louis, and a key reinforcement is joining them there. Justin Martinez has been activated off the 15-day injured list by the Diamondbacks. Christian Montes de Oca has been sent down to AAA. Game 1 against the Cardinals in Busch Stadium. Zach Gallen will make the start for Arizona. He'll go against the righty Miles Michaelis. First pitch is at 5:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, the Pacers look to go up 2-0 on the Knicks. Game 2 from Madison Square Garden tips off at 5. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. And the Phoenix Mercury up in the Pacific Northwest to take on the Seattle Storm. Merc are looking to remain perfect to start the season and get win number 3. Tip-off tonight is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How will Justin Martinez perform in his return to the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen? We'll talk about that Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo with Mitch, filling in for Gambo today here on this Friday. Torey Lovello scheduled to join us in mere moments. As a matter of fact, I see Lauren on the other side of the glass. I believe she's having a conversation with him right now on the phone line, and we'll get him live from St. Louis here in just a moment.
Ask him about the barbecue, Lauren.
The barbecue?
She's distracted.
She's talking with Torey right now. But
they're talking about other things.
Diamondbacks in St. Louis right now to take on the Cardinals starting tonight, the first of 3 against St. Louis, and then the Diamondbacks are back home for the tail end of Memorial Day weekend. They open up a 3-game show. Are they going to get Paul Skeens in that series?
I believe it's lining up that way.
Okay, I wasn't sure about that. We were just stalling and filling time a little bit because we were waiting for the man. We've got him. It's time to talk to Torey Lovello.
Exclusive home of the D-backs. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
All right, Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks, in for his weekly visit with us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Torey, say hi to Mitch. He's filling in for Gambo today. Welcome. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Mitch, you're the man. Mitch usually picks up the phone for me. We say a quick hello a lot of the time. So
good
to be with you guys.
Torey and I have plenty of conversations in those pre-Burns and Gambo screenings. It's great.
All right, so Torey, in absence of the mad Italian who's not here today, I feel like it's my duty to ask you the Italian question. where does a member of the National Italian American Foundation honoree, where does he eat in an off day in St. Louis when he goes to the Hill? Just in case the next time I'm in St. Louis and I want the very best Italian restaurant on the Hill in St. Louis, where do you go? Because if you don't know, nobody knows.
I'll tell you, I didn't even – last night we got in and I basically just holed up, started reading and went to sleep. So that was my night last night, believe it or not. That sounds boring. I didn't go to the Hill, nor have I ever been to the Hill. What? Can you believe that? A friend of mine delivers some cannolis from one of the pastry shops there. He brings them down directly to me here in the clubhouse. So that's as close as I get to the Hill. I am embarrassed to say. I'm so sorry.
Cambo right now is driving to California and shaking his head. He can't believe it.
I think he just swerved off the road.
I think he might have. Yeah,
no doubt.
I think he might have. All right, let's talk about the news with the Justin Martinez activation off the injured list and kind of get right into the nuts and bolts of this. How do you anticipate using him, at least at first, now that you've got him?
Yeah, I've had some discussions with a lot of people around me about that very topic, and I'll eventually get to the pitching coaches here in the next couple of minutes. He'll pitch on the back end, but to insert him in the extreme back end, it's probably a 50-50 ball. We got to get him back in there, get him back into his groove, and eventually he's going to take over, portions of that bullpen that we have always anticipated that he's going to be very good at. But it's so good to see him back in the clubhouse. He's got a great spirit about him. He threw the ball extremely well there in Reno. So it was a worst-kept secret. I kind of let it out of the bag a couple days ago that he was basically on his way here. So we're really excited to have him.
In a general sense, what does adding a high-leverage arm like Justin Martinez do for the bullpen as a whole, even if he's not immediately thrown into the fire tonight?
I think it's got to be uplifting for that group. It's certainly uplifting for the team, but that specifically that group, you go from somebody like Christian Montes de Oca, who's going to be a fine pitcher in this system for a long time, gets his first call up, and he's just going to be down there for emergency kind of lengthish in case things really blow up. And you exchange him for somebody that's been fairly proven on the very back end. It's bound to give you a big boost, and that's what the anticipation is. I think as a group, as a smaller group, the bullpen pieces go, when you see that guy walk down there, everybody's been bumped up, probably a roll, maybe sometimes two rolls. It's going to be a relief. It was a Paul Sewald effect of getting him back or getting him in that trade in 23. Everybody kind of fell down a roll into a more familiar place that they can go and help us win games out of the bullpen.
Understanding you've got conversations still to have with pitching coaches and whatnot, how many outings do you think it would take for Justin to start seeing him move up the ladder a little bit?
Probably a half an outing. If we see what we like in the mid outing, we'll be like, okay, here we go. It's going to be the next one for me. You know what I mean? It's like we're human beings. We see 3 or 4 good pitches, and we're watching the same thing everybody's watching at home, and everybody's watching in the stands, and you can tell right away when a guy's back in his groove and he's feeling very good. So we're going to allow that to happen, and as soon as we see it with our own eyes, and a portion of that was done in Reno, but as soon as we see it here in the highly competitive spirit of a big league game, we're gonna probably make that adjustment.
Tori, I want to transition from the bullpen to the guy that's going to be on the mound tonight. But in addition, I want to bring in the guy that's going to be his battery mate, and by number sense, has been a much better battery mate for Gallen in the starts this year and last year as well. Is there some sort of personal catcher vibe going on between Gallen and Herrera, or are you just playing the cards based on how the stats have gone so far this year?
Well, I'm trying to put everybody, that's my job, put everybody in the right position to be successful. So I can manipulate lineups. I can pinch hit for guys. I can make sure that I'm going to put a catcher in there that I know works very well with Zach Gallen. It's not to say that Gabby doesn't. Gabby's a tremendous student of the game, and he's still learning and growing. But I just felt like, based on some of the things that I see, and I see how well they work together, it's definitely something that I wanted to examine today for sure.
Do you envision this being permanent going forward?
I'm not sure. I'll probably have more conversations directly with Zach and Hosey throughout the course of the next 4 days after this outing to see how everything went. And it's part of my job. I go out there and just ask very general questions about what did they do together, what worked, and you'll be able to tell quickly if they're in sync. And if they are, of course, it's going to be something that I would strongly consider in the future. But I don't want to have these arranged marriages. I want every pitcher to be able to throw to any catcher at any time. If it gets to that point, I have done it. You can go to Jeff Mathis, as far back as Jeff Mathis and Zach Greinke. That was a great relationship. I will do it, but I want to make sure that I examine it and pay as much attention to it before I make that decision.
Torey Lovullo is our guest here for his weekly visit on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us live from St. Louis. D-backs and the Cardinals coming up 5:15 tonight. Independent of the catcher conversation, from your perspective, what have you diagnosed with what has been a very uneven year for Zach so far? What are you seeing with your eyes? What are your coaches seeing with Zach so far this year?
Yeah, the walk percentage is uncharacteristically higher than we've seen it. It's more of a mindset where he can't throw the ball where he wants, but he's trying to make a perfect pitch in those outings that hasn't worked so well. So we know Zach is very capable of following a great game plan, making adjustments, subtle adjustments off of that, and then just going to work. He's had a couple of really good outings. I go back to the New York Yankee outing where he was virtually unhittable. So we know what he's capable of doing, following a game plan and putting the ball on the plate. Zach can hit lines. When you look at the box on TV, we do the same thing when we're watching video in between innings. He can put a ball on all four lines. So to go out there and put the ball where he wants to and follow a game plan, I think that's going to be his biggest strength. And when he does that, he has a lot of success.
Have you officially gotten to the part of the program right now where trying to figure out this Jordan Lawler thing is becoming more of a puzzle night in and night out in terms of his play, where to put him, who to take out, and how it's all going to function? Because I'm sure it hasn't been easy. And moving forward, it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier until he starts to swing the bat a little bit better. But that doesn't come without regular playing time. Is the puzzle getting kind of challenging when it comes to Jordan?
That's a good question. There's certain things that I think a lot about. This is one of them. How can I get him in there to continue watching him grow and learn and get those opportunities? And, look, I know Gambo had asked me this question a couple of weeks ago. When is Jordan Lawler going to get here? Because he is ready to go out and execute and play the game at a high level to help you win baseball games. That's where we got to trust what's going on with the word from AAA, that there's still some building blocks. There's still things that he's still figuring out. It's not a perfect game. He is going to be an unbelievable big league player when it eventually happens every day, when he can come out and help us win games. But for right now, his development and the portion of his development is going to take place at the big league level, and the 3 to 4 times a week is probably what we can handle, because we have really good players that play the same position as him, and Gino, Perdomo, and Marte. So it is a little bit of a challenge, but we want to see this thing through and give him some bites at the apple to watch him go out there and perform and get better every single day.
Torey, last one for me. I want to ask you about one of your bullpen arms that in the recent history has been a reliable option for you, but this year it's just not been the same with the numbers. Ryan Thompson, I'm just curious what you guys are seeing from him that's different from what he was able to do in 23 and 24, because it is just, on the surface, it's not seeming to click right now for him.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a grind. This game's hard. This game is a really hard game. And, once again, when you're confident and you're really pushing forward and you're put into good situations and you have success, you just continue to build that confidence day by day. And it has a reverse effect. When things don't go so well, there's portions of the game that you start to bog down with, and your emotions are real. So, and watching him do his work, nothing's changed. He's out there working his tail off, trying to make good moments happen. He just can't find the zone with all of his pitches, whether it's a two-seam fastball or a slider. That's been the biggest challenge for him. For me, if I'm digging down a little bit deeper, it is the slider. He needs to throw the slider with more consistency. It's got to be a strike-to-ball pitch. You got to be able to throw it strike-to-strike. And it's just been a little bit wobbly, and he's been predictable in that space, because once you can't throw the slider for strikes, a big league hitter knows it, and they can really line up the two-seam fastball.
Enjoy those cannolis. Good luck in St. Louis. We'll see you guys when you get home. Okay, Torey?
All right, boys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skip.
Manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We appreciate him coming on for his weekly visit here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, first of all, let me remind you, because this is a great event that we have coming up all summer long. You can get $30 concert tickets to select shows at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater. That includes Kesha. That includes Slightly Stupid with Erasure, Nelly, The Offspring with Jimmy Eat World, Little Big Town, Big Time Rush, Judas Priest, Alice Cooper, and more. So make it a summer of live music with your $30 ticket to summer, on sale now at livenation.com/ticket to summer. So how soon until Justin Martinez is put in a safe situation? Sooner than we might have expected after that conversation. That's next on Arizona Sports.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Global Credit Union with their locations all across the valley and the fact that they offer everything a bank does, but they are most certainly not a bank. Their membership is what makes Global Credit Union so strong. It is definitely the place for you to do your banking. It's where I do mine because I just love the benefits that come with Global Credit Union that you're just not going to find at a traditional bank. There are so many benefits. My favorite, and it happens every other Friday. Today, it's payday for you. Direct deposit. You've got it set up with your employer, right? You wake up on a Friday morning and boom, there's your paycheck. At Global Credit Union, okay, you could wait until Friday to use that money, but if you needed to use it Thursday, if you needed to use it 3 days in advance, you can with Global Credit Union. Access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days earlier. You earned it. It's your money. You should be able to use it. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, the third member of the Burns and Gambo Show team, whom we have yet to hear from today. Lauren on the other side of the glass. Gambo's off today. Mitch is filling in for Gambo. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys. We're a little trio today.
Cool shirt, by the way.
Thanks.
The King. Any significance to the King of Hearts? Just no.
No, just thought it was a cool shirt.
Saw a shirt in a thrift shop, and you're like, yeah.
That was it.
Give me that.
As simple as that.
Yeah, it was pretty much.
You're also the third person to compliment me on my shirt
It's a
today.
cool shirt.
Thank you.
I love it when you get a compliment on a shirt, right?
It means you made a good choice.
It means you chose well. You chose well, Lauren. Good job. Now let's see if you chose as well with the poll question today.
Ooh.
Let's see if you chose as well with the question as you did with the shirt.
All right. Well, you be the judge of that.
Okay.
Because we're asking, first time a save opportunity is presented for the Diamondbacks this weekend against the Cardinals. Who should get the baseball? Is it Shelby Miller, Justin Martinez, Kevin Ginkel, or Jalen Beeks?
Well, given that we know who the manager is going to pick, I'm going to side with the manager because that was also going to be my pick, Justin Martinez.
I think it should be Shelby one more time. One more time. Just to make sure, J-Mart, everything's working right and everything's okay and the velocity's good and all that stuff. But just one time. One time and one time only, and then it's back to Justin Martinez. So if it's the first time there's a save opportunity, Shelby.
To your point yesterday, Bernsey, I will never stare closer at the miles per hour counter on the TV
Seriously,
than I will.
Tonight, I will never... I swear I will not be watching that more hawk-like than I am tonight. If Justin Martinez is pitched, like just where's the miles per hour? Find it on the little score bug and watch it every single time. Every single time. Yep, no doubt.
And 60% of our audience is going with Justin Martinez.
Smart
they want to see
audience.
what he's got. Oh, yeah, 60% siding with you, Mitch. 32% going with Shelby Miller. 6% going with Kevin Ginkel. And 2% going with Jalen Beeks.
This is what Tori said. Thank you, Lauren. This is what Tori said about it a moment ago on our show.
Yeah, I've had some discussions with a lot of people around me about that very topic, and I'll eventually get to the pitching coaches here in the next couple of minutes. He'll pitch on the back end, but to insert him in the extreme back end, it's probably a 50-50 ball. We got to get him back in there, get him back into his groove, and eventually he's going to take over, portions of that bullpen that we have always anticipated that he's going to be very good at. But it's so good to see him back in the clubhouse. He's got a great spirit about him. He threw the ball extremely well there in Reno. So it was the worst kept secret. I kind of let it out of the bag a couple days ago that he was basically on his way here. So we're really excited to have him.
But then later, too, and we'll get to this a little later on in the show because Lauren's kind of trying to turn and burn this sound here. But two other things that Tori said about the return of Justin Martinez that really stood out to me. Number one, the comparisons to Paul Sewald and how when they acquired Sewald at the trade deadline a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, how it just naturally put everybody in their correct slot and how this could have the same effect. And then number two, when I asked him, okay, if he's in a medium or kind of somewhat high leverage situation, how many outings until you put him into the highest of leverage situations? He's like a half of an outing.
That was my favorite.
It was about three
Probably
or four pitches.
Half an outing. We see what we like in the mid outing. We'll be like, okay, here we go. It's gonna be the next one for me. It's you know what I mean. It's like we're human beings. We see 3 or 4 good pitches, and we're watching the same thing everybody's watching at home, and everybody's watching in the stands, and you can tell right away when a guy's back in his groove and he's feeling very good. So we're going to allow that to happen, and as soon as we see it with our own eyes, and a portion of that was done in Reno, but as soon as we see it here in the highly competitive spirit of a big league game, we're gonna probably make that adjustment.
Quick side note: that's why she's the best producer that there is, because she was able to turn that literally we talked to him 10 minutes ago.
Turn and burn.
And boom, it's ready to go.
It's Lauren's nickname, turn and burn.
It's interesting that he's taking this approach now. Because remember at the beginning of the year, he didn't want to name staunchly a closer.
It's a really
and now
good
here
observation.
We are in a situation. It's like J-Mart's back. He's going to be it.
That's a brilliant observation. Like desperate times, old Tory was like, yeah, we'll see, like matchups and, we'll kind of. Now with how bad that bullpen. Oh, yeah.
Oh, please. Justin, please.
Half an inning in, he's like, he's back. Okay, fine. You're the guy. Take it. You're the guy. Because desperate times do call for. And maybe Tori should have been that desperate about it to start. I don't think Tori's wishy-washiness about who the closer was at the start of the season is the thing that cost them saves. I mean, I think it might have contributed to some of it because there wasn't like a set order or a set plan. I know some Diamondback fans do not agree with that. They think that his wishy-washiness was the thing that led them. I think what's led to them blowing saves recently is they just don't have the dudes. You know, it's Ryan Thompson.
Right.
It's they haven't had the arms. Early on in the season, before they lost J Mart and before they lost AJ Puck, yeah, okay, maybe some of the blown saves there were from a lack of a plan. But think about it. Those two guys went out awfully early in the season. I mean, they'd only been playing for, 3 weeks?
I mean,
maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks
Justin
before they
didn't
lost
even make
both of them?
through April before the whole shoulder fatigue thing popped up after the Miami series, and then it was after that he was barely there. AJ Puck was gone long before then. And that was that point in time where we're wondering, all right, well, Justin keeps dealing with this fatigue. They've lost AJ. Like, they need Justin. And Justin was so far down with his velocity that it was almost that they had to do something about it. The other thing that exacerbates it, Burnsy, and I was looking this up just to confirm what I had thought, 27 save opportunities for the Diamondbacks as a team this year. That's the most in baseball, tied with the Dodgers. They converted 17 of those, which, not great. But at the same time, for all the times that they've had to be put in a save opportunity to not have your two highest leverage arms, that creates that disparity.
But to your point, and it's a good one, I also don't want to sit here and make excuses for Torrey and say, well, you know, it's all injury based and everything like that. It is, and it's a really good observation by you. It's a very different tone coming from the manager about how these games are going to be finished. Now, if AJ Puck was available too, maybe we'd still get the matchup line. But as of right now, it's very much as soon as he's ready, he's back.
Yep.
He's going to be the closer. And that is that. And that's very different from the start of the season. And maybe he kind of learned that he needed to adapt that. He needed to change it. It's a good point. Good
and if he's got that miles per hour difference immediately, it's just going to be a huge weight is off of everybody's shoulders.
Well, yeah, and that's why, to Lauren's point and what we were talking about yesterday, all eyes on the little score bug tonight. If you're watching the game, if Justin Martinez comes in, how hard is he throwing? How fast is he throwing? Where's the fastball? Where's the split?
Need the little flame graphic.
Where's the miles
MPH
per hour?
across.
Right. And, of course, if you're listening on the radio, I'm sure Chris Garagiola will do an outstanding job of telling you how fast each pitch was. Now, when we come back here on Burns and Gambo, the other pitching conversation when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks, Zach Gallen making the start tonight against a former team of his. Is it a very important start for Zach Gallen this evening? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo. Mitch filling in.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Homeowners, listen up. If you need a new roof, I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company. Not a big business, but the second largest roofer in Arizona, third-generation roofers from grandfather to father to son. Right now, JLC Roofing is offering our listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount. If you need a new roof, now's the time to get one from JLC Roofing and save $1,500. Now, they do it all. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. They'll help you pick out the perfect underlayment, and they even offer free estimates. For some of you out there, you may just need a repair, not a new roof. That's why the free estimates come in handy. Maybe you'll only spend hundreds instead of thousands by having them identify what could be wrong with your roof. Give them a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go online for more information at jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A fresh series for the Diamondbacks begins tonight in St. Louis, and a key reinforcement is joining them. Justin Martinez has been activated off the 15-day injured list by the Diamondbacks. Christian Montes de Oca has been sent down to AAA. Game 1 against the Cardinals in Busch Stadium. Zach Gallen makes the start for Arizona. He'll go against the right-hander Miles Michaelis. First pitch is at 5:15. Pregame coverage starts at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, the Pacers look to go up 2-0 on the Knicks. Game 2 from Madison Square Garden tips off at 5. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. And the Phoenix Mercury, they're up in the Pacific Northwest to face the Seattle Storm. Merc are looking to remain perfect to start the season and get win number 3. Tip-off is tonight at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Reviewing the Diamondbacks' first 50 games of missed opportunities but evident potential, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a 5th-tier receiver in the NFL, according to PFF's Trevor Sikkema. And Justin Martinez returns from the 15-day IL for the D-backs. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Mitch Varell, this is filling in for Gambo. Today, we've got Monday off with Memorial Day. I hope everybody has a nice, safe, fun, relaxing Memorial Day weekend out there. Enjoy the weather. We're on the precipice of it getting very, very, very intolerably hot around here.
Yes.
It's not going to happen quite yet this weekend, right? Like, it's going to be warm, but it's not going to be scorching out there. So enjoy it while you can before it gets super hot. And it's always a pleasure to have Mitch filling in for Gambo today. But we'll all be back on Tuesday. Mitch, if you would, share with the folks again who might just be getting in their car, who didn't hear it when we swung past it in the 2 o'clock hour, the numbers for Zach Gallen when Gabby Moreno catches him versus when Jose Herrera catches him, please.
So Gabriel Moreno, who I think we all agree to be one of the best defensive catchers in baseball, maybe the best catcher on this baseball team, far none. When he is catching games by Zach Gallen in 2025, 6 of them, as a matter of fact, 31 and a third innings. Zach Gallen has a 6.89 ERA. That's good for 24 earned runs. In the 4 games that Jose Herrera has caught Zach Gallen, that's 24 and 2/3 innings, 8 earned runs allowed, good for a 2.92 ERA. If you're one to round up, basically think of it like this. Zach Gallen allows 3 runs every time Jose Herrera is catching him, He allows 7 every time Gabby is catching him.
Now, you know, we're responsible broadcasters here on the Burns and Gambo show. At least we
you
like
may be.
Well,
I'm still learning.
At least we like to think that we are. We're not trying to suggest that that is the only reason why Zach Gallen has had this uneven year. And I think it should also be noted that one of Zach Gallen's best starts of the year came when Gabby Moreno was his catcher against the New York Yankees.
13 strikeouts.
It's the 13 punch-out day where his old, Uncle Charlie curveball was working really, really nicely that day in the Bronx. So
Uncle didn't need the cane that day.
Exactly. So it's not like every great outing has been caught by Jose Herrera and every bad outing has been caught by Gabby Moreno. That being said, it wasn't last week. I think it was 2 weeks ago that we asked Tori about this, and this was still kind of in the early stages of it. And he's like, not really thinking about that much. Zach Gallen hasn't really come to me and said, hey, I want this to happen or anything. Jose Herrera is the starting catcher today for the Diamondbacks. And in the opener of a series, given how there's like you point out, a clear distinction between who the number 1 and who the number 2 catcher is on this roster. I mean, there's no gray area here. That, to me, is a pretty kind of strong statement and an endorsement of, okay, let's see if there's something here. Let's see, because they need to get Zach Gallen on the right path. And if this is what it takes to jumpstart him getting on the right path, they probably should have done it a week ago, if we're being honest about it.
And if you're not going to be one to overreact to just 4 outings with Jose and 6 with Gabby this season, Goldschmidt happens, who was kind enough to pull up the stats so I didn't have to, even had the stats for last year. 15 outings with Gabby, 70 and 2/3 innings. It was still a 4.58 ERA. With Jose, 10 games, 54 and a third innings, 2.82. I don't want to assume too much, but there's now 2 years worth of evidence of this, of he works better when Jose Herrera is his catcher.
Yeah, and in a year where, I mean, look, most years for Zach Gallen, he's good enough that you don't feel like it matters that much. This is not that year. This hasn't been that year for Zach Gallen so far. It's been a really, I keep using the word uneven. I mean, I don't want to say it's been awful. It hasn't been bad. He's had his fair share of really good starts, but it's been inconsistent and it's been all over the place. And the outing against Colorado, maybe that was the breaking point for Torrey and the pitching staff. Maybe that was the moment of almost like surrender to it. Okay, like you're gonna be that shaky against Colorado. I ain't got no choice. Let's try it this way.
Gabby did catch that game for what it's worth.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. And this is what Torrey said when you asked him if Zach Gallen is getting himself an assigned catcher.
Well, I'm trying to put everybody, that's my job, put everybody in the right position to be successful. So I can manipulate lineups. I can pinch hit for guys. I can make sure that I'm going to put a catcher in there that I know works very well with Zach Gallen. It's not to say that Gabby doesn't. Gabby's a tremendous student of the game, and he's still learning and growing. But I just felt like, based on some of the things that I see and I see how well they work together, it's definitely something that I wanted to examine today for sure.
So your follow-up was, is this now a permanent arrangement?
I'm not sure. I'll probably have more conversations directly with Zach and Jose throughout the course of the next 4 days after this outing to see how everything went. And it's part of my job. I go out there and just ask very general questions about what did they do together, what worked, and you'll be able to tell quickly if they're in sync. And if they are, of course, it's going to be something that I would strongly consider in the future. But I don't want to have these arranged marriages. I want every pitcher to be able to throw to any catcher at any time. If it gets to that point, I have done it. You can go to Jeff Mathis, as far back as Jeff Mathis and Zach Greinke. That was a great relationship. I will do it, but I want to make sure that I examine it and pay as much attention to it before I make that decision.
I'm glad he was at least acknowledging of Zach and Jeff, because that was the only time, I think, in Torey's tenure that he favored a pitcher having a preferred catcher. Because if you remember, Zach, when he signed here in 2016, it was not great at all. It wasn't even close to the good years that we got with Zach. Then they signed Jeff, and Jeff, one of the better defensive catchers that has played for the Diamondbacks for my money, basically revolutionizes Zach and turns him into the guy that they were spending all this money on. And if this is what it needs to be, then do it. Is my easy take on this. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Yeah, and that is an easy take on it. And I don't think anybody would say, "Oh no, you can't do the personal catcher thing." Hell yeah, you can do the personal catcher thing.
Yeah.
Now you know where it gets problematic is if it's multiple guys who need personal catchers. If you've got 3 guys on the staff who need them, even 2 guys on the staff who needs them, because it's just not always going to work that way. And maybe for some, maybe Torey was hemming and hawing about the question about whether it's permanent or not. Maybe they're just looking to kind of jumpstart Zach Gallen into being Zach Gallen. And if that requires a few straight starts of him working exclusively to Jose Herrera to kind of whatever it is that's off target to get him back on target, maybe that's all it's going to take. But as long as he's the only one on staff who requires this, do
if
it.
You get Gabby for 4 out of every 5, that's a good thing.
That's what you were going to do anyway, right? Like that's probably about what you were aiming for the most part anyway with Gabby Moreno. And how Gabby feels about it, I don't know. I didn't get the impression from that answer, maybe you did, but I didn't, that Zach asked for this, that Zach went to Torey and wanted this.
I don't get that impression either, but I would have to think if Zach is very cognizant of his outings, that he's at least got it in the back of his mind, right? Like, he allowed 6 runs to the Colorado Rockies, 4 home runs. It's not entirely on the catcher. It's very much Zach's responsibility to pitch better against the worst team in baseball. But if you have an included an inherent advantage by who your catcher is, you take that 9 times out of 9, not even getting to the 10th.
Zach is absolutely the guy who has earned enough equity with this organization to be able to walk into Torey's office and say, I want to throw to Jose Herrera.
Yeah.
And not be a jerk about it, not be like a prima donna about it, but just
for the success of the team.
Just say, hey, for now, can I just try this to see if I can? And again, it doesn't sound like that's how it went down. Maybe I should have asked Torey a more direct question about that, but I didn't just get the impression in playing back those answers that it did. But there's no reason it couldn't have gone down like that if that's what Zach Gallen wanted. Merrill Kelly's earned that right. Hell, I think Corbin Burns, given his history,
it matches his pay grade, I would think.
Right, like is a guy who can go in there. Brandon Pfaadt, no.
Not yet.
Ryan Nelson, no. Eduardo Rodriguez, no. You know what I mean? Like it takes a certain... And that's, class warfare and privilege. Okay, well, that's life. Some guys have just earned that and other guys haven't. That's how it goes.
Last thing I want to mention, because it's another weird quirk with Gallen. In the games that he's pitched against not the New York market, so removing the 3 starts against the New York teams, he's allowed 30 runs this year. Against the New York markets, he's allowed 2 in 3 games.
So can we just, somehow convince him he's in New York tonight?
Or does he rise to the occasion of a former organization, one that he grew up
Cardinals,
with?
Yeah, Cardinals drafted him, and then ultimately he got shipped to the Marlins before he got traded here. I don't know. But interesting and something to keep an eye on tonight for sure. Now, when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, well, first of all, since we're talking about the Diamondbacks, Arizona Sports Half Day Club coming up next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Pirates. Is that, Lauren, is that when Paul Skeens is pitching? Paul Skeens is pitching the day game at Chase Field?
So you're telling me you can spend $9.87 to go see the Diamondbacks and Paul Skeens?
Paul Skeens versus Zach Gallen for $9.87.
Where do I sign up?
Well, here's how you do it. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link so you can grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. Must-see pitching matchup. Text the word half to 620-620. Is this whole NBA playoff thing, over? Because, boy, it kind of feels like it's over. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes. It's gone. Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for one of my favorite local businesses, V's Barbershop, because they are truly a one of a kind. They opened their first V's Barbershop in Arcadia just about 25 years ago, a little more than 25 years ago. And that original location, people would come from far and wide to get their haircut there, including yours truly, who would drive in all the way from Gilbert into Arcadia just to go to V's Barbershop. Why? Their barbers were that good. The quality level was that high. The experience was that unique. So it's been a treat watching them grow and knowing I don't have to drive now all the way from Gilbert to Arcadia just to get to my haircut. They're all over the place, but nothing has changed. The barbers are still the very best. The experience is still totally unique, and the history there of taking your kids and the big boy haircut and all that, it's still all a part of the experience. It's all baked in at V's Barbershop. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, you don't need to. Just go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger, or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll find out if the Suns found their new head coach over the holiday weekend. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo. Mitch filling in for Gambo on this Friday afternoon. Oklahoma City. That was the tease. That was the question. Is it the way they've played so far in this series? Kellen tweeted this out last night, your co-host on Arizona Sports at Night, and I hadn't really thought of it like this in this way, but it's a good way to start the conversation. Was Denver like the NBA's last chance to stop Oklahoma City before it got out of control? You know, like I hate to use a wildfire analogy because we're going into wildfire season, but like you've got a chance to contain it, you know, and snuff it out before it really hits this big acreage and it's just going to get out of control.
Yep.
Feels like watching Oklahoma City play. It's hit the acreage. It's hit the real flammable pine needles and whatever, and this thing's just like burning out of control. Where Oklahoma City, I don't know who's going to beat them with the way they defend. I just don't know where it's going to come from.
So in their last 3 games, they've kind of approached it the same way, right? Like they either have enough of a lead or some slim amount of a lead through the first half of play, and you're thinking, oh, okay, so we're going to get a game here. We're going to get something nice. We're going to get something enjoyable to watch. And that, not to say that what Oklahoma City does is unenjoyable to watch, but then the second half begins and it's like, oh my gosh, they just smother, they just abuse, they get out and run. As soon as they force a transition, as soon as they force a fast break, as soon as they force a turnover, they just get out and running, and it's almost impossible to stop. To use your wildfire analogy again, it just spreads and then it grows, and then to the point where it's like I can't deal with this anymore. The fact that Denver was able to even force them to 7 games just feels like a miracle right now.
It does,
based on the other 6 wins that the Thunder have gotten.
And I had a lot greater faith in Minnesota, and it's not. You know, I know Dante,
it's not over. It's not
you
over.
know, and it's. I feel like
fat lady, slow down. Hold on.
I have to do the thing and make the official public service announcement. You know, Dante DiVincenzo played the cliche card last night. They say it's not a series until the home team loses a game. Okay, fine. Minnesota, and if they come back and they win Game 3, which they're more than capable of doing, then maybe we'll all look at this and say, okay, we were overreacting in the moment. But, I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander clearly motivated by getting that MVP trophy last night. He was unbelievable in the third quarter. He was unbelievable during that run. But more than anything, to your point about the smothering, I mean, they have completely snuffed out Minnesota's offense almost to the point of a lack of recognition. And if you don't think it's bothering them, if you don't think it's getting to them, keep in mind Anthony Edwards last night, one of the most chatty, talkative, loquacious guys in the NBA.
Didn't want to say much.
Didn't want to speak to the media last night after the game, which I think spoke kind of volumes about how bad it's been for them. Like, he doesn't even want to talk to anybody after this game because it's been so thorough.
So one of the calling cards of Oklahoma City is their ability to force turnovers, right? On this 3-game winning streak, we'll call it, that they're on right now. 22 turnovers for Denver. Game 1 against Minnesota, 17 turnovers for the Wolves. And then last night, 14 turnovers for the Wolves. It's just impossible, it feels like, at times. When they put out that small ball lineup, or they have just one of Hartenstein or Holmgren out there, and they've got all these other guards that are just flying around and throwing their hands at you, I don't know how you're supposed to overcome it if your offense isn't clicking. Like, Julius Randle was 2 of 11 last night. Anthony Edwards shot horribly in the first 3 quarters of this one, and he finished 1 of 9 from 3. You can't have that if you expect to win a series, because once you get to that point where you're not contributing at all on offense, they'll just swarm around you and end it.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like it's just a this year thing either for Oklahoma City, and this is where maybe things get a little I don't know how the league feels. I have a guess on how the league feels about this. Oklahoma City, you pointed out in your email today, they have the 6th most cap space in the NBA.
Cap space. They're already into the first apron for what it's worth.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the ability to do even more. They've got draft picks galore. They really haven't flexed yet their power that they've got. Like, they've got a tremendous amount of wiggle room and spending opportunities, and all. They got one of the best general managers, if not the best general manager in the NBA, who's kind of running the show there. Gambo and I 2 days ago had the dynasty conversation. Oklahoma City might lay waste to this idea, 7 different champions in 7 years. Okay, I hope you enjoyed it, because here comes the next NBA dynasty. And I know it's, again, presumptuous to make this claim after 2 basketball games, 3 basketball games. But if this is how it's going to be, and knowing it could just get better, this might be the next dynasty in the NBA. They might win 3 of the next 4 of the next 6, whatever it is that it takes until they burn this thing out a little bit.
And look, if you want to compare it to how some of the other teams in the West that are contenders fared this year and how it compares to what Oklahoma City has the ability to do to keep this thing going, Houston might be the only other one with a case in terms of they're not necessarily spending a ton of money compared to the rest of the field, but they're probably going to go star shopping this summer, if we had to guess. The Lakers, spending a ton of money. Nuggets, trying to avoid every possible apron, but they're still spending a ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers, spending money. Minnesota, spending nearly as much money as the Suns. Like, Oklahoma City is seemingly in a league of their own, where they're making the most of all of these absolute hits of draft picks that they got, these absolute steals of trades that they got for the likes of Alex Caruso and then signing Isaiah Hartenstein. They're going to keep this going for a while.
Yeah.
To your point, I hope we get used to it because it's probably going to be the way of the league.
Now, what I don't know is how the league feels about a dynasty being based in Oklahoma City.
Oh.
You and I and Lauren, we were talking about this at the end of yesterday's show. About if it is, and the Pacers are just up 1-0. That series could change tonight, with Game 2.
Right.
But if it's going to be the Pacers and the Thunder in the NBA Finals, it's got the potential to be one of the lowest rated finals in NBA history.
100%.
I was listening to the morning show talk about this, and as usual, the guys brought up a really good point about how if it is the lowest rated finals or one of the lowest rated playoffs in NBA history, the league only has itself to blame in that its media partners, if it's not LeBron and it's not Steph and it's not KD, they're just not talking about it very much. And ESPN especially is the most guilty of it. If I see one more time on my TV screen another conversation about who's the GOAT, LeBron or Michael, like it's just an automatic, okay, I'm not watching, done. And I know it's playing the hits, and I know it appeals to casual basketball fans, and I understand they probably don't think that SGA sells or that Tyrese Halliburton sells, but if you get a low-rated NBA Finals because you're just so obsessed with shoving LeBron and KD and Steph down our throats on a daily basis, it's your fault, man. I mean, that's your fault for doing that.
Bernsey, it's gotten so bad. They spent 5 minutes a couple of weeks ago talking about how the Lakers have an opening for their lead strength and conditioning coach and trainer.
Yeah.
On ESPN. They're talking about a job opening for a position to train LeBron and Luka. Are you kidding me?
We're getting quotes from Michael Jordan's agent on the LeBron Jordan. It's like, I know. I'm like, I was at the gym and I saw that on my screen. I'm like, God, are you serious? Like, we're still doing this? We're after all this, we've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, great player, just won the MVP, but he plays in Oklahoma City. Tyrese Halliburton doing something that, teams just don't do, but he plays in Indianapolis. It's at some point the league is going to have to embrace this idea that your stars are playing in these markets, and you better figure out a way to make them more appealable and attractable, because if you don't, then this is what you're going to get. You're going to get bad ratings.
You're going to continue to lose viewership. You're going to continue to lose attention. Like, as long as you keep holding on to this old head part of the league that still exists, you're not going to be able to embrace the new part of the league that's coming in, and you're going to lose viewership and attention and new fans because of it.
Jordan Lawler has not delivered offensively since joining the big league club. It's not all his fault. He's not playing all that often. Is he going too soon? And then what happens if he doesn't? That's next on Burns and Gambo Show with Mitch filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray might be the absolute world's best flag football quarterback. Now, I don't know if that's what we want Kyler Murray's end goal to be. It's like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker being Olympic champions. Woo! And then don't even make the play-in.
That's going to pay dividends for the Suns this year.
Right,
they got
exactly.
a taste of winning a championship together.
Exactly. But if you have watched flag football, elusivity is everything. The ability to just juke. And who's better than Kyler Murray at that?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it could affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A fresh series for the Diamondbacks begins tonight in St. Louis, and a key reinforcement is joining them. Justin Martinez. He's been activated off the 15-day injured list by the D-backs. Christian Montes de Oca has been sent down to AAA. Game 1 against the Cardinals in Busch Stadium. Zach Gallen will make the start for Arizona. He'll go against the right-hander Miles Michaelis. First pitch is at 5:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals coming up later tonight. You've got the Pacers and the Knicks, with the Pacers 1-0 lead thanks to that overtime thriller of a victory back on Wednesday. Tip-off is at 5. You can listen to it on ESPN 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will the Suns have a head coach by the time we're back from the long weekend? We'll be reacting to the latest Suns coaching news Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
My guess would be no, but you never know.
What about Final 3?
We might have a Final 3 by the time we get back from the long weekend. But a coach?
They don't have any competition right now, which is nice.
There's
Although
zero rush.
You could argue that David Adelman in Denver, who, if you missed it, they took the interim tag off. They made him the regular guy.
Mm-hmm.
Does he kind of like overhaul his staff, and does he choose from the pool of candidates that are interviewing for the head job at the Suns?
I mean, most of them are lead assistants with established programs. That seems like a pretty lateral move to go be a lead assistant for somebody else's elite program when you've already got that with a guy you like working for.
Would you rather be head coach of the Suns team that doesn't necessarily have great optics around it right now and has a really busy offseason ahead of them, or would you rather coach with Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just it depends on your. I assume that anybody by now who is interviewed for the Suns job is in fact interested in the Suns job.
Yeah,
otherwise
I agree.
They wouldn't have said yes to the interview in the first place. But I don't think there's anything pressuring them. With free agency looming and pre-draft stuff looming, ideally you want to have a staff put together so you can get as many basketball minds in the same room as you can to kind of evaluate these players. So I would think by this time next week, and this is not at all what we were scheduled to talk about, by the way, but the Wolf tease kind of threw me for a loop. I would think that by this time next week, Friday of next week, that we better be really close to figuring out who it's going to be. Because by then, now you're going into a weekend where it's going to be June 1st. And if you don't know by June 2nd or June 3rd, I think you're kind of on the clock a little bit. It's like, okay, the draft is in a few weeks. Let's go.
Don't get me wrong. I don't want them to take forever. I want them to get it right, but I also don't want them to take forever because the draft is coming up and you got to nail that.
Mitch is in for Gambo today now for our regularly scheduled broadcast here, and that is a conversation about Jordan Lawler, who's not in the lineup tonight. Couple of really good stories that we both read about Lawler today. One from our own Alex Weiner. There was another one on Sports Illustrated today that basically kind of told the same story about this really difficult spot that the Diamondbacks, I was going to say, are in, but I think in fairness, they've put themselves in it to a certain extent where they called him up and they were ready for him to make an impact, and they did it with a plan in which they knew we're going to be giving one of our 3 most important players a night off in order to accommodate Jordan Lawler.
Yes.
Which is a difficult enough task as it is, asking these guys to take a night off when you're trying to win these baseball games. It makes it infinitely harder to justify when Jordan Lawler is 0 for 10 with 7 strikeouts, right? And it's just because now it becomes like this self-feeding problem where the only thing that's going to get him out of this is more at-bats. Do you want to give him more at-bats at the expense of the guys that you're taking out for him? That's where it just loops into this, God, what do you do if you're the Diamondbacks? But they kind of did it to themselves by calling him up when they did. They had to know this was a possible outcome.
Well, because part of it was what? They needed to jolt the offense a little bit, and he's tearing it up in AAA. He's not going to get any better if he keeps tearing it up in AAA. So the natural progression is he's got to be here. But to your point, they already have anchored in 3 guys that are very hard to take out of the everyday lineup in Ketel Marte, who's arguably their best player on the roster.
Yep.
Geraldo Perdomo's having a career year. You don't want to take his bat or his glove off of the field. And Eugenio Suarez, who's like the 3 true outcomes guy of the team, but you really need that 3rd and 2nd outcome in the lineup because that's where a majority of the offense has been for them so far this year. So it's a very frustrating predicament because if he's not hitting, he's not going to get in the lineup, but he can't get a hit if he's not in the lineup.
Yeah, and I want to be fair to the Diamondbacks. I didn't I didn't think it was going to be this tough, and probably because, like them, I thought that Jordan Lawler was going to produce at this level, was going to do well enough in his at bats to justify. Okay, you know, we've gone to great lengths to have you here with this club. Earn it, you know, like show us why, show us. And I assumed that he was going to do that. I assumed that he was going to make enough plays where you go, oh yeah, that's why he's the number 4 prospect in baseball. That's why he belongs here. And when he at some point, like I don't know exactly when, it might be getting less and less by the game. Within the next week or two, if he's not, it might be time to send him back down just so you don't run the risk of losing this season of Jordan Lawler. You know, I just don't know how much longer you can ride with this.
So then do you consider it a failure at that point if they have to reach that level? And here's what I mean by failure. I mean that everything that we had heard from reporting, everything that we had heard on the record is that if he's going to come up, he's going to play, and he's not going to be sent back down. If he keeps going like this where he can't get a hit, and even if you tie in his 2023, he has 4 major league hits and 44 at-bats in his entire major league career. If it keeps getting to the point where he's basically a quadruple A player and you have to send him back down because he's not helping you, then who's at fault here? Are the Diamondbacks at fault for maybe jumping the gun a little bit on his ability to help the club right now? Or is he at fault just because he's not ready yet?
I mean, yes. I think the answer is if we're being fair, the answer is a little bit of both. I don't think there's anything wrong with them having tried it, as long as they're willing to pivot off of it quickly without, you know what I mean? Like okay,
recognize that he's not helping. We need some other.
Their
form
plan
of help.
was to not ever send him back down again. Well, guess what? In the words of Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan until they got punched in the face. And so far, the Diamondbacks kind of have been punched in the face on this one. You know, like and Jordan Lawler's been punched in the face. Doesn't mean that it was a bad idea or that they shouldn't have done it, but they would compound the mistake by trying to, let's give it one more game. Let's give it one more week. Let's just give it a little more time because the longer this goes, the harder he's going to have to work to get himself out of this slide, even if he gets sent back down. I don't think it is a failure, but it's one that you can admit, and there's not a lot of shame in saying, "Hey, we tried it, it didn't work. Let's send." You know what I mean? Like it's not like
our top line's pretty good. We don't got a lot of opportunities for him here. There's one thing that is going with the Diamondbacks if this quote unquote failure occurs, is that he's 22. You've got time. You're not in a rush to make sure he's ready to go. And I think I know where you're going to respond with this is. Sooner or later, though, he needs to be major league ready, and he's been here for a while by now.
Yeah, and I know he is. Yeah, and you knew my response right before I said it. Yeah, he's young. Yeah, there's time, but there's hardly been any evidence of major league success at all.
Offensively.
I mean,
I think the defense has been good.
The glove is there, and you can make an argument that the glove is already superior to Suarez with how he's played defensively. It hasn't been a typical Suarez kind of year. But yeah, I mean, at some point that's you're going to need to see it here to believe it's going to happen here. When we come back on Burns and Gambo with Mitch filling in, after we again remind you of another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. Diamondbacks taking on the Pirates. Text the word half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. It could very well be Paul Skeens versus Zach Gallen for $9.87 in the lower level. Text half to 620-620. ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt, Heisman hopeful this season. It might not have happened in the Valley. What was the thing that could have prevented it from happening? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage Team. For over 30 years, the Lund Mortgage Team has been helping people like me and you refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. I started with the Lund Mortgage Team when I moved here, and it's the only mortgage company that I've ever used since coming to the Valley. Now, a lot of people over the last couple of years that have purchased houses notice that you purchased that house with a very, very high interest rate. Well, the rates are starting to come down now, and Matt Oliver and Lisa Lund and the great people at the Lund Mortgage team, they want you to give them a call and find out if refinancing can help save you some money. A lot of people are refinancing now to get off of those high payments because the interest rate was much higher. Now the interest rates are coming down, and people are contacting the Lund Mortgage team. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. They'll help you. Give them a call at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go online at lundmortgage.com.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
As the desert sun sets, the stars light up the night. On Sunday, May 25th, the biggest event.
AEW's Double or Nothing.
The brightest stars.
Home into the Phoenix area Desert Diamond Arena
are bringing a whole new light. AEW Double or Nothing, live Sunday, May 25th from Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Dan Bickley here, and do not miss the annual Memorial Day blowout at Chapman BMW, where you will find the lowest prices of the year, prices so low they cannot be advertised without disrupting the market. So go to ChapmanBMW.com, click on the store you want, and see the instant savings. They'll also be open on Sunday, and that rarely happens, so don't miss the fun and the huge savings at Chapman BMW this weekend by going to ChapmanBMW.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend series for the Diamondbacks. How will they look when they get by the Memorial Day milepost? We'll discuss on Tuesday. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
This is Sam Levitt, ASU quarterback. He was a guest on the Matt Berry show yesterday. Matt Berry, of course, the Sports Center anchor and ASU alum who loves talking about the Sun Devils every opportunity he gets, and we love the fact that he loves to do it as well. On how things have changed with the ASU program since he's arrived.
Yeah, I mean, everything's changed, recruiting, how the media's talking to us, how we have to, view this offseason, and it's going to be a different approach for sure. Last year was, get people to believe in us. And this year, we got to kind of limit what we're taking in and focus on what we got to do every single day. And that's going to be the biggest key to our success this year is just seeing, how much we can really lock in on ourselves every single day, day in and day out, and not worry about what other people say.
Last year, we were trying to tell everybody we were good. This year, we're trying not to listen to everybody when they tell us how good we are.
It's an interesting perspective flip.
But it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, I mean, Gambo has made this point. Mitch is filling in for Gambo, by the way. I buried the lead on that one. Gambo has made this point many times last year that Kenny's infamous, we're the underdog, nobody cares about us. Man, none of that's going to fly this year. I mean, none of it. You can't. Kenny's
go from the hunter to the hunted.
Absolutely. Kenny is going to have to take a completely different tact, and he will. He's a really smart guy. He already did the thing the first day of spring.
They blasted
Paul.
"We Are the Champions" over and over ad nauseum, and it's like, all right, that's it. We're done.
Yeah, just to prove it. Okay.
New season.
Everyone's sick of us being the champions, okay? We're sick of that song. We don't want to hear it anymore, and I did that deliberately to get the champion mentality kind of out of their thought process. And Levitt embodies all that.
So who do you think is going to be a bigger focal point for you this season, Sam or Kenny? And I'm just kind of like throwing this out there on a whim.
I think Sam. I think last year was very much, I mean, it was obviously Scattaboo in the spotlight, but I think last year was very much Kenny Dillingham's kind of coming out party too. And I think now it's about Sam. Last year, Sam played second fiddle to Cam. I don't know how else to phrase that. It's probably not the right way to say it, but he played second fiddle.
Cam was a bell cow. Sam was in his first full season as a college quarterback.
Sam was kind of the unproven commodity. Sam really, wasn't until about week 5 or 6 where the thing kind of flipped on him and he just played that unbelievable football the rest of the year. I think the attention is much more on Sam because he is a Heisman candidate. Because there are expectations on ASU. I heard Wolf and Luke talking about this when I was driving in. They were gently debating whether Levitt could be a first-round pick next year. I happen to think he could be potentially a first-round pick.
If he wins the Heisman, I would think that's a guarantee.
I would think even if he plays the way he played the last 8 weeks of the season, if he does that all year, yeah, he's a first-round pick. I don't know if he's going to, But we could all go look at the numbers from Sam Levitt from, like I say, week 8 on or week 6 on, whenever the cutoff was. He plays like that for a whole season. Oh, he's going to be a first-round pick.
I can't remember.
At that position where everybody's looking for the next great one, yeah,
right.
He'll be a first-round pick.
I can't remember how long the stretch was where it was just he refused to turn over the football. Like he was not throwing interceptions whatsoever. And then the cruel twist of fate was him throwing an interception on the final play of the Peach Bowl. It's like, oh, man, Sam doesn't do that. And not that was all Sam's fault, but it just goes to show how valuable he had become throughout the year. Because I think you're right. Cam Scattaboo did kind of overshadow the program, and not in a bad way. Clearly not a bad way.
Not in a malicious way.
In a very great way, Cam Scattaboo overshadowed the program. He was the face of the program. Now it's Sam's turn, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
Sam is one of the many, many returners for this ASU club. He is one of the many returning starters for this ASU club. But now this is the first year of this offense with Kenny Dillingham, with Sam Levitt, with Jordan Tyson that doesn't have your bell cow back, that doesn't have your focal point of your offense. So how different does that make the offense? I think that's entirely dependent on how well Sam plays this year.
He also on Matt Berry's show, this was interesting because it might not be the reason that you would think when you think about why would I not want to go to ASU and play football? You would think the answer might be the Herm Edwards era and the punishment and the scandal and all that. That's not what he said.
Yeah, honestly, at first I was a little hesitant because of, everybody always talks about the party life, this and third, and you got so many distractions. It honestly made me not want to come here and get distracted from football. But once you get here and, you understand what it is and you just lock in on yourself and then you have everything you want to do. You have a great dinner setting in Old Town and, you can go play golf and you have a bunch of connections out here. So, you get your work in and then you're living in, such a pretty state and, great weather year round. And honestly, I'll definitely have a spot here in my off seasons when I'm older and everything like that. So, Arizona is one of my home places now.
I heard a rumor he hit 86 the other day, which is pretty darn good for somebody who does golfing on the side.
Really?
With football as their job. Oh, yeah.
Shot at 86?
At least that's what I heard. Maybe it was an 88, but
still
better than me.
I dream of an 86 or an 88. I got to get that. That's fantastic. Good
it's
for
also
him.
Interesting that the school still had that perception to somebody now?
Oh, I think that reputation is I mean, again, I heard Wolf and Luke talking about this, so I'm going to borrow their thought on this for a minute. Look, every college you go to, they party. Okay, it's not right. My son went to a D3 school in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. They partied.
Well,
okay,
what else were they going to do?
I went to Northern Arizona University. We partied. You know, it's. But ASU, for whatever reason, maybe they party harder, or maybe the national kind of mindset is that they do it because it's ASU. And
living next to a street that literally is flooded with bars and alcohol.
Exactly,
and
the weather and everything like that. I think the biggest issue facing Sam and ASU this year is the one that in some ways has plagued the Suns ever since the finals and is plaguing the Arizona Diamondbacks right now, and that is the burden of expectations. It is going to be, last year's ASU team, every game was a joy, everything was a treat, everything was new and fresh and awesome and fun, and this year it is going to be the exact opposite. We are going to demand you be great every weekend. Now, I'm sure they're up to the challenge, but think about the Suns after the NBA Finals appearance, right? Like it going into the NBA Finals, our expectations weren't that high. Coming out of it, they were huge. Diamondbacks, our expectations weren't that high of them going into that World Series year. Since then, it's just changed everything about how we consume the product, right? ASU football, we will never consume that product the same way again as long as Kenny Dillingham is here. Our expectations are way higher, and they're going to have to figure out how to manage that when we just demand more out of them every single Saturday.
Also, what are the odds that this half decade has presented us with 3 miraculous title runs? When you consider the Suns going to the finals, the Diamondbacks going to the World Series, and ASU winning the Big 12 and going to the Peach Bowl. Why is it all of the finals runs are just miraculous and not like, oh, we expected this naturally? This is how we assume things to be.
I mean, the only one that shouldn't have been was the year after the Suns won the championship when they won 64 games. I mean, that team was just right. That was the one. They had the burden of expectations. And for 6 months, they lived up to that burden every single night. They were great. They won 64 games. Devin Booker was all-NBA first team and I think finished 4th in the MVP voting that year. That was a team that up until Game 3 against the Dallas Mavericks in the second round of the playoffs was doing everything they were supposed to do. You were living up to our mighty expectations. I don't know. I don't know why every great team around here has to be a surprise, has to come out of nowhere. But it'd be nice if every now and then a team around these parts could actually live up to their expectations. That would be fun.
I wonder how much of the external pressure also exists with the recent change that college football implemented, because only one Big 12 team cracked the Final 12 last year. If ASU is not even good enough to win the conference or ends up with a season, I hate to be negative about it, but ends up with a season that does not net them Big 12 champions, are they even considered a top 12 team in the eyes of the College Football Committee?
In today's college football era, if you're not in the SEC or the Big Ten, you are so handicapped. You are so, you are.
Brett, just go to every meeting, hands and knees,
a disadvantage. Scream. You've got to win the conference. You have to. I don't think. Outside of a 12-1 season, and even then, I'm not sure a 12-1 non-Big 12 champ can get in to the party.
As soon as that one loss hits, it's I don't know about the competition in that there Big 12 or whatever.
Is that you? You being like the SEC like Baron? Like is that the foghorn leghorn of the SEC?
I'll say. Look here now.
I was kidding. I mean,
I got a few surprises here.
I didn't have the. Laura, did you have Mitch playing the role of the high and mighty SEC in a Southern accent on your bingo card today?
No.
Not
even
I didn't
a
either.
little bit.
Nope.
And back here, Mitch, too, will do some voices, do some characters behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Yeah,
Never heard that
I wasn't
one.
expecting
the foghorn leghorn?
Southern fried Mitch out of the SEC today. But, hey, we'll take it,
It was good.
It was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Made me laugh. It just, Mitch, that was good stuff. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the bullpen for the Arizona Diamondbacks has not been good stuff. Does that get better with Justin Martinez, or do we have to wait for reinforcements? That's coming up next. Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy.
Range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, it's Vince Murata from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fresh series for the Diamondbacks begins tonight in St. Louis, and a key reinforcement is joining them there. Justin Martinez, he's been activated off of the 15-day injured list. Christian Montes de Oca has been sent down to AAA. Game 1 against the Cardinals in Busch Stadium. Zach Gallen's turn on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Miles Michaelis. First pitch is at 5:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. You can listen to it here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the Pacers looking to go up 2-0 on the Knicks. Game 2 from Madison Square Garden tips off at 5. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what is on tonight's the games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks and the St. Louis Cardinals coming up at 5:15. That's why we're giving you what's on tonight at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because we're done with today's Burns and Gambo show in about a half hour or so. We'll preview the D-backs game coming up with D-backs on deck. But Diamondbacks Cardinals 5:15 here on Arizona Sports. The Mercury in action tonight, taking on the Storm. That game tips off at 7 o'clock, so that's also on tonight. And then, of course, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, live from New York, where the Indiana Pacers look to take a 2-0 lead after their thrilling Game 1 win a couple of nights ago. Can they go up 2-0 on the Knicks? We'll
and
find
is
out
Tyrese Halliburton going to increase lament valley-wide? Stay tuned at around probably 8 p.m. for that flurry.
What gesture will he have for the New York crowd tonight? Or what gesture will the New York crowd for him?
Do you just double down on the choke if he does it again?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what he... And the shame of it is... Does ESPN have tonight's NBA game?
No, it's TNT.
Oh, it's still TNT. Oh, that's right, because they...
Reggie Miller, courtside.
Good. Okay.
Pointing.
I want Reggie Miller. I want Reggie Miller calling these games. There's just such
I also just want Kevin Harlan calling every playoff basketball game until the end of time.
I tell you what.
I love him.
I'm glad you brought him up. There are... I hope it's recognized, like, there are certain people who are just so good at what they do. Like, it just goes without saying, oh, yeah, Kevin Harlan is the best. There is nobody in any sport at any time I would rather hear than Kevin Harlan calling a game. He is so good.
I would listen to him broadcast paint dry. That's how much I love him.
And the drip is rolling down the wall, and it's going to stop, and the paint is going to dry.
It pauses, looks around,
hangs in the air. Nope, it's rolling down the wall again.
I mean, we're talking about the man that called an incident with a cat on the field, 2 separate incidents of streakers on the field.
Yeah.
He called 2 football games at the same time while doing a football broadcast. This man has done everything.
Very impressive.
I thank the Lord that he's going to be with the Amazon crew next year.
I like me some Kevin Harlan. He is good. He's easy to watch. All right, that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. The Diamondbacks, as we've noted, Justin Martinez was activated off the injured list today. He'll be available. We had Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks, earlier today, and he said, yes, it's not going to be the highest leverage of situations for Justin Martinez tonight. They'll give him a little bit of a soft landing, but it's not like they're going to wait for an 8-0 lead or an 8-0 deficit before they put him out there for an inning. They want to use him in a fairly high leverage situation, and he even joked that a half inning in, he might earn himself the ability to be the closer on this team if he looks right. Like, it might not take very long at all for them to look at him and go, yeah, he's okay, he's good to go. And then we'll see, right? And then Mitch will find out what this bullpen can be when he comes back and kind of slots everybody back into their normal spot, because the bullpen angst is real. Everyone's talking about it. I read some quotes today from Mike Hayes on AZ Central, in which he's, again, kind of preaching patience, and we got to get our guys back, and we got to see what we've got before we make any moves. The natives are restless, and the fans are antsy when it comes to the bullpen, and we'll all be watching to see how Justin Martinez kind of realigns things now that he's back.
There's 2 ways to approach the Justin Martinez return. Number one is the obvious one, where it's he comes back. How does he look? Can he basically solidify a spot in the bullpen where he's the closer in the interim, I guess we should call it. Although Torey made it seem like he's going to be the closer when it's time. Then the secondary part of it is everybody else. Guys like Ryan Thompson, who have been asked in some high leverage spots, not necessarily delivered. Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, who have seen a lot of outings as a result of getting shifted up in the pen. And then even other guys in the middle, like you consider Scott McGuff is still with the crew. Does he continue to deliver at the level that he's delivered since being called back up? It just eases the stress on everybody else when you give yourself that pseudo closer back in the pen, because then everybody else can settle into the role that they were destined to do from the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and Mike is right when Mike Hazen is right when he says, we kind of need to give this a test spin and see how things look when everybody's slotted in. But that still puts the pressure on. Kevin Ginkel's been mostly good. He's had a couple of rough moments. Ryan Thompson obviously is a major fixer-upper project that they've got to figure out real soon. It'd be nice to see Shelby in a role that maybe he's better suited for or was intended for, as opposed to he's done fine as the closer, but I think he's a little miscast as a ninth inning guy. I think we all kind of know that. The problem with, and we've talked about this a few times, the problem with going to acquire a reliever is you pretty much have to wait, right? Like I saw a story today on MLB.com, and the story was 6 teams that could jumpstart the trade market. Mm-hmm. And basically the point was, here are 6 teams that are so bad now, they're going to be sellers.
What are they waiting for?
What are they waiting for? The Marlins, you're sellers. The Nationals, you're sellers. The Orioles, sorry, you just fired your manager. You're sellers. Pirates, Rockies, White Sox, you're all bad baseball teams. You're all going to be sellers. The problem with this, as the story points out, even with teams that we know are bad, there's a reason for them to wait to create leverage and competition for the players they want to trade. And then even still, looking among these teams, these 6 in particular, only a couple of them have relievers you might want in the first place, right? So even if they were agreeable to trade them, there's only a couple of them that you might want if you were the Diamondbacks, which makes the idea of getting one now really difficult.
And it's just going to be probably more expensive now than it would be later on when you're closer to the end of the deadline. But the Diamondbacks are in a peculiar spot where they have had so much issue with the bullpen, or at least from our vantage point, there's been a lot of issue with the bullpen, a lot of inconsistency with the bullpen, that they almost need to put this decision into, we're going to do this now and we're just not going to look back and we're not going to regret it and we're going to feel better for it because it's going to help our basketball team. Or what I have is the nagging fear in the back of my mind is if they wait too long and they are presented with more save opportunities, and those opportunities don't become saves and they become blown saves as opposed to actual wins, then we're not going to be talking about this team in a wild card hunt. We're going to be talking about them on the outside looking in, and how there is much less margin for error for them now as a result of not making a move sooner.
Look, you can't buy something if nothing's for sale.
Yeah.
You can't. You
can put a massive offer on the table.
Sure, you can but to go get a reliever right now, it'd be because you'd have to incentivize a team for not waiting till the deadline. You'd have to make a team like Arise of the Marlins was traded, I think in June of last year, maybe even
really
May.
early, especially for his caliber.
And in the Marlins' mind, they're like, we're not going to get an offer better than this at the trade deadline. Let's just go ahead and move him now. That's what you have to do. If you're the Diamondbacks, you have to put together an offer that basically convinces a team, okay, we're not going to get an offer better than this, which screams overpay, which screams like, okay, we're so desperate for a bullpen arm now, we're going to just incentivize you to not wait for the deadline. We're going to make this deal now. It's interesting, though, of the 6 teams, the ones that have the relievers that you could argue, okay, maybe they would move them now, the Diamondbacks see them all next week. The Pirates and the Nationals are the 2 teams of the 6 that actually have relievers you might be interested in, who I don't know whether they'd be willing to sell them right now or not, but you've got the Pirates in town next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You've got the Nationals in town Friday, Saturday, Sunday. At least you can get kind of a close-up look at some of the relievers, including, by the way, Andrew Chafin, former Diamondback left-handed reliever.
You mean failed starter, Andrew Chafin?
He was wearing a T-shirt today that said failed starter. It was really funny. We got a kick out of it. But I don't think anything's going to happen. Like it's
if they did, they do have the pieces that carry a heavy price tag they could offer. Are they going to offer them now, though? Probably not.
No, it's internal improvement. It's Justin Martinez comes back, Shelby Miller slots back down, and hope like heck that Ryan Thompson figures it out. Or at least if he doesn't figure it out, he gets demoted to a much lower leverage situation, and now Shelby Miller can basically take the Ryan Thompson role. That's like the setup guy to Ginkel setting up Justin Martinez until you get A.J. Puck back. That's the hope, is because I just don't think you can count on the trade deadline to help with anything right now.
If I'm not mistaken, their top 3 leverage guys in Ginkel, Puck, and Martinez have not been on the roster together this season at the same time. All 3
you would
of
be
them
correct.
Together.
By the time Ginkel came back, Puck was the other 2 were gone.
So once June comes around, hopefully you have all 3 of them together. Hopefully they're all pitching well, and this will be just a non-conversation.
D-backs Cardinals, an important series for a lot of reasons. We'll get you ready for the game. D-backs on deck is next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Mitch Fillinan.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on, that's hammered out towards left field and deep. On its way, she goes! It's gone! Oppo Taco for Corbin Carroll. Number 15 on the season.
Memorial Day weekend, and it's D-backs in St. Louis to face the Cardinals for a 3-game series. Game 1 coverage begins this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a top pick. What makes this the ideal moment to drive one home?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and built for any job. And Memorial Month means some of our best savings of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months. So visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, D-Backs on deck. The Diamondbacks and the St. Louis Cardinals coming up. First pitch is at 5:15. Pregame coverage begins now. The official pregame coverage with the Diamondbacks broadcasting crew, including Steve Zinsmeister, begins at 4:30 tonight. Diamondbacks baseball, the first of three against the surprisingly good St. Louis Cardinals. We were not expecting them to be 27-23, a game better than the Arizona Diamondbacks 50 games into the baseball season, and yet here we are. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Zach Gallen is getting the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mitch, the righty, is 3-5 with an unusual 5.14 ERA. Miles Mikolas is getting the start for St. Louis. The righty is 3-2 with a 3.77 ERA.
I want to start on the Cardinals side of things because the Cardinals social team was kind enough to put a nice little clip montage together about just how good their starting pitchers have been for the last few weeks. St. Louis starting pitchers since May the 6th. They have a combined 2.41 ERA. Opponents are hitting a 2.06 average against them. They have a win-loss record of 8-1 with 8 quality starts. Miles Mikolas, of course, a natural key part of that. Mikolas, one of the longer tenured Cardinals in this rotation. His strategy is very unique. He doesn't strike a lot of guys out, does a lot of pitch to contact, and that's something that actually benefits St. Louis this year with how good you pointed out earlier, the passing piece about their defense. So this should be a very interesting matchup for the hitters against Mikolas.
Jeff Passan wrote a great story about how he thinks that the reason why the St. Louis Cardinals are in this surprising position, they're a game back of the last wild card spot in the National League. Now, albeit there's still 110 games to go this season, but that's where they are right now, is largely because of their defense. It's elite at almost every single position. That and their starting pitching has been very, very good as well. Their lineup lacks a little bit of power, and even their pitching staff, there's not a bunch of power pitchers in there. A lot of them are kind of ground ball, more finesse starters.
3 out of the 5.
Yeah, there's not a lot of oomph in there in that regard, but St. Louis, you take nothing away from them. They've got a run differential of plus 40. They were 12-17 on April 30th, and they have lost 6 games since. They are rolling right now. Zach Gallen, we all know the struggles with him, and the struggles, it looked like he had turned the corner and figured things out against Atlanta, against the Mets, and then against the Mets again. In 3 starts, he combined for 18 innings and 5 earned runs. But in his last 2 outings, he was okay against the LA Dodgers, gave up 10 hits and 4 earned runs in 5 2/3. And then the disaster last week against Colorado, 6 earned in 5 innings. He was in line to get the win. His bullpen obviously did him no favors that Saturday night. But clearly a 5.14 ERA is not what anybody had in mind with Zach Gallen, which is why the interesting step of having him throw to Jose Herrera tonight, for whom his numbers are much better than Gabby Moreno when Herrera is his catcher.
Yeah, the numbers as far as Herrera being the primary catcher for Gallen this season alone, 4 games, 24 2/3 innings, 8 earned runs in total. That's good for an ERA just below 3. If you want to go a step further in terms of how the rest of the metrics look, a 24-11 strikeout to walk ratio, opponents hitting 216, on base 307, slugging 318. If you compare that to Gabby when he's catching for Gallen, 258 average, .331 on base, and a .531 slugging. So a lot less extra base hits when Herrera's behind the plate.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Obviously, the big news today is that Justin Martinez has been activated from the injured list. He will be available for tonight's game. Again, as we talked about in the last segment, he's not going to be the closer right away, but Torrey made it pretty clear to us when he was on earlier, he's not going to wait a long time to make Justin Martinez the closer. If he sees what he's looking for, he even joked halfway through his first outing, if he sees what he's looking for. I think that just shows how desperate they are to establish a little bit of order in their bullpen and put Martinez back at the back end where he belongs. But it doesn't sound like right away that's going to be what we can expect.
Well, to your point, if you consider Gallen's previous outing where he gave up 6 runs and then the bullpen didn't make things much better, if Gallen has another implosion, however you want to quantify or however you want to describe it.
However you want to say it.
Words, talking into a microphone for a living. The point is that the bullpen will be relied upon if Gallen struggles again, and Justin Martinez being back certainly helps that you need the bullpen type of idea going into tonight.
Yeah, so he's back. Deorca's been sent down.
Hardly knew ye.
He didn't pitch a game. He was up here for 5 or 6 games, didn't pitch a single game. So that's the injury update there when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks. As far as the series goes, we don't know if the Cardinals are going to hang on. They're kind of above their skis a little bit right now in terms of what the expectations were.
But you need to win this one.
But you do need to win this one, and they're good. But you need, if it does come down to any kind of tiebreaker situation, you need to be prepared in that regard. And along those lines, the MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than Liberty GMC. Diamondbacks start the day 26-24. 2 games above 500, 5 games back of the LA Dodgers for first in the National League West. St. Louis Cardinals, 27-23, a game better, only 3 back of the Chicago Cubs in the National League Central. So with that in mind, it's time for a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
Key to the game tonight, Miles Mikolas is 2-2 in his career against the Arizona Diamondbacks. In the 2 losses that he suffered in his career, not 1 run of support has been scored for him. In fact, in each of his 9 starts this season, 3 runs or less in every single game he's pitched for the St. Louis Cardinals. If Zach Gallen can put some zeros on the board early, might get in his head a little bit about, oh no, here we go again. Here we go with this again, and here we go against this team again. So if Zach Gallen, for lots of reasons, if he can pitch well, that's important. But maybe to get inside the Cardinals starter's head just a little bit. It's going to do it for us. Steve is next with D-backs pregame coverage. We're out of here. See you Tuesday at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show. Have a good night.